Well, I've forgotten by the time this next delivery is bowled, which it is now, and Caleb Jewell gets off the mark for the day with a boundary. A glorious drive up to in and bowls to Madsen, who drives him straight down the ground. Now then, the outfield will have slowed up a touch, but my word, he hit that well. He timed it perfectly.
Deep square leg. Jewell goes for that leg side there and split the field, and has carted away a short ball from Jake Ball.
Bowling to Wayne Madsen, who goes back and cuts, and that might well be 4 runs. It is indeed 4 runs. Jake Ball is never going to get round from in front of the members' pavilion to the...
Jake Ball from the City end bowling to Madsen, just leans back and crashes that through the offside. That'll be 4 runs.
First ball of the over. It hasn't been the first ball of every over, but it
so a ball to Madsen, tucks it away behind square. That'll be a single. Some applause because it's...
That's Harry Kent. That's a drive by Wayne Madsen for 4 runs. Just to the onside of the stumps at the bowler's end. Beautiful shot. Moves to 54.
So far, that's Parkinson. Lots of air on that one and teed off by Wayne Madsen. Has that gone for 6? No, sorry, I thought for a second it just crept off the rope. I say teed off. Long on, long off. This one's waited for this, does Jewell, and crashes it through the onside. Just feet.
As Stewart bowls, that's down the leg side. I think helped away off the bat. Yeah, off the bat of Wayne Madsen, and he picks up 4 more to move to 68, 400 and...
What's that they looked?
Dear.
This one's been swept away from Parkinson. That'll be 4 runs from Caleb Jewell. Summarily swept. So mid...
Oh, Madsen's just hammered this out towards the car park, and it's gone 1 bounce for 4.
Oh, it's 4.
I think.
More into the ground, agitated. It's driven. That's a lovely shot from Wayne Madsen. That'll be 4 runs through extra cover, and yeah,
I can tell you that. I know that for a fact. Parkinson bowls. Reverse sweep comes out from Wayne Madsen. He's going to get 4 runs for it. Once it had beaten the man at backward point, it was always going to race away to the boundary, and it does. And he waits as Parkinson's next delivery is swept very, very square and for 4 runs. And Harry Moran, it's fair to say, as Madsen gets a full delivery that he just paddles around the corner down to fine leg. 4 runs, I think Stewart is chasing, but he won't get there. Parkinson bowls to Jewell, uses his feet and drives the ball down the ground. That's going to go all the way for 6 into the permanent temporary stand.
I don't think that is 200, no.
All right, this one is driven up towards mid-off, and there it is. A very low-key way to get to 200, but it's been a magnificent innings from Caleb Jewell, who removes his helmet. Talking about Parkinson bowls to Madsen, who plays that out into the offside and punches the air because that's his 100. His 41st in first-class cricket. Remarkable.
Daniel Bell-Drummond beneath us there. He's been, he might be underneath this catch as well, and he is indeed. And finally, Kent have a 3rd wicket. Said you heard Daniel Bell-Drummond's voice, and obligingly, almost off the first ball of Jack Leaning's.
Parkinson is in again, out and goes, bowled him. Goes past the edge of Brooke Guest's bat and bowls him. And Guest is dismissed for 3. The 2nd wicket in pretty quick succession for Kent. Derbyshire 482.
Kent will be glad to get off the field, despite the fact that they've just taken 2 wickets. This one's driven into the onside to Alfie Ogborn. End of the over, and that's the end of the session. It's 483.
I think it's probably beyond them as Rees comes down the track and smashes it. 1 bounce, 4 back over Parkinson's head. He moves to 5. Derbyshire are just about to get another 6 there for Lewis Rees. 531 for 4 now. Lewis Rees has moved on to 30 in person.
Leaning to continue from the racecourse end then to Jewell, and he's bowled him. I think it has clipped the top of the stumps indeed. It's a mighty yahoo at the stumps for Caleb Jewell. Reared up and hits him in the batting helmet. Goes long, and that'll be 6. Well, that's certainly well perfected by Martin Anderson. Big drive. Daniel Bell-Drummond on the boundary here.
Same position as Parkinson begins a new over, and this one has been smashed into the car park by Anderson. That's gone a long, long way. That won't do the ball any good. Parkinson in, and this one is heaved into the leg side again. He's going to get caught on the boundary. Is he? Oh, not quite, and he's just about made it over the rope.
Has Leaning, flatter delivery, and quicker. But driven into the onside, single taken, applause for Reese's 50 off of 46 balls. Perhaps does feel a little bit overwhelming. This goes long from Anderson, and it's 6 runs straight down the ground off leading, and that will be it, will it? It will. Punch of gloves together. 6 runs from Martin Anderson. Reese over the wicket left arm, and that's pulled away by Ben Compton, absolutely under control. Lovely shot as well. He's gone short there. This wasn't the snorter that hit the shoulder of...
That one is, edged through the slip cordon and away down to wide third man. As Reese is in, and that one is cut away. This time that's going to be 4 runs out to the cover boundary. Harry Kane's not going to catch that. In fact, the ball is slowing up. But it reaches the boundary now. I was very confident it always would.
Say by the length that delivery from Chappell. Edge and gone! At second slip. And that'll be Wayne Madsen, the captain, pouching that straight. I'd say a regulation dismissal. It was going at some pace, but straight into the midriff. And jabs it into the offside. Good shot from Daniel Bell-Drummond. That one, I think it's going to go for 4. Actually bobbles as it goes towards the boundary. And Dahl there, I think maybe he was encouraged by the fact. Chappell to Bell-Drummond off the pads. That's a good shot as well. It's just closed the face on that, rolled the wrists, and that'll be 4 runs through square leg. So consecutive 4s from the other Kent skipper. Anderson bowls to Bell-Drummond, and that's straight back past the bowl. That's beautifully timed by Daniel Bell-Drummond. Has checked it back past Martin Anderson for 4 runs straight down the ground. So, lots of sausages I don't doubt, but you don't want to know how they're made. Driven through the offside rather, by Bell-Drummond, and
to Bell-Drummond, and that's sharp, and it's a bottom edge down into the ground and down to third man for 4. Quick delivery from Pat Brown. Moral victory under his belt. Bowls to Bell-Drummond. It's another short one. It's pulled a long way in front of square for 4 more. That's a beautiful shot. So far in front of square.
The proper delay. That's a good shot from Compton. Anderson's dropped slightly short, and Compton has pulled it from off stump. So wicket comes Anderson to Compton, drives that. Hasn't quite got all of it. I think it's going to be enough. Perhaps I've underestimated that. That'll be 4, though fielder Harry Kane is chasing it.
Next delivery is played again off the back foot. There's a dive there by David Lloyd. He doesn't get there, and this one might go all the way to the boundary. Jack Morley is chasing, but the ball beats him to the rope.
In Spain. Reach round the wicket on the full. Daniel Bell-Drummond has dispatched that. I think I've lost the flight of it, but yeah, it's more or less on the full.
Along the floor. Here's Brown in and bowls a full-length delivery that is driven by Compton for 4 runs. Glorious shot out towards the extra cover boundary, hits the rope now. Cursory chase from Harry Kane, but he was really going to fetch the ball. Daniel Bell-Drummond, and he sort of slaps that down to a very wide third man for 4 runs. Pat Brown can't quite believe it. As Chappell is in, that one is guided off an edge down to third man. There's a chase here for Morley. Well, it's more of a fetching job, really, as the ball hits the rope now. And Jack Morley continues over the rope, but he's in again. And that one again is on leg stump, turned away nicely by Compton out towards Anush Dahl, who's out there in the far distance. And it's 50 for Compton as well, off 88 deliveries. With 6 4s in his half century, just holds his bat up and
usually turn here.
Down to Bell-Drummond. Has he got an edge to that one? Yes, he has indeed. His hold at the crease isn't because he doubts the catch or the edge, but out of frustration, I think they have a second wicket. Derbyshire 154 for 2. They have the Kent captain Danny Bell-Drummond.
As Dahl. Welcome to day 3.
I can confirm.
Day 3 of Derbyshire's game against County Championship game against Kent here at the County Ground in Derby, where I was hoping to tell you what the state of play was, but the scoreboard hasn't come on yet. Kent at 210 for 3 in their first innings. Derbyshire having declared yesterday on 587 for 5. They trail by 377. They need 438. If that's too many numbers, we'll sort of explain them as we go along. Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby alongside Matt Cole from BBC Radio Kent, who was returned for a 3rd day, which surprised a few people, but he's here.
Found my way again.
It's fairly straightforward, and there's lots of parking, so it's not a chore.
Listen to the cathedral bells this morning as I walked to McCall.
Yes. Yeah. They've got a big Lego exhibition I noticed in the news coming up at the cathedral, which is exciting.
I'm sorry to be too early for that.
Yeah, no, I think it'd be.
There we go.
What is Harry Kane doing? He's doing some star jumps with a smile on his face. Lewis Rees is polishing the ball with a smile on his face. And here comes Caleb Jewell for some reason. It's too early for him, surely, to go to the toilet. He's got a smile on his face as well.
Even though he's fielding it mid-off.
Mid-off, yeah. Just the one slip in a gully as we get underway. There has been some sunshine. There is blue sky. There are dark clouds, and it has been raining. So make of that what you will. The forecast suggests, and we're late today. Look at that, we're late. The forecast suggests that. Well, it suggests something. I'm not entirely sure what it suggests, but the forecast says we're not going to get any rain. But anyway, we'll find out. Here is the first ball of the day, bowled by Zach Chappell to Ben Compton, who turns it into the leg side, and there's no run. Did ask Caleb Jewell last night if the pitch was starting to deteriorate. He gave me a very firm answer, no, which is slightly disappointing. The heavy roller has been on it, which means that anything that happened yesterday will not be happening this morning, as Chappell bowls and Compton's off the mark for the day with a nice drive. Backward a square on the offside, down towards backward point. There we go. Update coming up. Hello, Will Vicky. Yes, good morning to you. A bit overcast here at the county ground this morning. Just underway. Ben Compton's picked up the first run of the morning. He's moved on to 107. Matt Parkinson, the night watchman, he's with him. He's on 4. And Kent currently 212 for 3. It means that they still try by 375. Their next target 438 to avoid the follow-on. I think that all went very well. No run. Well, there was a run off the next delivery. Parkinson's moved on. He stayed at 4, so that must have been a leg by. I can't say that I was entirely watching that one. They ran 2 before. Compton 107. I'll concentrate now. Parkinson has 4. 212 for 3, and then comes Chappell again, and that one is driven by Compton straight to Came at cover, and there is no run. The old scoreboard is just struggling a touch again today with the wet weather around. You know what it's like when it's damp and you're getting on a bit. Not everything doesn't work all at the same time. But that's the situation with the old scoreboard. The new scoreboard is working. I haven't even switched the tally on. Look at that, how remiss of me. Here comes Chappell again in and bowls. That one is pulled around the corner down towards long leg, where it's fielded by Jack Morley. Compton picks up another single, moves on to 108, 213 for 3. There wasn't a run on the delivery that I thought there'd been a run on. Let's get the stream going. Got to watch this advert first of all with that blasted meerkat on it. Anish Dal is warming up, interestingly, at point. Now, whether or not that means he's going to bowl first from the City end, we'll wait and find out, as Chappell bowls to Parkinson, who turns this one into the leg side. Fielded by David Lloyd, who's in the mid-wicket region, and it is indeed going to be... No, still got to watch the adverts. It is indeed going to be Anish Dal to open up from the City end today. Bowled... Troll was yesterday, 2 for 34. This is not. I've got Roy Keane on there. Nobody wants that. There we go. There we are. We're all sorted now. And it will be Ben Compton to face the first delivery. Martin, there is a fairly strong breeze, and Martin Anderson has just had a sweater delivered to him. He thought he was going to survive with just his Derbyshire top, but he needs the sweater, and I'm not surprised. As Dal runs through the crease, warming up, or testing out his run-up. He'll have a slip and a gully. Wayne Madsen rubbing his hands together at slip. There's a man on the point boundary, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a square leg out on the boundary as well. That's David Lloyd out there. The one out on the offside is Pat Brown. And Alice Dahl is just warming himself up. A couple of deliveries to Caleb Jewell, who finds himself at mid-off. 2:32 yesterday, despite what you might have seen on your television this morning. Here is Dahl in and bowls to Compton. Pushes that one out into the offside, fielded by Harry Kane. And there is no run. I think it's right that Dahl bowls. He was clearly the pick of the Derbyshire bowlers yesterday with his 2 wickets. In fact, without him, it would have been entirely without incident. He got Bell Drummond out for 61 and Mieye out for 12 yesterday. Ben Compton, 3rd century of the season for him. He's on 108 at the he's on strike. And he guides that one out beautifully into the offside. I'm not sure he's going to pick up 4 here. Pat Brown will get to it, but he will come back for 2. Brown picks up in front of the dugouts where less than half an hour ago, A.M. Ghazanfar was being photographed by David Griffin. So the Afghani mystery spinner is in the building and raring to go. I'm sure we haven't spoken to him yet, but raring to go for Friday night at Leicester. Looking forward to that. 2:15 for 3 as Dahl bowls again and then gets a hand to the ball as it's driven back towards him by Compton. Saying Caleb Jewell told me last night, answered a direct question with a direct answer. I said, is the pitch breaking up? No. That's pretty much not necessarily useful for clips, but useful for information. But he did admit that they hadn't bowled particularly well in the 40 overs or so yesterday that they had Derbyshire. In fact, it was 50 overs, wasn't it, yesterday? I think you could probably excuse Anuj Dahl from any criticism. We saw a bit of spin, 7 overs of spin yesterday. That's Nick Potts down below us.
Yeah, running a drink to
the chapel. He must have been playing yesterday, Nick. I didn't see him at the ground, so he'd been playing in the Derbyshire Premier League. Dahl is in again, bowls to Compton, who guides it out into the offside. That was the same shot he played a few moments ago. And again, it's Pat Brown who fields, but this time he's much closer to the ball and gets to it really quickly and keeps them down to a single, and Compton moves to 111. Ooh, 216 for 3.
all the jeopardy.
And he's on strike as well because he's pinched it at the end of that over. Parkinson remains on his overnight 4. And Kent now trail by 371.
A ball to go, I think.
And there's still a ball to go.
Yeah.
So just remember what I just said there. And if it's a dot ball, I won't repeat it.
It did take a long time. They looked like they were changing the over. I could completely see that.
But it's left-handed,
yeah.
right-handed. That's fooled me. And the field has changed considerably, actually, because there are now 3 slips for Parkinson, the night watchman, as Dahl is in and bowls to him, and he leaves it alone outside the off stump to go through to Brooke Guest. What I said a minute ago stands. 216 for 3.
Yeah, Compton looking like he's pretty much picked up where he left off last night. A couple of gentle, elegant shots through the offside. And I was going to say this will be very much to his liking, but because he's not one for unnecessary flamboyance, I think it's fair to say we're looking to accumulate through the day. But still, if the wickets fall, Kent have had the jitters this season a couple of times in there. As I mentioned yesterday, I think all sides are susceptible to collapses at times, aren't they? Because the mild panic of mild irritation of one wicket can turn to a little bit of unrest with 2, and then by the time you've got 3 wickets down in quick succession, the nerves can get a bit scrambled.
Well, it looks a lot different if it's 220 for 6.
Yeah, absolutely.
Certainly. So it's an important period, this, and Parkinson will be looking to stick out there as long as he can as well and add to the irritation. Do like to see a night watchman irritating a bowling attack.
Yeah, that very much is Matt Parkinson's MO, I think, generally, isn't it? He's
Well, yes, I mean,
in the nicest possible way.
absolutely, no, he's a great lad, but yeah, irritating.
He's a disruptor.
Yeah.
He's, Chappell round the wicket to Compton, helps on its way down towards fine leg, and that'll go for 4. Orthodox leg glance, just Chappell bowling round the wicket to the left-hander. And yeah, just help down. He's trying to get his angle right into the pads, but that's too far down and just moves inside the line. And Compton again without very much fuss or bother. Gets himself 4 runs onto 115 now.
More than halfway to the follow-on target now.
Yeah. It's Chappell bowls and fuller delivery. Compton just look at the toe end of his bat. I think he rather jarred the bottom hand against the handle as well from his reaction up to mid-off, and there's no run. And took a good look at the hover cover this morning. The only one outside the test grounds, is that right?
Yes, yeah, very proud.
Yeah.
Very proud.
I took what I thought was an arty shot,
Oh, yeah.
but it just looked, you just can't really tell what it is. So I'm not sure if that's does that win me some kind of prize? It might do. Bouncer, and Compton has left it. I don't know much about art, to be honest, but there you go.
But I know what I like.
Yeah, quite. Yeah, I like the. You see, what I've gone for is an end-on view, which looks quite industrial, but you can't actually really tell what it is, can you? So it doesn't
More
give
of
you
a picture of an engine. Isn't
it doesn't give you the impression of the full beauty of the hover cover.
Magnificence. Yeah, there's no smoke coming out of it today.
No, that's true.
It's great news.
I've been good for atmospherics, I think, round the wicket. Ooh, and Compton sees that down through third. It's a bit of an ooh and ah, at least from your commentator. I'm not sure. Looked like it got a little bit big on Ben Compton there. He dealt with it well, to be fair. And there's not much attack in terms of slips there, just the one. And guided it. I think just kept his hand soft and it's wide of first slip. But there was a little nervous look back from Ben Compton just to make sure that had ended up before he took 2. So decent ball from Zach Chappell. He's working up some pace as well. 2-2-2 for 3 now. All sorts of jeopardy for the batters. Can they both be out on this? They could, couldn't they? Is Chappell to Compton. This is one of the onside. Pat Brown has come in from the boundary. He's got some friends to talk to now. The fielder's saving 1, and he does save 1.
I feel obliged to point out that they could be out on any number.
Yeah, any number could be out on any number, couldn't they? It's true.
For those who don't necessarily believe in fate and bad luck and that kind of thing.
It's almost certainly 2-2-2 all out for Kent now, but here's Chappell to Compton. Will he see that one past Brown? He does, but Rees is following up at mid-on. So there was a bit of a yes-no there. I think it was actually, to be fair, it wasn't confusion. I think there was a wait and a no from Ben Compton at the striker's end. And that's the end of the over. Having a bit of a conference. It's good the batters do that, I think, after the first couple of overs, have a long talk, because they won't really have seen each other in the dressing room or hotel, will they? So
No, they need a meeting.
It's,
Yeah, everybody needs a meeting, don't they?
I'm sure they're just talking their way through the innings, aren't they, at this point? But
Cricket everywhere apart from Wantage Road, where there's a delayed start. So Leicestershire looking to press home that advantage. They built themselves up a 251-run lead yesterday. Dale bowls a full toss, and it's driven straight back down the ground. It actually hits the stumps at the non-striker's end, and they go through for a single because Harry Kame had set off to chase it to the boundary, and then had to change direction. So Compton, no, Parkinson picks up his first run of the morning. He moves on to 5, 223, 4, 3. Zach Chappell's walking past the feather that I was desperate for him to pick up, but he's left it there. It looks like a magpie feather to me. He's left it on the ground. I would have thought he'd have picked it up and at some stage later in the day would have popped it in his cap. Very Zach Chappell-like thing to do. Alistair just jumps up and down on the spot before coming in to bowl to Compton, who defends that one out into the offside, and Kame does the fielding. There's a sprinkling of spectators. Sunday's been a little disappointing, and there is a bit of weather about. It's not as warm as it has been, although it's perfectly pleasant in the commentary box. I'd rather rather be in here than out there, I think, today. If you're sitting still. If I was out there, I think I'd be doing laps of the ground and stopping at every delivery just to have a look. But a little down of the days as Dal bowls to Compton. He goes back and pushes the ball up towards very straight mid-on, where it's fielded by Jack Morley.
Yeah, rain here last night, but
Plenty.
again, it's not affected the outfield at all, I think, because it was just soaked it up.
There was a shower at about 7:30. I was just about to leave, and I delayed my departure because it chucked it down for about 5 minutes. But I don't think it added much, really.
Fair enough.
As Dal bowls, and that one is defended again by Compton up to mid-on this time.
We're near the racetrack here, is that right?
No, just...
Was the racecourse, but the street circuit.
Yes, it does sound like that, doesn't it? A lot of people on motorbikes, I don't know whether they like to be called bikers or not, go up to Matlock and Matlock Bath on a Sunday. And of course it's a bank holiday weekend as well, isn't it? So they may well be around tomorrow.
Been walking through there a couple of times, hiking.
Nice up there.
Yeah, lovely.
Dal bowls, Compton defends up to mid-off.
Is there a cable cars there at Matlock Bath? Is that right? I'm trying to think.
My local knowledge might let me down.
No,
here.
sorry, yeah.
No.
Maybe I might be.
The Heights of Abraham.
Heights of Abraham. Okay, that would make sense. Yeah.
Have they got a cable car? Somebody will tell me.
Oh, there we are.
Make me look daft.
We'd let the listeners tell us before we go to a search engine. There we are. The best search. Oh, there we are. I was going to come up with a really cheesy phrase. The best search engine is your listeners, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. Always reliable.
They do.
Well,
They know a lot more than I do. That's not saying very much.
Always. Dal bowls on the leg stump this time, but it's turned into the leg side by Compton for a single. He moves to 118 to 24 for 3. It was the final ball of the over as well, so he pinches the strike once more. And a partnership which is already worth 30, starting to get irritating. And Kent trail by 363 now. 4-3-8 their first number. That pretty much ends the game. Although I said that at Old Trafford and it didn't. Well, they reached the follow-on target and it didn't end the game. But that pitch didn't look anything like this pitch. It was a lot darker, a lot damper.
I was saying before we started, it was a high-scoring game at Kent and Gloucestershire, and Kent got into a bit of trouble on the final day, which made it much more exciting than anyone had expected, much to the delight of the Gloucestershire fans, and perhaps the opposite for Kent. It's a lowish pull by Compton. He's just kept the bat over the top of it, a shortish ball, hasn't middled it, but it's gone down through fine leg for a single. He moves on to a 119. Parkinson has 5 now. Thanks to Philip Bailey, our listener, and more importantly, the man behind the database of a certain website that starts with cricket and ends in archive. Some great stats on Ben Compton's. In fact, his 3 centuries this season have been quicker than any of his previous ones for Kent. And he was asking a little bit about, has he changed anything? Seems to be hitting the ball a little harder. I asked Daniel Bell-Drummond about that last night, if he'd changed his technique. Oh, we're going to get a change of ball here.
Ooh. That's exciting.
Well, they're going past Ben Compton to ask him what he thinks.
Yeah. It's just showing that it doesn't go through the equipment. So ball change. We haven't seen many ball changes this season, which has been a great relief. A couple of years ago, I mean,
that's true. Yeah,
it was staggering.
Every
wasn't
20
it?
overs. And it can make things happen, can't it? Sometimes it
can. It certainly can. I've just had a reply to our question about cable cars. And you said Matlock, I said Heights of Abraham, and Bungalow Bill has just said yes, there is. I might need a bit more.
There we go. Yeah, I think it's Matlock Bath.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah.
Well, it's where I've been walking through anyway. There's a circuit that I've done a couple of times actually when I've been.
Matlock Bath. Oh, it's the same thing. Look.
Is it okay?
You put Matlock Bath cable car in a well-known search engine and it comes up with the Heights of Abraham. So we were both talking about the same thing but calling it different things.
I've not been on them, and I, even if I was off, I probably wouldn't. I'm not terribly clever with with heights.
No,
but
I'm not good at heights. It's funny, isn't
they
it?
look
The
scenic,
taller
though.
you are, the worse with heights. I mean, I'm hopeless. I'm up a ladder.
That's a good point.
I'm
Yeah.
dreadful, and
I know.
you're a little bit taller than I am, so
Can't be doing with that.
no, I'm not a big heights man.
So I like to go walking, and I'm like one of those rubbish cats. Is I like to walk up stuff, and then I get to the top, and I need someone to rescue me, basically.
Get the fire brigade out. Matt Cole's up a hill again, everybody.
Yeah. My other half is very well, probably running out of patience by now, but yeah. So, shall we get you down? 2-2-5 for 3. But yeah, perhaps it is the thing to be with being tall. Yeah, I feel I'm just high enough off the ground already.
Yeah, no, this is plenty
Any
high.
further.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm not a big fan at Headingley when we put up on the 5th floor.
Oh, yeah.
If we do a one-day game and we do separate commentary, you're up on the 5th floor of that building. It's too high.
Let's change the ball then for Chappell to bowl to Parkinson, straight back at the bowler. Yeah, it sounds much better, this ball, to me, off the bat.
It's already 54 overs old.
Yeah. So they've got a selection there of
Yeah.
of various balls. I'd say came straight back at Zach Chappell. He barely looked at it and just threw it at Lewis Rees. Didn't need to shine the ball. So that's got some lift though. Parkinson didn't know where that was, and I think it might have hit him on the other left shoulder there, or high up on the forearm, on the arm rather, not the forearm.
Nice.
Yeah, that was a great short ball, that one. Parkinson, I think, lost sight of it, yeah. He didn't know where it was going, reacted. The ball has gone safe from a point of view of his stumps, but Chappell now bowling to Parkinson. It's a good solid bat on that one, actually. Straight back past the bowler. It's a chase for the fielders. And it will be Lewis Rees who throws it back in and come back for 2. Decent shot that from Parkinson. Nice reply from him as well to a fuller delivery. 2-2-7 for 3. He's on to 7. Compton 119 at this point. So yeah, but it was asking if he changed anything. So I asked Captain Daniel Drummond. He said it was, I think, just generally what batters are doing all the way through their careers these days is, you know, they have batting coaches, don't they? They have a lot of people to talk to. Adam Hollyoake in the as head coach as well. So he's made minor adjustments, but nothing huge. But as Philip pointed out, his 3 centuries this season have come quicker. And if he's hopefully get the opportunity to ask him after this day, in fact, what he's been doing as Chappell bowls to Parkinson, taking absolutely no chances this time. Almost got himself on the ground, as that one was shorter, but actually didn't lift as much as the previous delivery, so got underneath it anyway.
David Griffin, as he does on this day, tweets in the morning, which are brilliant, and he had a photograph of Michael Holding batting, and I never saw him live. Obviously, I've spoken to him since he retired. In fact, he opened this building. He's a great man to talk to.
It's Chappell to Parkinson, rising delivery again. He plays that one more or less off chest high. High on the back, down to the ground. End of the over. It's 2-2-7 for 3. Kent trailing by 360. The target to avoid the follow-on is 438. So well away from that. Compton 119, Parkinson 7.
Griff was, I said the photograph was of Mikey batting. He didn't have a hat on, the cap on. He didn't have anything on. I said, "What kind of batter was Mikey then when he was out there?" He said, "Well, he drove a lot because, of course, nobody ever bowled short to him." It's such an obvious thing, and it had never occurred to me. And he said it was a lot of them, but nobody bowled short to Malcolm Marshall, so he could drive. He said, because if you bowled short to Michael Holding, you were in all sorts of trouble. Just prompted by the 2 or 3 short balls towards the end of that over from Zach Chappell at a lower order batter in Matt Parkinson, and that's gone right out of the window, hasn't it? Now Dal begins a new over to Compton. It pushes this up to mid-on. And all bets are off these days with as far as bowling short delivery and hostile bowls to tail enders. I know Parkinson's a spinner and therefore can't really, but Can't really respond when he's bowling, but he could get one of his mates to do it.
Yeah, there was much more protection. There were laws that protected tailenders from short pitch delivery or intimidating deliveries, weren't there, in the past? But
no more. Here's Dal in again, bowls to Compton, who goes back and pushes it up to mid-off this time. Just spotted Nye Donald, the 12th man, coming down the steps with the fielding pads and the helmet, so they might be going on the attack a bit more. Derbyshire at the moment, it's one slip and a gully. And then there's a catching mid-wicket. It looks remarkably like Jack Morley. A catching cover as well. As Dal bowls, that's defended by Compton up towards mid-off, where Caleb Jewell finds himself. Derbyshire batting hero from yesterday with his 232. David Lloyd is out patrolling the mid-wicket boundary, and Pat Brown is on the cover boundary. So they are reasonably spread, and a gust of wind almost blows Compton over there. It is windy.
yeah,
He just stepped away a moment just to settle himself down again, but there are gusts expected today. That's that one is left alone by Compton to go through to Brook Guest earlier in the week, and I have no way of measuring it, but they were talking about 40-mile-an-hour gusts on Sunday, which apparently is today. And if you look at the trees away to our right, the poplars are definitely starting to bend, which ordinarily isn't a good sign. It's usually the sort of portent to a storm, isn't it? But I think we're going to escape rain, but we might get some real gusts today as Dal is in and bowls, left alone again by Compton to go through to Guest, who is now standing up with the helmet on. It's not the helmet that I say it's Nye Donald. It probably isn't Nye Donald because he'd be playing for Wales today, won't he? Apparently. So
yeah.
It's another 12th man, and it's not everybody's favourite non-playing squad member Blair Tickner. I haven't seen Blair today, actually. It might be too cold for him. It does get chilly in New Zealand, I'm told. I'm sure he'll make his way through the commentary box at some point as Dal's next delivery is turned off his hip by Compton down to Chappell at long leg. And would you believe it, he's pinched the strike again. He moves to 120. Parkinson has 7. 2-8 for 3 now. 359 the deficit. And we're not going to get a bowling change immediately, as although Pat Brown has brought a helmet on because Zach Chappell has already removed his sweater. And, Shanmugam, the umpire, has helped him out there by walking towards him, saved him about 10 yards. It's very nice of him. Oh, what's happening here? Oh, no. Caleb Jewell is currently rubbing the ball on the small of Zach Chappell's back so he can polish it. That's horrible. That is horrible. Because I still think in the County Championship saliva is not allowed.
I think you're right.
The IPL, they're now allowing it again. For whatever reason.
Needs must. Thought maybe he had a back strain or something, but no. It's Chappell to Compton. Chappell falls in his follow through. Compton has guided that back with a square on the leg side, and will come back for a comfortable 2. Again, it's Chappell's just come up, looking a bit heavy-footed after that. Not quite limping.
He does like a limp. Zach likes a limp.
Actually, that's a weird 4, I have to say.
Yeah.
Catches. Has he caught his spikes in the turf, maybe?
Nice piece of
I
filling.
say a weird one. Is it just not much momentum to it?
No,
Like
he just
like
sort of
caught
fell in a
foot or
big
something.
heap, didn't
Yeah.
he? Yeah.
Round the wicket to Compton once again, the left-hander, and just blocks that into the offside, onside rather, to Pat Brown to pick up. And there's no run. I think we're getting a replay, aren't we? Unless we're getting a replay of that block from. Oh no, we are. There we go. Well, it was a very handy block.
Yeah.
You get the ball off the stumps. 2:30 for 3. Chappell round the wicket to Compton once more. And sees that into the offside. He was asking Parkinson, the question was, Compton, are we taking that run to point? Parkinson not for moving. I think there was just Compton asking for a bit of communication, I think, with Matt Parkinson. But I don't think there was a run on. So that was a little bit of just a little bit of confusion between the two of them, but they did the safe thing and stayed where they were. This one from Compton driven up to mid-off. Again, I'll say gently. And, the first times we spoke to him, and I asked him what Kent fans could expect from me. He said, "It's my job to be boring." Said Compton.
Excellent.
Only with a half smile, I have to say, on his face. It's like, this is what I do, basically.
Yeah.
Accumulate runs.
Get your tickets now.
Yeah, quite. I'm sure that went down very well with marketing. Around the wicket, Compton drives. Oh, that's a lovely shot, actually, through the covers. And he'll only get 2 for it. Again, he's not smashing these at any great speed, but he's making absolutely sure the ball's not moving off the ground either. So they come back for 2. Compton onto 124. I hadn't thought about it in that respect, but a lot of people call him a throwback to a. He's very much the anti-Zach Crawley in that respect.
It's proper cricket, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's what everybody calls proper cricket.
And he saved Kent a number of times in that respect, or acted as the platform, the anchor for innings. So it is today, 124 not out. And Derbyshire fans, if any set of comments over and over was going to talk Compton out, that was it, wasn't it, really?
Yes.
I think I've done my best for you. 124, he's absolutely solid as houses. 124 for him. Parkinson has 7, 2, 3, 2 for 3. Let's see what you mean about the wind.
It's breezy now.
Yeah,
Isn't
it really is.
It really is breezy out there.
I've asked players about conditions like this, and I think it speaks a lot to the bowling and batting unions. So the bowlers will tell you it makes it really difficult because when you're running in, you can be slightly off balance for a gust of wind. And batters will tell you, oh no, the bowlers can use it sometimes. A ball will move in the air a little bit more because, that's the way it is.
You know, when you spoke to footballers, the one thing, they don't mind rain, but they don't like wind. Footballers, they don't like playing in the wind.
Makes things just that bit unpredictable.
And they've all gone soft, obviously, but they don't like playing.
Well, the balls are much lighter these days as well.
Yes.
It's not like when you and I were first watching football back in the 30s when it was basically a brick.
Solid leather, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just a solid chunk of leather. You could barely get it off the ground. Here's Dal into Parkinson, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump. I'm indebted to John. He said he was at the county ground. Talking about Michael Holding, never took a hat trick, but he did have 2 in 2 balls and heads the next ball to a safe slip catcher in Jeff Miller, who dropped an easy chance. Must be the closest he ever got. There's a lot of people with a lot of good memories about Michael Holding. It's always great whenever he comes back. Of course, forthright views, which means that he no longer works for Sky. Here comes Dal and bowls to Parkinson, who pushes that to the man who's just been put in there at a sort of short mid-on. Martin Anderson. Very much a catching position in front of the batter, which often tells you a lot about a pitch. When they start to get fewer and fewer behind the bat and more in front of it. You get the old mid-wicket cordon, that'll be next. At an upside-down umbrella field at Old Trafford because the pitch wasn't doing anything. Captain's trying all sorts. Matson's at second slip. This one is driven just to the right of Anderson, this time by Parkinson. And it's fielded by Harry Kame at mid-on. So yes, thank you. Usual ways of getting in touch. You know what they are now. I've forgotten.
FletchCricket@gmail.com.
I knew that one.
BBC Kent Cricket
That's the
at
one.
gmail.com.
Yeah. BBC Kent Cricket, don't forget the
Yeah.
cricket. The BBC, it's the BBC bit that's important, isn't it? Here comes Dal and bowls, and Parkinson has a little fiddle at that one outside the off stump as it goes through to Brooke Guest. That was not far away from taking the edge, and he knows it. Yeah, he just says to Caleb Shaw, that was the shot I was trying to play, a little dab down to third man, the unguarded third man area, but
It didn't look that great the second time he played it, did it, to be honest?
It didn't really. You're absolutely right. But he's giving it a go, isn't he? Anthony from Heenan sent me a huge missive. In comes Dal again and bowls to Parkinson, who pushes this one up towards mid-off. He's been thinking about what's different from last season, which we all have, Anthony. We all have. Perhaps it's not so much about the pieces of the puzzle than about their availability. Mickey Arthur been able to deal himself a pretty decent hand each match so far, despite some injuries. Players on the fringe, therefore, feeling a proper part of things rather than stopgaps. Injured players can recover properly too. That's a fair point. As Dal is in and bowls, that one is pushed out into the offside. Interestingly, Compton sets off for a single, but Parkinson was not interested and sort of admiring the shot. Last ball of the over, 232 for 3. Says perhaps Matt might have some insight into whether Kent have struggled to put their best 11 together, and if so, has that been a weight on their shoulders to field players before they've fully recovered?
Yeah, I think fair to sorry.
Yeah, no. The next bit's got nothing to do with cricket.
Well, all the more interesting for me. I might know something about it. But yes, they really have. Basically the seam attack that they field in the first game of the season has never been replicated. Keith Dudgeon, who took 7 wickets and decimated the opposition in that first game. The South African was injured out basically for the rest of his spell, and I know he still listens occasionally. So Keith, if you're listening, come back next season. There we go. We wish you very well. Just on the subliminal messaging there. But yeah, obviously devastating for him to be to just play the one game, and for Kent as well. But yeah, that quartet basically has not been back on the pitch since. And in fact, I don't think the three of them the other three have played more than one game together. So that's not rotation. That's through injuries. The seam attack all had injuries through the early part of the season. So yeah, it has been difficult into the onside. Having said that, they've got a bowling staff. They have replacements, as everyone does, and every team gets injuries. So I don't think anyone wants to play that card particularly. It's not been ideal, though, I think it's fair to say, from Kent's point of view. And Matt Quinn had missed most of last season, bowled 9 balls in pre-season, and is injured again. Mikey Cohen, who came from Derbyshire, hasn't bowled a ball for Kent at all. Stress fracture of the back last season. So it's things like that. Counties, as Derbyshire will know, when you don't have the resources of one of the big counties,
yes, that's the key.
It's harder to replace like for like in that respect. Yeah. So
really got a replacement for Blair Tickner, who's missing this match. A lot of people have made enough about Ben Aitchison not playing in this game. I think it's probably asking a lot for him to play back-to-back games, having not played since 2023.
It's Chappell bowls to Parkinson. So it's George Garrett, who came back. I mean, there's an argument with George Garrett being injured and came back probably, I'm almost certain, sooner than Kent would have wanted, but they needed him to play. So he's been rested for this one. Just again to manage the workload and make sure he doesn't break down further down the line. So yeah, it's difficult. I was talking to Blair yesterday about the number of fixtures that are crammed into the early part of the season. So Chappell to Parkinson deals with that well, actually. It's a good length delivery getting up towards his waist and pushes that into the onside, and there's no run. May have missed a single from Compton. I apologise when I was rabbiting on about the injury lists, but the PCA have made the point, haven't they? You come off a march in England, which can quite often be there's no opportunity to actually get out on the grass, and then you're immediately into four games in April. You'll get a bye week in 7 games into May as well. Rising delivery dealt with again quite well by Matt Parkinson. Just plays it down to the ground at the offside, and there's no run. And that particularly for bowling attacks. And if you don't have the resources again of a Surrey, and I'm not cocking a snook at them, but they have probably 10, 12 seamers they can call on. They have real depth.
Absolutely.
But that will take its toll. And for cricketers, they're not at their best because they're being forced to play when they're not fit. Blair mentioned that game you were talking about, I think, when they bowled. How many overs was it?
220.
Yeah. And that's, again, shortish towards Parkinson. He ends up getting everything out of the way of it. It's down the leg side, just marginally to Brooke Guest, and that's the end of the over. And I'm sure he said to you after that, the following game, he felt it's the first time he's felt tired as he bowled his first ball.
And they bowled first in the subsequent game, having made Middlesex follow on. So they ended up bowling over 300 overs in a row over the course of, from Sunday, Monday through to Friday, possibly into Saturday. So it is asking a lot. I'm just looking at Plunket Shield, which of course is where he plays his domestic cricket. They play 8 games.
Yeah. He's pointed out it's a very different schedule and there's more rest in between. And a lot of people say, well, woe is me. They're professional cricketers. They get to play cricket for money. That's true, but if you want players to be at their best, from an entertainment point of view, and you want to stop, a bit of a lottery of, who stays fit, who doesn't, then, I don't know, answers on a postcard, please.
Yes, well, that's the conundrum everybody is struggling with at the moment, isn't it?
Where do you fit the games in?
What to do? Clubs, administrators and financial people don't want fewer games because they need the revenue, but you can only push players so far. The other bit from Anthony was saying thank you to whomever is the patron saint of away days for removing both Plymouth Argyle and Sunderland from the Championship this season. And he's very disparaging about Sunderland.
I saw a few of their fans last night, actually.
I heard one on 606 when I was driving home. Pat Brown's coming off his long run from the City end, bowling to Compton, that goes underneath his bat, I think, as he tried to play some kind of shot away. Oh dear. Adverts. There we go. I think we're live-ish again now. Good old YouTube. Funny looking shot. Did he go underneath his bat?
I think you're right. A little bit of a dangle, that's it.
Quite as much bounce as he was perhaps expecting from a bowler who will, his default position is to bowl slightly short of a length.
Yeah.
He's got a short leg in and a gully, and he pulls this in front, only just in front of the short leg.
I was fearing for Caleb Jewell's health there, apart from anything else.
He didn't turn his back on it, though, the Australian. No. Fielded by David Lloyd, and Ben Compton picks up another single to move to 126, 234, 4-3. Yes, Anthony's suggesting the name change, the obvious name change for Sunderland for next season. Sunderland 0. And it was suggested on 606 last night that they had a Sunderland caller, and they congratulated him on their win at Wembley and said, "You're coming straight back down, though, aren't you?" I mean, no joy allowed. No, the joy of
5 minutes to celebrate
the joy of promotion snatched away immediately. But I think they probably are. Mitch Wagster's on the field.
A number of people say the same thing to me about.
Well, it's happening more and more, isn't it? 3 go up, 3 come down, and it's the same 3, and that can't be good.
I mean, there are very obvious financial reasons for it. I think that the most stunning example I heard of that was on the Excellent Price of Football podcast. Kieran Maguire, Kevin Dad, I don't know if anyone's listened to it. It is very accountancy based, but for someone like me that doesn't really understand these things, it's great to have them put into context. But the team that Nottingham Forest came up with was worth £12 million. The end of last financial year, Chelsea's squad was worth 1.4 billion. So 100 times more. That gives you an idea of how difficult it is for teams that are emerging from the Championship to, although Forest did a very good job, although they fell foul of the...
Well, they might have cheated. I just thought I'd put that out there.
There we go.
Here's a short delivery from... I'm saying that for the Derby listeners.
I was just tiptoeing through that, as you know.
Well, they were charged, weren't they?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
they were docked points.
You might say that's what it takes. Unfortunately, sorry, I said I was going to make that a very short story, but it's a longer story. But yeah, it's something about competition, isn't it? And I think unless you support one of the big 6 teams and you just want it to be the Harlem Globetrotters and you just beat whoever else it is you're playing every week, then it's not much fun, is it?
No, nobody wants that. Nobody wants to be Leicester City. Here comes Pat Brown, bowling to Parkinson, who just defends that one a little aerially, but up towards mid-on. He's got a short leg and a silly mid-off now.
Talking of creative accountancy,
Oh, I wouldn't go that far.
Leicester City.
Well, they've been charged again, haven't they? Every time they change division, they get charged.
The charges have basically followed them. I mean, in some ways, I was perhaps admire is the wrong word, but
Well,
they have found ways round.
You can see what they're doing.
Yeah.
Showing their homework. Or their workings, rather. As Brown around the wicket to Parkinson, who just about gets inside that one as it goes through to Brooke Guest. I've only just noticed, and I don't know why I've only just noticed, but it looks like we're going to have a good view of the first T20 match because there's a pitch being readied right in front of us, just to the left of the pitch that is perfect. But that's a hybrid. So the one next to it is looks like they're going to use that. There's another one just to the left of the pitch that we're using, which is very close to that might be Northants, and then the big hitters of Notts, which is the second home game, might play in the middle. Samit Patel's keen to have the rope out. There's another short delivery from Pat Brown. Is ducked underneath by Parkinson. Put everything into that one, but Parkinson easily ducked under it. And the over comes to an end. Just one run from it. 234 for 3. 126 to Compton. 7 to Parkinson. I think Mitch Wagstaff's stay at the out in the middle has come to an end. He's removing a helmet now, but he has been on Derbyshire subfielder with 22 on his back. Out there, and oh no, he's staying on. He was just taking the helmet off. I'm not 100% sure, to my shame, who has gone off. It often is Martin Anderson. And I can't see Martin Anderson at the moment, but Mitch Wagstaff's now taken some sunglasses off, been handed to him by Pat Brown. He's still staying on the field, but he was just doing a bit of extra work for his bowler.
Yeah, part waiter, part cloakroom attendant, isn't it?
Interesting field here with all the men back.
Yeah, for Compton, as goes on the leg side, looks to follow that one, doesn't get anything on it. It's fielded by wicketkeeper Brooke Guest down the leg side, efficiently enough. Just the one slip in, it's very wide slip, Wayne Madsen, as well as sort of second or third slip position, but just the one in behind the bat. But you're right, on the leg side, as if, I cast no shade here, but as if Ben Compton is going to go for the short ball and try and smash it over the leg side. They're all plastered, aren't they, to the three of them to the leg side boundary. I suppose that the more sensible option from that is that they're allowing him a very gentle single, which he's just taken, and they'll have 5 till 4 at Matt Parkinson here. So they are just looking to open up an end, I suppose, at this point, aren't they? Just to...
I don't know which one they'd prefer.
Yeah.
Obviously, they want the night watchman, but if they could get the man on 127, that'd be useful. It's Anuj Dal who's off the field, incidentally, not Martin Anderson. I've just spotted Anderson.
But these two have been out there for 10 overs now, haven't they? And they want that breakthrough sooner rather than later, whoever it is. But yeah, very much a close field here. Slip, gully, 2 close catches with the helmets on, and bouncer. Matt Parkinson might have felt that one coming, I think, because Zach Chappell has been bowling quite a lot of short stuff at him, and Parkinson's dealt with it pretty well so far. But yeah, short leg, silly mid off, under the helmet. In fact, Messrs. Came and Rees at a couple of mid-wicket positions as well are pretty close in, aren't they?
The mid-wicket cordon is back.
Yeah. A slip in the gully, and there's a backward point as well, pretty close in the, exactly a cordon, but an umbrella there. And deals with this one okay, into the onside, and defended. So yeah, they're just trying to engineer something here. It's like Chappell. Maybe just tiring a little bit, but you say has that, perhaps that has that.
Yeah, I mean,
kind
you're
of
right.
gait on.
It is his 6th over, so he won't be bowling too many more this morning. You wouldn't expect, but
Maybe the captain just said, give us some proper vigour here, and then take a rest. Again, that's one off stump, but back of a length, and Parkinson's pushed that down towards a short leg, but No catch for Caleb Jewell. Let's hit the ground first. And was that a round of applause or something? No, I don't think so. Partnership 41 now. Irritating for Derbyshire. For Kent, exactly what they need to take time out of the game as much as anything else. That will work just as well as runs on the board for them if they're going to try and save this draw. Chappell 2, Parkinson. That loops up to the man at short leg. Has he gone? He has. It's come off glove to Caleb Jewell, and that has absolutely worked then for Wayne Madsen. Zach Chappell and Caleb Jewell as well taking the catch, and Parkinson does go eventually. Caught by Jewell at short leg, 4-7. 2-3-5 for 4. The night watchman goes, though. He was in for 47 balls and did his job to an extent for his 7, and keeping up with keeping the other end blocked with Compton on 127. The partnership of 41 between the two.
So he's done his job, hasn't he? You're absolutely right. 50 minutes this morning and survived last night. Although he didn't really act like a night watchman last night. They were happy to take singles, confident in Matt Parkinson's ability. And quite right too, because he can clearly stay out there. Whether he's got an enormous array of shots, I've never been entirely sure. Whenever we've seen him either playing for Lancashire or when he was on loan at Durham towards the end of the season before last, was it? But yeah, a fairly straightforward catch, as we can see now. He was taking evasive action really as much as anything, and it's hit him really high up, probably like Matt said, on the gloves. And a very straightforward catch for Caleb Jewell. So the breakthrough finally arrives 50 minutes into the day's play, and that may well, or this may well, in fact it was the last ball of the over, that may well be the end of Zach Chappell. He's done his job, but he has bowled 6 overs this morning, 1 for 18 in his current spell, 2 for 66 overall from his 18 overs. And he's put his specs on. He's put them on top of his head at the moment, but he did have his specs on momentarily. And you can usually tell when Zach Chappell's finished because he'll pop a cap on, but he doesn't have anything at the moment. He takes the applause of the supporters down below us, and quite right too. With that limping gait of his.
Jack Leaning at the other end comes in no sort of form. Averaging 17 so far this season, a high of 40. That was in his very first innings of the season, so it's he's looking for runs.
First delivery of the new Pat Brown over is sharp. It's left alone, I think, by Compton, but it goes through to Brooke Guest. I've just been sent. I had seen the. Thank you, Kirk, for pointing it out. But I had seen the tweet. There was a cracking game yesterday in the Middlesex County League where North London made 426 for 6 in 45 overs, which is a decent effort. They won the game, but wait till you hear the rest. In comes Brown again, and he just leans back on this occasion, Compton. Richmond CC, who they were playing, it's their 4th 11. It was North London's 3rd 11. Richmond CC's 4th 11 were all out for 2 in 5 overs and 4 balls. All out for 2. And see, that game lasted quite a long time. If it had been the other way around,
yeah,
they could have been at home by 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
But yes, thank you, Kirk. It was. He says he bets Richmond. Richmond put North London in as well, by the way, which is slightly unfortunate. We've all been
like an
there.
act of self-harm.
We've all been there. Brown bowls, and that one's down the leg side, not taken cleanly because it lands just on the half volley for Brooke Guest, who tumbles to his right to do the blocking as much as anything there, just to make sure it didn't get past him. Zach Chappell's had a very fine leg down below. So that's as fine a leg as you're likely to see without it being the backstop. And we've seen those a few times over the course of the last year or so. All teams now employing backstops on occasion for the top edge. More often than not, it's going to fly out down to the boundary for 6. As Brown is in. Oh, and that has taken the bat, I think, and it's fallen short of Brooke Guest. That was the bat, wasn't it? He seemed to hang his bat as he pulled out of the shot.
Well, there was no great excitement.
No, there wasn't. There wasn't. Only from me, which is
I wonder if it's
a slight concern.
Well, difficult for us to see from behind.
I've got overexcited. I'm still not sure from that. Bless them. The static camera is.
I think he just looked at his arm afterwards. So maybe I don't know. It could be kidology, couldn't it? But
static camera's not very static at the moment. It's
really
rolling all over the place. Brown is in again and bowls. That one is defended. I'm still none the wiser. But thank you for the replay anyway, everybody.
But I think that's what Chappell did to Parkinson, what Brown's trying to do to Compton here, isn't it? Just unsettled him. And that has worked. That was a really good short ball.
I'm happy with anything, really. Just try something a bit different. Do something. And Wayne Madsen, in fairness to Madsen, he is very proactive as a skipper. He will make changes. He'll swap the ball. He has the resources, of course, but with the 5 seamers and 2 spinners, and he will change things around if it's not quite happening. Still 352 behind Kent, 4 down, as Brown bowls another short of a length delivery. It's quick, but it has to be well directed. But that was a decent over from Pat Brown. It was a maiden over as well, his 6th over, his second maiden, 0 for 23. Kent 235 for 4. Compton 127, and Leaning is about to face his first delivery. And Zach Chappell's going to bowl another one. Fair play to him. This will be his 7th of this spell this morning. Having bowled 12 yesterday. He's just stretching himself out and going through his bowling action. I mean, he must have been stiff overnight, you'd have thought. He didn't have to bat, of course, so he didn't do anything for a day and a half. Apart from wander around the boundary with Pat Brown, stuck to his hip.
So yeah, Jack Leaning and Facing has made a few starts this season, but averaging in the teens. Hasn't got himself 50 as yet. So perhaps an opportunity for him. Also perhaps an opportunity for Derbyshire to get a second quick wicket with a batter that's been out of form. Got the short leg in, slip gully, leg slip as well. As Chappell bowls, it's more short stuff. And Leaning sways out of the way through to the wicket keeper, but it seems to be effective at the moment, doesn't it? The shorter balls unsettling the batters, and with it, well, this one's, I was going to say, is this one 62 overs old? This ball has been changed, but effectively it should be a ball of the same sort of age, so.
Similar.
It's not going to hoop around very much at this stage, is it? So,
no.
Can see why this is a tactic and trying to bounce them out. Chappell bowls to Leaning, tries the uppercut. It's been spilled by a guest. I don't think he got anything on it, but well, that's an attacking shot from Jack Leaning. I would say high risk to reward.
It's hit the helmet.
Oh, has it?
Yeah.
Is it 5 runs then?
Yeah, so 5 runs added to the total. That should go up to 240. Is that right?
Has it been signalled by the umpires?
It was signalled by the umpire.
Oh, it was, yeah.
With the arm across. I think that's 5 runs, isn't it? Of the arm across the chest and but nothing's happened scoreboard-wise.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. They've been added on now. 240. Yes, that's hit the helmet. 5 penalty runs. That's twice I've seen that this week.
Chappell bowls and Leaning's underneath this one this time, and there's no run.
The other one was more exciting at Old Trafford, though, because it ended being a 7.
They ran 2 on it.
I don't think I'd ever seen it. So the ball hit the helmet on the way back.
Oh, okay.
So they'd run 2, and then it hit the helmet when it was thrown in after it had been parried by whoever was near the stumps. We saw a 7. It was the last ball of Lancashire's innings, and I was very excited.
Chappell then to Leaning. It's on top of that one on the bounce, and that's a good shot from Leaning as well. Back foot into the offside, forward of square, and that will be 4. And that'll be something for Jack Leaning, certainly. Middled that nicely. As said, taken on the top of the bounce. Just a little bit wide from Chappell. Well, not too much, but wasn't doing very much either, I suppose. So.
It was a nice shot. It was a nice shot, wasn't it? We'll give him credit for his nice shot.
Chappell is calling in the fielder at point. Oh, actually, I think they're just going back to where they were, because it was the wide open space between point and mid-off that Jack Leaning found. Let's see, there's the other fielders on that side. No, he's got the close field in as well. Here's Chappell round the wicket to the right-handed. Jack Leaning. Round the right hand, that's interesting, trying to up the aggression perhaps. Ball to come with the 63rd over. I mean, maybe this is just natural for Zach Chappell, but he looks like he's moving very slowly back to his mark at this point.
I think surely this will be his last 7 in a row. He's asking a lot.
And he's bowling. I think Wayne Madsen's asked him to bowl quick as well, hasn't he? Just to put all the effort in. That's a good delivery left by Jack Leaning. Might have flapped the shirt as it went past, but through to the wicketkeeper, and that's the end of the over. Kent are 244 for 4, 127 for Compton. Leaning has that nicely struck 4 in that over. Still trailing by 343, Kent, and they need 438 in total. Maths on the radio, I'm not doing it. 438 in total to avoid the follow-on.
Yeah, there's 4s in there and all sorts. And I was going to tell you about the 125th anniversary of a famous game, but I'll save that till after the news. It relates to 5s, which are always exciting. As Pat Brown bowls a really sharp delivery. Flashes past Compton outside the off stump. I'd have missed my update had Matt not been doing one for Radio Kent. Absolutely oblivious to the time, but we are just past midday. So an hour of the day has gone already, the first half of the morning session. As Brown bowls again, and that was cut away by Compton for a single down to Martin Anderson, who finds himself at backward point quite deep. 128 to Compton, 245 for 4. Oh, there we go. Derbyshire have picked up a wicket this morning. They've got Matt Parkinson, the night watchman, out, caught by Caleb Jewell at short leg off the bowling of Zach Chappell for 7. But Ben Compton is still there. 128 not out. He's been joined by Jack Leaning, who's just got off the mark with a boundary. He has 4. And Kent are 245 for 4, trailing by 342. Another one successfully negotiated. 1 to go. Little alteration to the field here because he's a right-hander initially, but there's also slightly more attacking going on as they have a short leg in place now. That'll be Caleb Jewell. They have a catching mid-wicket. Wayne Madsen's sort of a deepish gully, and this is a short ball from Brown that Leaning ducks underneath. They have Zach Chappell down at a very fine third man, who's just taken a drink from the sub Nick Potts. I think that's Pottsy down there. Yeah, looks like him as he just turns back to have a look. There's a man on the point boundary. It's more of an extra cover than a mid-off. Harry came. 2 men waiting for the mistimed hook shot. Martin Anderson and David Lloyd. David Lloyd is backward of square as another short delivery from Pat Brown goes through to the keeper. Leaning, having nothing to do with it at all. And quite right too, you might suggest. Why would he? Just 1 wicket this morning so far. The scoreboard slowly, very slowly, the old scoreboard cranking back into life. It still has Parkinson up there. He has gone for 7 at short leg. As Leaning just makes Pat Brown wait here as he does a bit of gardening. Wayne Madsen moves a little bit squarer. It's sort of in between gully and backward point. And here comes Brown again around the wicket to bowl to Leaning. Full delivery that's whipped away down towards long leg, fielded by Lloyd, and Leaning moves on to 5 with a single. 246 for 4. More adverts. No, can't get rid of that one just yet. Still 1 ball to go of the over. Pat Brown's 7th, 2 maidens, 0 for 25. His figures.
Elsewhere, Surrey looking for victory for Wickets against Essex to take a victory perhaps later in the game.
Brown turns at the top of his mark, far end, City end, running towards us. Bowls to Compton, who just flexes the knees and ducks out of the way of that one. And the over comes to an end. Zach Chappell's removing his sweater, so it looks as though Zach Chappell's going to bowl 8 overs in a row this morning. That is a lot of overs for a quick bowler. Indeed. Mitch Wagstaff takes his sweater from him to give to Shan McGann. The 125th anniversary, I promised this, of a great day. In 1900 at Lord's against the MCC, Derbyshire. Bill Storer made 175 not out. That isn't the reason it's great, although it's a good enough reason. His innings included 7 fours, 5 fives, 5 sixes and 2 sevens. They did have the net system in operation, which I'm not going to explain again because I don't really understand it.
This is Chappell to bowl to Leaning. Oh, aggressive there, has pulled that one. It's that Reese at mid-wicket, along the ground. Real aggression from Leaning there. Misses Jewel, which is good news for him because that was hit with some venom by the Kent vice-captain. Yeah, saw when he could hit. And Chappell's into his 8th here.
It's a lot, isn't it? In the modern day, it's a lot.
Yeah.
From anybody other than a spinner, obviously.
Bit of a field change, kind of Jewel, is he changing things? Oh, they had a thought about it. I think Leaning had actually slightly backed away anyway, maybe a gust of wind. Round the wicket to the right-hander. Leaves that, goes down the leg side. And there's no run. Just trying to get that one to straighten onto the pads, but it's a fairly comfortable leave for Leaning at that point. He's on 5, Compton on 128. Just talking about the scores from Sussex and Surrey in our joint programme on a Sunday morning, and Sussex closing on victory. They need 23 to beat Hampshire. They've done really well after promotion. Here's Chappell to Leaning, up on his toes, and that's guided into the offside. That's the longest part of the boundary there. They will get 2. Leaning turns as if for 3. They're not going to risk that, though. The throw coming in from... Is that Mitch Wagstaff out there? It is, yes. So, yeah, I'll just take 2 there, Leaning on to 7. Nice shot, though.
I ought to mention the Derbyshire over 50s are playing in Yorkshire at Shipley Hall today. It's the 28th today. Oh, no, they're playing on the 28th, so I need to get it in. 1 o'clock start on the 28th. Is that Wednesday? So
Could we?
It's a day.
It's one of those days.
Certainly, it's a day.
It ends in day. It's Chappell bowls to Leaning. Sees that one coming, I think. The short ball, ducks underneath it almost before he's bowled it.
I can confirm it's Wednesday.
So,
Good luck to them.
it's one of the key elements of journalism, isn't it? Accuracy, and he's providing the...
I'm not sure about that. It's very overrated.
I say it's a lot of times. One of the things I was told by an old hack when I started this business was the first rule of journalism: eat when you can. There we go. That's the Chappell to Leaning. Just gets out of the way of that one as well, a short ball. On the maxim, though, because I was a news reporter at that point when I first started with the BBC, is if you send out on a story, you never quite know what's going to happen. And if things, if you're on a shift, you never know when a story's going to break. So if you've got a chance to get a sandwich, don't think, I'll have it a bit later on. And then there's things like accuracy and integrity and blah, 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 all that stuff. I don't think anyone cares about that anymore. No, certainly not now. It's Chappell to... Leaning, it's working around his front pad there. A little bit of glove on that towards short leg, but kept low. No chance for Jewel in the end. But Chappell grabs his jumper.
He's going.
I was going to say, he's not going to fine leg, is he?
He's just done the substitute signal that they've pinched from football.
He was going to, Mitch Wagstaff, I think, came across bouncing across to try and shake his hand, but I think Zach Chappell was too tired for that, so he just gave him a pat on the back as he went round.
It means there'll be 2 substitute fielders out there because Wagstaff has come down below us now, so I think they're going to require Nick no, Anish Dahl is back on now, so he'll just replace Zach Chappell. That's good news. The players come on and go off, and not necessarily in that order all the time now, and it's almost impossible to work out. They should have a board. Here's Pat Brown, fourth over of this spell, and that one is too short and down the leg side. Well, it's not too short, but it's down the leg side.
And Ben Compton's just asking umpire Shanmugam, is that hittable?
It wasn't really, was it?
No, which I've got some sympathy for, because if you surely intimidating bowling, go for short bowling, fair enough. But if deliveries just aren't hittable, then, well, by virtue of that, the batting side aren't going to move the score along at all. Have no opportunities at all in that respect. But yeah, I think he had a case.
Tom Hartley was no-balled last week for negative bowling. That's down the leg side again. He was bowling left arm over the wicket to a right-handed batter and basically chucking it down the leg side, and he was being kicked away by Anish Dahl consistently, but the ones that he couldn't even kick away, he definitely got no-balled for one of them. I'm delighted to say my first sighting of the day of Blair Tickner. He's away to our right.
Oh yeah, there we are.
With a couple of members of the Kent management team, coaching team rather. Bowling coach is back in his position in the dugout. He just seems to sit in there endlessly. As that one is on target this time for Pat Brown. It's defended by Compton straight back to him. David Lloyd is now warming up, so we're going to see some off spin by the look of it.
Yeah, Robbie Joseph is very zen out there, I think.
Yes, he seems perfectly happy in his with his own company in his own little world, sitting on one of the T20 dugouts. Blair's just happy that he's found somebody to talk to. They were trying to get away from him, but no, he caught them up. He actually gave some advice to Jack Morley, who's fielding not too far away from him. Again, lots of players on boundaries here. These are on the leg side again, so a square leg, a long leg, and a fine leg on the boundary. And I'm not sure whether he's just come on from a brief visit there, Martin Anderson, or if he was actually the long stop. Either way, he's now fielding at gully with Wayne Madsen at slip.
I think this is the most ruffled I've seen Ben Compton. He's just getting a little bit antsy for a ball to be bowled at some point, I think, here.
Cricket breaks out as
he quite
defends that one from Pat Brown straight back to him. Still 2 to go in the over.
I just had a look at the over rate, and it's not great.
No, -5 is not good, is it?
Take a bit of wrestling back. So we've had this morning. This is the 16th, is that right?
Oh,
I think it was 50 at the chain.
Yeah, 96 at the start of the day.
Which is slow, to be fair, but that's not a pointing the finger at Derbyshire. That's
an hour and a quarter for 16 overs is pushing the limits, isn't it? Really. 2 runs away from their first bonus point of the match on day 3. Kent. That one is bowled short, and he's 1 for the over, not a no ball or a wide.
So I'm laughing, but I think Ben Compton is just getting a bit frustrated at this point. But
it's Brown's 4th over of this spell, and he only bowled 4 overs yesterday, so he's not going to be on for long. And David Lloyd, who's not windmilling his arms at the moment, has been. It's a very strange one. We've got 3 men in a line here. We've got a short leg, a square leg, and a deep square leg. And they're all pretty much in a line. So the umpire, as a result, has gone to point, understandably. As Brown is in and Compton, well, that's got to be a no ball, surely. It's given us a wide. Yeah, that's fair enough. It should be a wide, not a no ball, but there used to be no balls, now they're wides. I think that's fair enough. That was far too short, really, from Pat Brown. He wouldn't get away with it in white ball cricket. There's no reason why he should get away with it in red ball cricket. He's going to go around the wicket now to Compton to bowl once again the final ball of his 8th over.
It's one of my uses the optional rule. I'd suggest that Ben Compton might just say, no, that's fine. Just make it a dot ball. we'll have the end of the over.
Yes. Oh, no,
But,
I agree with that. This one is a full delivery from Brown. It's kept out by Compton. Brown just rolls the ball towards us. I don't think that was really a throw, but you've got to be careful doing that. Jimmy Anderson did it last week and appeared to get away with any sanction for some reason. 249 for 4. Leaning has 7. Compton has 128.
I imagine just going over to Pat Brown
And he's just told...
patting him on the back, I think.
Yeah, he's told Jack Morley, you're bowling next over from this end. We're -5, for goodness sake, and we need to get a move on. Because if they get out of this with a draw from this point, Derbyshire, and they've still got plenty of overs, lots of overs.
Yeah, to bowl, yeah.
To bowl and get the extra bowling bonus points should they eventually arrive. I mean, they could get out of this with 8 points and plus another 7. They could get out of this with 15 points, which is not a bad haul. It would certainly keep them in second place going into the start of the T20, which is, I don't think anybody would have predicted that. I certainly wouldn't.
And then it's another 2 in June, 2 in July, is that right? And then 4 to finish in September. No, that doesn't add up, does it?
3 in September.
3 to September, yeah.
Yeah.
Maths on the radio. As you said, never do that. This one, first ball from Lloyd coming over the wicket, the off spinner.
Not with such big numbers as 7.
No. Trying to add up to 14. It's very, very difficult indeed. And that's why the calendar ought to be changed, so I can add up. There should be fewer games. I'll get to 6, that'll be fine. So I'm making room into the offside for Jack Lean to take a single. It's a slip. I imagine himself almost looks behind the wicketkeeper from this angle, but
Yeah.
very much in line.
Short backstop.
Yeah. So Compton, they'll be looking for the footmarks outside the left-handers off stump with this. He's on 128 from 215 balls. He's been on the field for every ball of this game so far, Ben Compton,
Yes.
lest we forget. And we're an hour and 15 into the third morning. Oh, Ben Compton thought about running to Mitch Wagstaff there at mid-off, and then thought again. So round the wicket, the off spinner to Compton. Just holds his pose there as if he's going to cuss it away, but leaves it. Spin naturally going away from him. We're looking for something special out of those footmarks. He won't get there. It's just dropped a little bit shorter and making himself room again. Compton makes a single into the offside, fielded by Kame on the offside boundary. And they move on to 251 for 4. Sorry, that's what the standing ovation was for. Kent got themselves a batting point. 251 for 4 now, though.
Sort of pass without notice, didn't they?
Yeah, they'll be very pleased. I think it's just their 8th of the season. They've not done terribly well in their first innings. That was certainly a feature of last season as well. That one left by Leaning at the end of the over. And so Lloyd, all there to be Morley from the far end, wasn't it? Yeah, so off spin from this end and orthodox left arm from the far end. Blair Titner's coming to sort us out, which is good.
He's coming at a bad time, really, when there's no time to talk, because there's spin from
Spin's
both
nice.
ends. He's just coming to borrow the binoculars. I don't quite know what he's looking at.
Yeah, I did a number of hospital passes to him yesterday when Jack Morley was on. Here's a longish question that fills up the entire gap between the spin bowler bowling and his bowling. Yeah, hold on, Blair. We'll talk in 5 minutes.
Lancashire 39 for 2. They're still trailing Leicestershire by 200. I have no idea what's happening here. Still trailing Leicestershire by 212 runs. Middlesex following on. They've already lost a wicket at Glamorgan as Morley begins his first over of the day, and it's just guided by Compton down towards third man. Caleb Jewell chases. They come back for 2. I think they'll stick to 2. They do.
We were talking about the perhaps predictability of the Premier League in football, and the teams that are coming down coming straight back up again, and vice versa. That's not been the way of this County Championship Division 2 season just yet.
No, but there were a lot of, as Morley bowls, and that one is defended by Compton, a lot of lazy predictions in the trade papers. I thought, yeah, well, top 2 are Lancashire and Kent, obviously, because they've just been playing in the First Division.
Of course.
As Morley bowls, that's defended by Compton out into the offside. Anderson fields. As you say, it's not. Lancashire are really struggling. Well, they had to bring Anderson back to play Derbyshire to make sure they could get a draw, but he's not playing in this game. That one's defended again by Compton. They've got Will Williams, so good they named him twice, playing today.
That was the Anderson Tickner bowl off, that wasn't it?
Yeah, I think I know who had the better of that one. They both seem to have injured themselves in the same game. As Morley bowls, across his stumps goes Compton to push it out into the offside. The other game, they have started at Montage Road now. There was only a brief delay at the start of the day. 2-2-8 for 6, Gloucestershire trailing Northamptonshire by 241. As Morley is in again, drops that one a bit short. It's been clouted into the leg side. It was over the head of Mitch Wagstaff at mid-on, and he's going to hold it in a yard or so shy of the boundary in front of the bar, and they go through for a couple. His throw is not taken on the half volley by Brooke Guest, and Leading moves on to 8. No, he doesn't. Compton moves on to 133. They've already changed that. 255 for 4. Spin at both ends. Kent trail by 332. 438 is the follow-on target, but that is so difficult a sum that I'm not willing to do it. But that's the number that they need. But it's ridiculous kind of maths to do on live radio.
Yeah.
If I could guess, it'll end in a 3. I think it's 183 more. The brains of the operation.
I think you're right, actually.
Yeah.
There we go. Let's go for that. Here's Lloyd to Leaning. They're not relying on us in the centre, are they, to get there? So single taken at the offside.
I could have got the calculator out on my own phone, but come on. That's just lazy. I think I'm right.
We've gone analogue here. We're trusting our minds, which is, in my case, it's not
changed, of course. So
yeah, we've already ascertained that I can't count to 14. So I think. Yeah. No. 9 games plus 6 games. It's not 14, is it?
No.
Into the offside. Compton, this next one from Lloyd. Not really finding anything outside the off stump as yet, but maybe hasn't hit the spot. So that's cut away by Compton. Attractive stroke just behind square. He'll come away for 2. Yeah, runs the second hard, and Harry Kane, the boundary rider on the offside, to come quite a long way around the clock face. Throws it back in. So yeah, Wayne Mattin's the slip, almost in line with Brooke Guest, looking for a very fine edge, and then Caleb Jewell on the drive, static catcher on the offside, and then on the onside is Martin Anderson, and that was a little yelp. It's played late by Compton, but again he's just opened the face and deflected it out for a single this time. Jack Morley fields at backward point. It's BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio Kent, via the BBC Sport website and app, of course, and with the pictures courtesy of Derbyshire County Cricket Club. Sunshine now, but a blustery day out there. As Lloyd comes over the wicket to Leaning. Leaning will take a very quick single into the offside. They hustled that one. Caleb Jewell at point. But you could hear the yeah from Leaning as soon as that came off the bat, calling Compton through. Who just raises the hand, I think, in acceptance that was a good call. And that just squirts away a little bit from Compton. It's outside part of the bat. It's not an outside edge. Maybe just fooled by the turn a smidgen, but not enough to give a chance. He's on to 138. Leaning has 10. He's on 137, in fact. 261 for 4. Leaning has 10.
Do you want to put more difficult questions to Blair Tickner?
More difficult questions?
Well, more difficult questions in addition to your difficult questions yesterday. So we'd let him put the headphones on.
Absolutely. Shall I come out?
No, you stay there. And we'll have
thank you very much.
We'll have one representative from each side. I'd be fascinated to know if he's been out to see the pitch this morning or not.
Okay. I've got lists of hard questions. There we are. We'll be talking politics very shortly with Blair Tickner. Geography and arts and leisure. As Jack Morley, a flashish delivery from Morley, and a sweep by a cut rather, sorry, from Ben Compton, dot ball there, and there we go. And the spinner's back. As I'm even trying to welcome Blair Tickner, it's Jack Morley very rude. That's left outside the off stump, spinning into Ben Compton and just left. Good morning, Blair Tickner.
There you go.
There we go. Crikey, got that in. I know it's afternoon. It's morning session, though. It counts as morning, doesn't it? Here's a bit more air from Morley. Movement from Ben Compton. Just moved him across the stumps there. So, yeah, we'll get your pitch judgment in just a second. Unless, of course, you haven't been out there, in which case you'll have to do it from here. Here's Morley. Just drags that one down a little bit. Oh, bit of confusion for a moment as to whether they were running that single. Compton thought better of it, but Jack Leaning was already halfway down the pitch to meet him. Yeah, so is it breaking up at all? I think Caleb George said...
A little, yeah, a little. But it looked like Lloyd was getting a little bit from our end there in the last over, a few outside edges, well, outside halves of Compton, so hopefully there's something for him to work with.
So Morley around the wicket now to the right-handed Leaning. Turns it into the onside. End of the over. 138 for Compton, 10 for Leaning. We're talking the over rates well down today. Understandably so, with Pat Brown and Zach Chappell their last spells as well. Going for a lot of short pitch stuff.
Yeah, I think we had to change something up there. Obviously a flatter wicket, so you have to try things. It seemed to hold the scoring as well, so now we're going to push the over 8 up, hopefully with 2 spinners for a little while, and hopefully create a chance as well.
Yeah, looked good as well. I thought both Chappell and Brown asked questions of the Kent batters. This one's on the full and from Lloyd, and Compton was trying to sweep that, and looks a little bit frustrated because he's just jammed the toe end of the bat on it. Wasn't middle that at all, so back with Lloyd. Straightens up a little bit, straight back at him from Compton. Plenty of chat there. Wayne Madsen, he's innovative captain, isn't he? Moves the field a lot.
He's trying something, obviously a few last over the outside half, so more of a point catcher coming in there, Pat Brown.
We got Anderson at cover and Jewell at mid-wicket, in addition to the captain a slip, a little bit wide, and it's shot through there, and Compton's trying to sweep. Didn't get the edge either. Didn't get anything on it, in fact. Just a quick delivery from David Lloyd. And these overs are going pretty quickly as well. Leaves that one, spins away from Compton, off the keeping the pad. Brooke Guest, I don't think he's played a shot to that anyway, but it's gone out to backward point, and no run. We're going to talk about wind in a minute, Blair Tickner. There we go. That's my next searching question. We're talking about the meteorological variety, obviously, before anyone comments. But a blustery day. As Lloyd comes round the wicket and straight through the wicketkeeper, Brooke Guest. Bit of a yelp as Compton left it outside the off stump, though. And a maiden from there, 138.
I think so,
Yeah,
yeah.
it was indeed. So, yeah, none for 8 from 4. So I said Dave earlier, I've heard it from both sides. You get a blustery day like today. Batters will tell you where it's difficult because sometimes the ball just moves a little bit more in the wind from the bowlers and makes it difficult for us. Well, bowlers will say in your run-up sometimes, especially quicker bowlers, you can just be knocked slightly off balance by a gust of wind or...
Yeah, I'd rather no wind at all. Obviously, us fast bowlers love coming down it, but if there's a lot of wind downwind, it's hard as well. So, yeah, no wind would be great.
So Morley round the wicket to Leaning, back at the bowler.
It's not the Basin Reserve out there. I played a test match against Sri Lanka, and I think the wind gusts were 150 kilometres an hour.
Okay.
That was tough work.
I could see that. So I suppose it depends on wind direction as well, doesn't it? So as Leaning's, if you've got it in your back or you're bowling into it.
That day I did bounce the plan into the wind. They actually had to get the camera crew down from the scaffolding because it was too windy for them. So.
Oh my Lord. Here's flattish delivery from Morley. And just angled away by leaning back on a square single taken. But I guess that can upset your rhythm as well if you've got a tailwind or a headwind.
Yeah.
Balance as you hit the crease.
And the theory with bowling into the wind bouncer plan, they have to hit into the wind as well, so it can hang up in the air. So there's many a theory with the wind.
So Morley to Compton, definitely will cut that one away. We'll come back for 2. I think that's Caleb Jewellers after that one. They do indeed complete the 2. Compton's on to 140. Talking about Ben Compton being, I don't know if it sounds insulting, but a little bit of a throwback in the way he plays his cricket. He's not an aggressive opener, but occupies the crease. He's played many fine and long innings for Kent. That's when it's over the wicket to him. And this one's just turned into the leg side. Camel Field backward a square, and he'll take a single. But I guess that has its own frustration sometimes for bowlers, doesn't it?
Yeah, obviously you have to pitch the ball up to him, hope that he hits down the ground. I think he's a very good square of the wicket. Obviously we saw yesterday we bowled a little bit short, so it went into his wheelhouse really, and he obviously got 100. So
Morley to leaning, long way down there, the front pad. I'd like to say it's almost, I've seen pictures of players like Jack Hobbs from the early 20th century, and the old forward defensive used to be almost like doing the splits with a bat in front, but leaning's not quite there, but gets well in front. Yeah, so that's your plan, is it, to try and get him to hit straight rather than...
Yeah, you can, obviously top of the stumps is a perfect length, getting them to come forward. He likes to hit square of the wicket, both leg side and offside, so after tee we looked at the wagon wheel and he was obviously scoring most of the ball behind square, so yeah, fuller rather than shorter.
Lloyd to him now. That's driven by Compton. He'll take a single into the offside. That's the area, isn't it, for David Lloyd, just outside the off stump?
Yeah, I think it was a little bit there in his first over, so he's hoping to hit the foot marks, obviously with Pat Brown bowling. The short ball plan early, hopefully it's a little bit of more rough there for him. But it looks like a little bit. I'd say a little bit.
Caleb Jewell was certainly on that side of it last night when he talked to Today, was saying perhaps not at this point, but an overnight rain as well. Obviously the covers are on, aren't they? But it's been pretty much sponged up by this surface here. Been very dry indeed. Ooh, that one shoots through a little bit.
Bit faster than one from Lloyd.
Through to Brooke Guest, and even just feeling for it outside the off stump. He's not been in great form. He's on 11 so far. From a batting point of view, I suppose for him, this might be the surface where he gets an opportunity to build a bigger score. But for him, averaging 17 this season, very low indeed. That one's hit. It's more or less in the block hole, and he's scuffed it out there to the onside. It's fielded by David Lloyd. I say fielded, the ball's more or less stopped before it's got to him, but he picks it up anyway. On the return, over the wicket now. 8 on his back, ball still leaning. That one spins past the leg stump, through to Brooke Guest. Still Wayne Madsen, the slip in there. There will be more questions for Blair Tick now, I promise you, but I'm not falling into the mistake I made yesterday of teeing up a question as the bowler bowls, which is hospital pass, very rude. Ball keeps low from Lloyd, but not with any great pace. Seen away by leaning. That's the end of the over. And obviously we see this from sides quite a lot. You know, I mean, there's lots of people who will be grumpy about the over rates, I suppose, bowled by teams, but you do get to periods of play where you just need to speed things up, I suppose, as well as
it's
a
hard
difficult balance.
It is hard when I'm getting away from David Lloyd there. It is hard when you're especially bowling bouncer plan to 2 batters at the start of the day with left hand and right hand. Obviously that slowed it down. I do prefer having a spinner at one end, but now we're obviously going to push through the overs till lunchtime.
Yeah, and 7 until the new ball's available as well. You know, I can't do maths on the radio, I've already said that, so it's going to be tough to get an over of seaming, you'd think, before lunchtime. Might more or less hit 80 overs. More air from Morley there as Compton goes out to block, and there's no run. And we saw a change of ball, didn't we, and been knocked out of shape. Sometimes that can just Something
Yeah, a
can
little bit
happen, can't it?
harder.
But yeah. It's Morley to Compton goes to reverse, knocks it into the ground. Good take by the
It did look
skipper
like
there.
the ball before it actually was a little bit wider from Morley, and it had a little bit of rough there, a little bit of hope for
Yeah.
the spinners.
Looking for this again, Morley. Wide of the stumps. Just pushed around his pads for it by Compton. Fielded by David Lloyd. Backward a square. Single to the total. 268 for 4. And Adam Hollyoake was talking about the first, well, I mentioned this to you yesterday, the first 30 overs being really important with the new ball. So it's back to Morley. Is that your feeling this season with the...
Yeah, I think they showed, even with their second new ball, it was still doing a little bit on the
Yeah.
wicket, so hopefully we can start well after lunch.
Morley to leaning, driven into the offside, fielded by Brown, and that is the end of another over. So through 74 now, 268 for 4, Kent, trained by 319. So I think I'm safe in saying it's 170 more than Lee, just to make answers. You can email in, or Pat can get his Pat Black and get his calculation in a minute. But yeah, I think it's 170 anyway, to avoid the follow-on. And obviously from a Derbyshire perspective, you'd very much like them to be out short of that and
Yeah.
maybe have another go. Do you think that'll be the...
Yeah, I think so. You obviously don't want to risk losing the game.
It's thumped into the ground by Ben Compton.
After being in front, but obviously the wicket, it is nice to bowl last on wickets that hopefully dry up and
Yeah.
then spin at the end, so it could go both ways really.
And the wicket comes Lloyd again, back at the bowler by Compton.
But obviously you need a lot of overs as well. They're only 4 down, so hopefully we can get another one for Derby's sake to
Yeah,
take us to lunch.
another one before lunch would be very nice indeed, certainly from the two batters out there at the moment. Kent batting fairly deep in this one. So after Jack leaning, as Chris Benjamin has been in good form for Kent, Harry Finch and Grant Stewart, who's got Kent's highest score this season, outside the off stump, left by Ben Compton. Hits a long ball, but 182 in Kent's previous game. It's a record for a Kent number 8. Here's Lloyd once more to Compton. Defends that into the offside. I was saying they might not get to 80 before lunchtime at this rate. They'll be there in about 20 minutes.
Yeah,
They'll be about
fast.
5 minutes rather. 20 minutes left. It's Lloyd to Compton, left outside the off stump. End of the over. That one was absolutely shot by. 268 for 4. So as part of your rehab now, you just have to keep. I mean, we've already talked about that. You know, you don't like to sit still too
Yeah.
often, but is keeping mobile the thing? for you? Is
Yeah,
that
obviously
important?
physio talk, but it's,
Yeah.
it's the short head of the some bicep, I think it's
Right.
called, still, and the hamstring, so you can still activate it, do leg stuff. You just have to watch a few exercises, but you can still keep ticking over. It's quite a thin tear, so it keeps me busy, but I like strength and conditioning, so I don't mind the gym, so
Okay.
that's easy for me. Keeps me occupied.
Morley around the wicket to leaning on the back foot, drives it. Good stop by Pat Brown at cover. I mean, traditionally there are those that, I mean, it's not everyone's thing, is it, the gym? Some players are not as keen as others. I'm not going to ask you to name names, don't you worry.
Yeah, I think it is a
Through the
New
week,
Zealand,
yeah.
a New Zealand cricket thing, I think.
Yeah.
Compared to English cricketers, I think we spend a bit more time in the gym, but is it better, is it worse? I don't know.
And back at the bowler, Morley, and there's no run. And New Zealand have I mean, considering the size of the population, the number of sports that New Zealand are excellent at. This is keeps a little bit low to leaning. There we are. This is not a hard question, is it? I'm just going to compliment you as a nation, but it's straight back at the bowl. There's no run. He's making it very difficult to chat here, Jack Morley, to be honest. Did this yesterday. Probably was over so quickly. We're nearly at the end of the next one then. Sweep by Jack leaning. Yeah, did it bounce off the keeper's pads there as it went to the ground anyway? And little bit of alarm for leading. Does a bit of gardening almost halfway down the pitch there. He spotted something. He doesn't like the bounce to be the last of Morley's over. Quicker one, defended by leading inside part of the bat into the onside. That is the end of the over. 26844. Kevin rattling along. Yeah.
I think obviously we spend a bit more time. We have less games. We have a bit more of a break. I think we are producing a lot of bowlers that can bowl around 90 mile an hour in New Zealand with a small population. So I believe that this sort of way, the setup that we're going about it is correct for New Zealand. Obviously, with less games and less money, obviously we struggle as a country, but we are producing a lot of bowlers hitting that 90 mile an hour mark.
As Lloyd to Compton cuts that away. So you think that actually the less workload in games itself works better?
I think, a balancing act, obviously, with that and gym programs.
So Lloyd to Compton. Cut back with a point, and there's no run. I guess obviously all the domestic structures are very different around the world, I suppose, aren't they? I mean, there's a lot of first-class cricket in India, for instance, and players are over the BCCI making some of their international players play more games, but as you say, workloads for international cricketers are very different, aren't they? Single taking the offside.
Yeah, there's hard workloads with bowlers that bowl quicker, looking after their bodies, but obviously at the end of the day we are cricketers and we need to be playing cricket, and it is hard balancing.
It's Lloyd bowls to leaning, little nudge into the offside. Compton's backing up quite a way, but leaning was not for running, if that makes sense. Leading, not running. Lloyd coming towards the end of the 77th over there. They really are flying through these, I have to say. My estimate, if they wouldn't get a new ball onto the field before lunch, I think he's looking very foolish indeed, because they're coming towards the end of the 77th now, and the over 8. I've never really understood that. The over 8's shown, and then suddenly it'll change by 5 overs. So I guess it's timed in periods, but straight back at the bowler, and there's no run. Funny enough, I did ask Jack Leaning when he was captain Kent a season or two ago, and they were rushing through at the end of a game, having the opposition 8 or 9 down, and were just bowling as quickly as they possibly could, closing in on victory. And I asked him to how do you make sense of it, and he just shrugged his head, no idea. Just bowl as quickly as we can. We're told we need to bowl quickly and get on with it.
Yeah, it is hard. Obviously, it updates every now and again. So at lunch, you sort of see it and you see you're 5 behind, then you panic, and then you have an hour of running around. But it is hard, especially when you're still trying to take wickets.
Yeah, I guess you don't need to worry about that as a quick bowler, do you? You do your stuff, and the spinners get wheeled on sometimes to get through the overs quickly. But to be honest, I suppose at this stage of the innings, and with the ball 77 old, this would be about right anyway, wouldn't it? You want your seam bowlers to have a bit of a blow. Ooh, Compton comes down the pitch looking to straight drive that, and he's just scuffed. The ball's grubbed. It's gone about a foot from his feet there, but that was the end of the excitement as Guest came round to pick the ball up. The wicket-keeper cut away by Compton. Won't beat Jewell at backward point. Done a pretty good job, these two so far, haven't they? Compton's taken on one delivery from Morley over the top, but otherwise they've not been able to move the score on. Morley bowls now. Wickets, of course, vital for Derbyshire. Kent need not worry too much about their score. They would like to get to the follow-on total before long. It'll be might even be tomorrow if they're going to do that. So the offside, single taken, 270 for 4. I was going to say playing the long game, but we are playing the long game here, aren't we? Literally. 4-day cricket. Oh, an edge from leading. That's a legitimate edge. Morley finds the edge of the Kent batters. Willow, and that's gone for 4 runs. Tough one for Wayne Madsen, that one. I don't think that's in his arc, is it?
No,
it's low as well. Yeah. So threw himself at it, but that's gone for 4. A little bit of encouragement for Morley as the wind gets up even further. having heard about these 150-kilometre-an-hour winds, it's nothing, is it?
Nah,
It's like a gentle breeze to Blair Tickler, this.
in Wellington, yeah.
This end of the over, 274 for 4. I think Fletch is coming in for a rotating here. Absolutely. He's looked at me and said, quite honestly, Blair's had enough of your muttering. The listeners have had enough of your muttering. Do you want to come in for me, Dave? Well, yeah, he says. Yeah. I'm joking. Joking, don't you worry. Blair Tickner, talk to us about the match situation for a few seconds, and
Yeah.
Dave Fletcher will take over for me.
Derbyshire obviously looking for wickets, hoping to get another one before the lunch break, and Kent are looking pretty good here. Not too much spin as Dave Lloyd comes in. Still not too much turn, and nothing too much, but hoping with the new ball it's going to change something for Derbyshire.
I wonder if it will. Morning, Blair. Afternoon,
Morning.
whatever it is. That one's left alone outside the off stump. First ball of a new over from David Lloyd. I'm just pleased to see you've got your own sweater on today.
Yeah.
What was that all about yesterday? Wrong sweater. Left alone again by
Yeah.
Compton.
I got told off by the Welsh
Yeah.
the Welsh teammate of mine, so I had to wear his white jumper to hand out some drinks.
Got news of Nye Donald, as this one is a full toss that's bunted up towards mid-on by Compton, who picks up a single. He opened the batting for the Welsh national counties side against Bedfordshire. He scored 4 off his first ball. He defended his second ball and was caught down the leg side of his third ball.
Beautiful. Lucky he's got another chance this afternoon, I think. He did send me this photo of it at mid-wicket. There's a nice tree
Oh,
there.
yeah.
So it's probably in his wheelhouse, so I don't know if that's 4 or 6.
Was there not? I know that obviously famously Canterbury had the tree, a lime tree, which
Yeah.
is now basically the name of a cafe rather than an actual thing. Was there not one in Canterbury?
I have never been, so... Oh,
No, the other Canterbury.
in New Zealand.
Yeah, I'm sure there was. We had a number of cricket fields at school. I went to a ridiculously posh school, as you can tell from how I am and my accent and everything. Public school I went to, and there was one cricket field that had a tree in it. And I'm sure I might be just misremembering.
Yeah. The new oval, Hagley Oval, doesn't have a tree, I tell you, the test ground, but
Is that the one in the roundabout?
no, that's Basin Reserve. We might have to get the map out of New Zealand soon.
You know what? I look at maps of, and this is the sad person I am. I love looking at maps, and I love Mount Maunganui.
Yeah, nice
That
spot.
looks
A lot
nice.
of black caps there now.
Yeah. Lloyd is he beginning a new over? No, he's still bowling this over. There was a slight delay for something, but that one's allowed to go through outside the off stump. 275 for 4 as we slowly creep towards lunch. Lloyd to Leaning, who goes back and pushes this one into the offside. Be a good time to regroup, I suppose. Lunch, wouldn't it? 275 for 4 at the end of the over.
Yeah, obviously with the new ball coming, it's going to bring something else. I did like the short ball plan just to, on a flatter wicket, just to bring something, obviously maybe from one end instead of 2 at the time. I do like it when there's a spinner at the other end, just because no one feels comfortable coming in when it's coming around your helmet. So I think after seeing what the new ball does, I think that will probably come in again with a harder ball. Hopefully goes through a little bit more and we can find something there.
Morley begins a new over to Compton, who turns this one into the leg side for a single, move to 147. 276 for 4. They won't take it before lunch, though, will they?
No, they won't want to start the big boys up.
Yeah.
Wait for them to get fed before doing that, I think.
They bowled 8 overs in a row, Zach Chappell, earlier on. Seems a lot to me.
Okay.
Striking a big appeal for leg before wicket, and he's gone. And Jack Morley has the breakthrough. Jack Leaning goes for 15, even from here. Not for the first time Blair Tickner has given a batter out from this angle, but that looked pretty adjacent. We're just having a look at it now, blimey. He couldn't have been any more in front of the stumps, could he, there, leaning, and that's a big breakthrough before the new ball is taken. They always say it's almost a bonus wicket, isn't it? Not to take anything away from the Rochdale Richards, Jack Morley, but a very welcome wicket there, still 311 behind.
Yeah, there's a little bit of pressure built there from the spinners, and he wasn't really rotating well. He's looked to sweep the ball, hoping that the line was outside off, so it was risk-free, but it drifted in and probably took middle stump.
Yeah, it was very much adjacent, as they say. And Morley picks up his first wicket of the innings, leaning goes for 15. Had starts, we heard Matt telling us earlier, he's had starts this season. 15 is almost a start. It's as close to a start as you're going to get. And they are still 311 behind. This game perhaps not as dead as I feared. It's going to take a mighty effort. And you said the pitch, we were told yesterday, I asked Caleb Jewell last night, I said, is the pitch starting to break up? And he gave me the direct answer, no. And it isn't.
That's honest.
Will it?
That's an honest answer. I thought a guy that got 200 said, minus said, it's a bit hard to bet on.
Well, it was one of the more difficult interviews that I've had because
he's too calm and collected.
Well, he is. There is that. But I also didn't want to suggest in any way that the pitch was quite flat. He just scored 232. But it looked quite flat out there, Caleb. I didn't want to go down that route. So I didn't. The new batter is Chris Benjamin, who's come out for a very tricky little period of 9 minutes before lunch. You won't thank Jack Leaning for that. Jack Morley has his tail up. I love Jack. He's in. Bowls. That one is defended out into the offside. Mainly because he's a Lancastrian, but he seems like good fun.
Yeah, they reminded him of that last game, I think.
Yes.
When he was batting to save the game.
I think he got a bit of chirp, didn't he? As this next one is pushed out into the offside. In fact, I asked him when he was obviously gone out for 41 in the first innings. I thought he batted really, really well as a night watchman. His main reason for sticking out there, he hadn't even thought about the half century. As he's in again now, and that one is defended, but he's quite close to the two lads who were bowling at him, and all he wanted to try and make sure is that they didn't get him out. He's a solid character. Hides behind the umpire when he's coming around the wickets, splays the arms and bowls to Benjamin, who pushes this one up to mid-on. Feels like a wicket maiden. I don't think it was, actually, because the number of maidens didn't change. No, they got a single off the first ball. That's why it wouldn't be a wicket maiden. That would stop it from being one, wouldn't it? But they're 276 for 5. Now Compton has 147. Benjamin faced those 4 deliveries yet to get off the mark. The deficit 311. The maths too difficult. Still, 438 is the follow-on target. I'm not sure whether they'd enforce it again. I mean, it didn't work in the end against Middlesex as around the wicket comes David Lloyd. It's tough, isn't it?
Yeah, it didn't work. We had a few chances that could have changed it, but it's hard not to see them enforcing it if with a chance.
Lloyd in again, full once more, and that's driven out into the offside. Just at the moment when Pat Brown seemed to get some dust in his eye because he's bending over there. He put his hands to his face. It is very windy out there. You can tell by the trees away to the right. The poplars in particular are really bending. That whole end used to be full of poplars once, back in the day. They took them down. And then
now it's got a beautiful hotel there.
Yes. Lloyd, but it's very comfortable inside. That one's defended into the offside by Benjamin. I came back from somewhere having watched them play and thought I'll stop there the night. They weren't playing the next day, and I actually had a room with a view of the ground. That one is pushed away by Benjamin for his first run out towards Anashdal in the far distance at cover. 278. for 5 with 5 minutes or so to go until the lunch interval. We've decided sweet potato is going to have to be on the menu today because we haven't had any yet. I'm delighted to.
Oh, we had some yesterday.
Did you?
Actually.
They're abominable, aren't they? There's that one is bowled outside the off stump by a little bit quicker.
Might have to stay up here for my second sitting of lunch.
Yeah, but
Commentators'
you'd
lunch.
be
and
more than welcome. You'd have to join in the conversation though, and it can get a little raucous in the media lounge. That one's a full delivery that's pushed into the offside by Compton. He moves to 149, 279 for 5. So the scoreboard, the old scoreboard, and that was the end of the over incidentally, it's half working. It's the bottom half that seems to be working. I'm not sure how accurate it is, and the top half is just packed in completely. It still says Compton and Parkinson, and we've got no scores or anything up there. The water has got into it overnight, I'm led to believe. So the world's most pointless scoreboard. What we get?
Still there, yep.
We'll get 2 overs in, won't we? But at least before lunch now, you'd have thought. As Morley is into bowl to Compton, who just guides that backward of square on the offside down to a very short third man and moves on to 150. 269 balls, 14 fours for Ben Compton. Ripple of applause, and he just acknowledges the applause largely from the changing rooms and then from the permanent temporary stand at the bottom of the ground. I'm not sure anybody on there was applauding. Oh, there's one gentleman there standing up.
Home fans. Only home fans up there.
Yeah, that's the home section. Now, there's a little knot of Kent supporters in there who are very pleased with what Ben Compton has done so far. 150 not out. Morley bowls to Benjamin, who clips this into the leg side. They think about a single.
There has been a little bit from the rough on both ends, obviously with the bouncer plan early on, a little bit of rough there for both spinners now, so hoping for something.
Anything will do. As Morley bowls, that one goes past the edge of the bat. That's a terrific delivery from Jack Morley. The bails stayed on, but it was well taken by Brooke Guest as well. That must have been very close.
That's not spun, and then it's gone between bat and pad, I think.
Oh, my eyes aren't good enough to see the exact details. As Morley's in again and pushed out into the offside by Benjamin for a quick single. Nicely fielded by Pat Brown.
There it is, yeah. Oh,
I've just gone past the edge.
it's gone past the outside edge. So
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I didn't want to correct.
it was a
you.
little bit flatter, and I thought he'd done it with pace.
Yeah, no, that was a really good delivery from Morley, who's got 2 deliveries left. The first one of them, a slower delivery that Compton was through his shot far too early. Managed to turn it into the leg side, and there's no run. So we definitely will get another one. It's only 12:57. Might get 2 more. That minus
Get that
5.
over it,
Yeah, that -5 might disappear or at least reduce. As Compton waits and Morley bowls, uses his feet and hits it into the leg side, but straight to Pat Brown, who I'm not allowed to say when I'm sitting next to Blair Tickner of all the quick bowlers is the best of the fielders. I would suggest.
Yeah, he's a good athlete.
He is a really good fielder. He doesn't like fielding out in the deep when he'll do it. End of the over, 281 for 5, out towards the players' pavilion where it's a little bit rough.
Yeah,
Some of the
sometimes you
outfield.
can't pick the ball up. I don't know if it's the trees or what, but yeah, it's never nice if you can't pick it up early on.
David Lloyd will bowl what could be the final over of the morning session from the racecourse end. First delivery is clipped into the leg side by Benjamin, and there's no run. Just give me a chance to see if Lancashire have improved, and they haven't. 69 for 3, still trailing by 182 at Grace Road. As Lloyd bowls, that one's pushed out into the offside. They're going to go through for a quick single to the left hand of Caleb Jewell, which is a slight risk. Throws the ball in, but the batters get through comfortably enough in the end. Middlesex 115 for 4, following on, still 113 behind Glamorgan at Sophia Gardens. I don't know what to put in the water in Sophia Gardens, but there's been a remarkable turnaround in their fortunes in recent weeks. As Lloyd bowls, that's wide of the off stump, and through to Guest, and 260 for 6. Gloucestershire still trailing by 209 at Northampton. They're close to killing that game off, you would have thought. Lloyd around the wicket, bowls to Compton.
Well bowled.
Yeah.
A little bit there, a little bit there.
Perhaps they won't take the new ball.
Yeah, obviously, I'd say would take the new ball, and even if it's a short spell, but the harder ball for the spinners might be bring something.
This one's wide of the off stumping. We haven't seen Lewis Rees today.
Yeah, I think they're saving him up for the
Saving him
new
for the
ball.
new
Obviously,
ball.
coming
Yeah.
back from a hamstring injury, so
Well, there is that, yes.
he's not going to bowl 50 overs this game. I think they're looking after him a little bit, and we've got a lot of bowlers.
Yes, a lot more options than Kent appear to have. They're just making a slight alteration to the field here, which will make sure that, well, it is now 1 o'clock, so it is going to be the final over before lunch. In fact, there's only 1 ball to go before lunch. 2 slips in place. Lloyd bowls to Compton. Fulton, he pushes it out into the offside. Fielded by Martin Anderson and turns and heads for the pavilion. So at lunch, Kent have reached 282 for 5, with Compton having batted through again on 150 not out. Benjamin has 3, and they still trail by 305. But the 2 wickets to fall this morning. Matt Parkinson was caught by Caleb Jewell at short leg off the bowling. Oh, why can't I hear myself anymore? There we are. How weird. Off the bowling of Zach Chappell and Jack Leaning, LBW, to Jack Morley for 15. We're dicing with the update here, so it's a little bit tricky for me to bring you in, really, Blair. But thank you very much for joining us again.
Yeah, that's
you
right.
know where we are.
Yeah, I'll be back.
Clearly you
back
know where
again
we are.
tomorrow. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. So there we are. Thanks once again to Blair Tickner for coming in. We'll hopefully see him again tomorrow. No, don't do that. I just need to get my stopwatch up now because I've got a timed update coming. The last update of the day. And hopefully they can still hear me. We'll hand the stream back to the people in charge of the stream, I think, at this point, with Kent on 282 for 5. The players go up the steps away to our left-hand side. Wagtail on the outfield, ground staff doing what ground staff do. Oh, that's why I don't sound like I can hear myself, because I'm on a different microphone. There we go. And we would be doing an update for BBC Radio Derby fairly shortly, and we'll be back with full commentary this afternoon in about 40 minutes' time. Players have just left the field for lunch here. Vicky, 282 for 5, Kent.
bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me!
something's gone over downstairs. The second new ball is available to Derbyshire. We've had 83 overs, but they're not going to take it immediately after lunch. I'm Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby. Matt Cole from BBC Radio Kent is alongside me. I'm talking really quickly because here comes Jack Morley for the first over after lunch, and it's turned into the leg side by Benjamin. Chris Benjamin, of course, who picks up a single and moved to 283 for 5.
Can I just point out that having been the over being -5, that
Level.
it's now level, but it's actually slightly beyond level, isn't it? Because they bowled 33 in the first session.
They were -1 overnight.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, they've done really well.
So actually slightly ahead of time now, but yeah.
Racing through somehow as Morley bowls wide of the off stump, and it's left alone by Ben Compton, who's on 150 and has batted really, really nicely. And it's an enormously valuable innings for Kent, who are facing Derbyshire's 587 for 5 declared, and he gets his first run after lunch by just guiding the ball down to third man. In fact, he's going to get his first 2 runs after lunch, because Caleb Jewell has just caught up with the ball now. He moves to 152. It's 285 for 5.
It's a bit cloudy here, looking at the forecast.
Oh, yeah, go on.
Slight chance of a very occasional shower. There we are. So it's going to stay dry, is what I'm trying to say.
That one was pushed into the onside by Compton.
Good news for Derbyshire, perhaps, is that it's looking slightly better than it
Tomorrow.
was tomorrow. So
Oh,
yeah,
okay. So
maybe
I could-
any showers might start at
And that's good, isn't it?
2 rather than.
This one turned into the leg side by Compton. Chased around the boundary for Harry Kane. Compton will come back for the second, as will Benjamin, which is how it works. 287 for 5.
But by and large, I think they're the more likely team to win the game if winning is the. It's what's going to happen.
Yes, I should get my calculator out at this point.
Oh yeah.
As this next delivery is cut away. I think they're going to take the new ball fairly soon because they're just picking Jack Morley off here. They've gone through for another singler. He's kept the strike as well. Compton moves to 155. Benjamin has 4. 288 for 5 at the end of the over. The umpires are... Lewis Rees is removing his sweater.
I was pointing at Lewis Rees there.
The state of play is they need exactly 150 now to avoid the prospect of being asked to follow on. I wonder if the umpires are saying it might be too dark. I don't think it is. This window is slightly tinted. Yeah. In fact, no, the umpire's taking Lewis Rees's... Well, Lewis Rees yesterday, and we did discuss it this morning in the media room, when he didn't get a leg before decision, stood for a very long time just staring back at the umpire, and I wonder if they're just saying we won't tolerate any of that. He can be quite demonstrative, Lewis Rees, but it's almost like they're lecturing him, isn't it?
Yeah.
He sort of, and now he's trying to respond, and umpire Pratt joins in.
It's a strange one to do on the field.
Wayne Madsen, the captain,
The day after.
David Lloyd's already there, almost like an advocate.
Yeah.
Wayne Madsen walks slowly towards the umpire. Say, everything all right, umps? And they just go, yeah, no problem. New ball taken anyway, second new ball at 288 for 5.
They got their dressing downs in earlier, it sounds like.
Yes.
When you do this is what we're going to say. Just
I'm watching for the front foot no ball is almost certainly one of the things they were saying because he bowled about 6 yesterday.
No, that's true.
From memory. We'll double check how many he did bowl. It was 6. He's the only one who's bowled a no ball in this innings. So there's 12 runs that Derbyshire needn't have given away. Well, yeah, 150 more runs to avoid the prospect of being asked to follow on, but Blair Tickness suggested, well, I could have worked that out because they trailed by 299, I didn't need my calculator. Blair Tickness suggesting that he didn't think that they would. I don't know if he's got inside information or he was just guessing.
fair enough. Here is Rees then with a new ball, loops up off the bat of Compton, and he's got very lucky there indeed. It's that shoulder of the bat, a first delivery, and hand to head from Lewis Rees. First delivery with the new ball, and that has blooped over the slips and could have gone absolutely anywhere. He looked anxiously behind him. Caleb Jewell runs out after it at first slip. but it was in the air a long old time. Well, that is very promising indeed from a Derbyshire point of view, isn't it?
It certainly is. So it's come out of nowhere, really.
Compton's
hasn't
looked
it?
completely unruffled. It's back of a length. And some good bounce there, right at his face. Seen it off with the bat, so he'll come in now with some optimism to Chris Benjamin, who is behind that into the offside. Pat Brown fields, and there's no run.
It's very promising indeed from a Derbyshire perspective. Anish Dal warming up as well at point, so it looks like that he's going to be the man to take the new ball.
Yeah, he bowled really well, didn't he, from that end yesterday?
Bowled first up this morning with less success, but still pretty decently. He's bowled 16 overs, 2 for 40, which in the context of the game is pretty good.
So Reese bowling to Benjamin. Nudges that into the onside, fielded by Harry Kame. So 2 slips and a gully. So Messrs. Jewell, Madsen. I'm thinking it might be Anderson at gully.
I think it is.
Yeah,
I
so
think it is.
and as Dahl is warming up, wheeling the right arm at point. Pat Brown just loosening up his back at cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket. And defended by Benjamin at Pat Brown. And then deep, fine leg as well. We are 289 for 5. Dave Fletcher's engaging in some semaphore.
Well, just occasionally Jane will do something with her hands and you just catch it in the corner of your eye, but she was sort of wheeling her arms around. I'm not entirely sure what she was doing, but then she broke into a dance of something like the hand jive.
Good to keep limber. Here's Reese outside the off stump to Benjamin. That's kept very low. After it's left Benjamin, it's a safe leave. Left armour rather, going across the right hander. What's happened to that one again? Yeah, it's a decent leave, but it's kept very low. Just a couple of bounces.
Rubbed a bit, didn't it?
Yeah. So Reese turns by the green-coloured sawdust. Bowls now, left arm over the wicket. Benjamin looking a bit more comfortable with that one. Defends it into the offside, but there we are. That one really did catch Ben Compton unawares at the start of the over. I was talking about how solid he'd been for his 56 now. That ball could have gone absolutely anywhere off the shoulder of the bat. So great start with the new ball for Derbyshire. And meaning going just before lunch felt like a bit of a surprise at the time as well, but could be an important wicket for Derbyshire, just incrementally getting into that Kent batting order.
Perhaps it's
5 down now.
just starting to break up a touch. Maybe. That would be how pitches should be, of course, but whoever uses the next roller will be fascinating, because if it is breaking up, they won't want to use the heavy one. You wouldn't have thought, but they want to use the heavy one because it kills the pitch.
So Derbyshire's thought, maybe what Blair Tickner was saying, if I'm right, is that they definitely want to bowl last.
Yes,
Or
I
would
think,
want
yeah.
to roll last
Yeah,
if
no, I
the
think so.
pitch is
That was-
doing.
Yeah, that was
I think it might be.
absolutely.
Is they don't want to risk putting Kent in again, Kent building a lead and then having a weird look
Making it
perhaps at
tricky.
the end of the last day.
Plus the how it went against Middlesex when it was very hard work and Middlesex held on.
Right, yeah. It's more punishment for the bowlers at that point, isn't it? Bowling back to back.
85 overs now. They'd have to almost have to bowl them out immediately. Because if you bowled 120 overs, it's tough to ask with a 7-man bowling attack. It's difficult to continue to bowl as they found. Unfortunately, against Middlesex, is Anish Dal around the wicket to Compton, who uses his feet and then pushes the ball up to mid-off. He's batting a little way out of his crease, is Ben Compton, which is understandable. His back foot is outside the crease. So I just wonder if Brooke Guest might force him back into his crease by standing up at some point. But it might just be touching the line, but it's certainly not behind the line. It's back foot. There's Dahl around the wicket bowls. Too many defends this out into the offside. It's not too bad for pace. Dahl is a little bit quicker than he looks, but you wouldn't say he was express. So you can afford to stand that far forward, but of course you're negating the chance of swing and just putting him off his length a little bit. We will see. 2 slips and a gully. Caleb Jewell and Wayne Madsen, as ever, it seems. The rest of the field is fairly standard. David Lloyd out on the mid-wicket boundary as Compton defends this one up to mid-on. Jack Morley does the fielding there. It's Lewis Rees at mid-off. Pat Brown in the covers and out in the other postcode that this ground shares with the one that the pitch is on is Harry Kame in front of the players' pavilion all the way to our left-hand side. There must be a long leg as well, is there? Yes, there is. There he is. Zach Chappell down below us to the right. As Dahl bowls, that one is played nicely off the back foot, stroked into the offside. It's shy at the stumps from Pat Brown, who, as we said earlier, very aggressive on the pitch. Not off it. A Sunderland supporter.
Oh, he'd be delighted today.
Chappell, yeah, he watched the final whistle blow yesterday. I'm indebted to Blake for telling me that. He was on Blake's phone.
Yeah.
As the final whistle went, he looked very happy.
What drama that was as well.
Yeah. Might not be quite so happy next season as this one. He's guided into the gully by Compton. Nicely fielded by Anderson.
Danny Baker used to do 606. I remember a caller coming into him, and this was obviously some years ago. Well, he left the BBC.
He did.
But a caller talking about their team just being promoted to the Premier League, and he said, "Best thing to do is, I know you're very excited, but don't take it too seriously. It's a bit like spending some time at a theme park. You know, enjoy the roundabouts and the roller coaster, and then you'll come back to normality eventually."
Dahl bowls and it's chipped into the covers and it's caught by Pat Brown and Compton has gone. 156 he's made, and that's a very tame end. It perhaps just held it back a little bit there. Anuj Dahl was through the shot, and Ben Compton is out. 156. Kent 289 for 6 now, still trailing by 298. Out of nowhere, absolutely out of nowhere. With the new ball, of course. 289 for 6 now. That is a huge breakthrough for Derbyshire, and that really does move the game on a lot, because Compton had looked entirely untroubled for his 287 balls. Gets a good ovation, and quite right too. That's not just Kent supporters who are in appreciation of Ben Compton, and quite right, because he has batted beautifully, but he has now gone, and Derbyshire have an opportunity here. Benjamin's only got 4, so both ends are relatively open. Well, I didn't see it coming, I have to say. Very straightforward catch as well for Pat Brown in the covers. Just looped up to him, really. I couldn't quite believe what I was watching, if I'm entirely
I thought it must have been a bump ball or something.
Yes.
It's, yeah.
He's just threw the shot a bit early, and, well, Anuj Dahl picks up his 3rd wicket, of course. 3 for 40 now for Anuj Dahl. I said he tends to take his wickets in streaks, or tends to have innings where he's not unplayable, but where he is really on top of his game and picks up wickets. And then there are other innings when you look at him and you think, I'm not sure why he's bowling. This is certainly one of those innings at the moment where you're thinking, well, he could take a wicket at any moment now. 3 for 40, excellent work from him. 289 for 6, trailing by 298.
Yeah. 149 short of making. Derbyshire bat again. This is defended into the offside. I've got my figures right.
I think so.
Yeah.
But
Derbyshire for 6, yeah.
I'm not going to put any money on it, obviously. My reputation for dodgy maths, but that is it's exactly what Derbyshire would have wanted, of course,
Yeah.
with the second new ball. Remarkable.
It's not their So long did Ben Compton, but yeah, has now gone. Frustration for him. Reese now to Finch. So Finch and Benjamin, two players who have kept wicket for Kent this season. It's Benjamin outside from Warwickshire over the close season. Wasn't his intention to keep wicket. Finch had a finger injury a couple of games ago, and Benjamin stood in for him, but now middle order. Benjamin's had been in good form, in rude health in the last couple of games, as Finch plays us up to mid-on. But they'll need runs from him now. He'll need all of that and more, perhaps, but he's got himself 350s for Kent, so 94 not out against Glamorgan in that heavy defeat. But then 93 and 58 in the defeat against Gloucestershire, but obviously big runs for him. He's topping the Kent averages at the moment. He's facing all edge and goes low to Wayne Madsen at second slip. So no ball anyway. Well, that would have been even more frustrating had he caught that, but perhaps. But stops it. It's one bounce to Wayne Madsen. Didn't carry from Chris Benjamin. Once again, yeah, it's on his front pad. He's played that. Just a little bit of nibble from Lewis Reese there. That's deceived him.
It's a minefield out there.
Yeah. Reese now bowls to Benjamin. And that one's hit him on the pad. It feels like a little bit of a belated appeal from the bowler.
Yeah.
But once again, there will be... he's beaten the bat. Has wrapped Benjamin, perhaps a little bit of midships, but...
I think he's got the fleshy part, certainly,
Yeah.
hasn't it? It's gone on the back leg. It's never nice. It doesn't matter how much padding you've got there.
Bruise on the inside of the thigh. Yeah, a good delivery. Yeah, it's got movement off the pitch there. As Reese. Left armour comes in now to Benjamin. Benjamin, it's off the inside part of the bat. I'm not sure how convincing that was either, though. He's deflected it backward a square for a single. And there we are. We felt becalmed a little bit before lunch. After lunch, it's me, all's excitement. 292 for 6. Benjamin 5 from 23 balls now. Harry Finch yet to score. And yeah, massive wicket for Ben Compton to go. Was certainly ruffled by the first delivery after lunch. A snorter which took the shoulder of the bat, but then looked to settle back down into his work. Ready to chip the ball obligingly to Pat Brown. And this one, is he gone? He has, and this one has been checked back by Harry Finch. Almost as innocuous, and it's just gone straight down the throat of David Lloyd at mid-off. It's a complete mishit by Harry Finch, misjudgment, and it's just blooped up to mid-off, and Finch goes, and Lewis Reese seems to be bowling up a storm here. There's Dahl from the other end as well, and Kent suddenly 292 for 7, 2 quick wickets after lunch within 3 runs of each other. And Derbyshire, well, from a sleepy game, this might now be a very, very exciting position for Derbyshire to be in.
First ball that Finch had faced.
Yeah.
First ball duck. Poor old Harry Finch, nobody likes to see that. Genuinely nobody likes to see that, but Derbyshire, well, he's played a very strange defensive looking shot, and I think it's hit higher up the bat than he was expecting. And again, the simplest, just having a look at the replay, he's played it a little bit uppishly. He was trying to check the drive or the defensive shot, and it's looped up and gone straight to David Lloyd at mid-off. I mean, you won't see 2 simpler catches in first-class cricket, I wouldn't have thought, than those 2, but all of a sudden, it's Grant Stewart, the Kent saviour.
Well, he's had to be on a number of occasions this season already, coming in at...
I wonder if Wayne Madsen spotted anything while he's been playing for Italy. It's a while since we've seen Grant Stewart here. We have seen him here at the county ground in Derby for a one-day game, and he was very impressive in that game. You just wonder, has Wayne Madsen spotted something? I don't know. But Lewis Reese, dear oh dear. I don't know what's happening anymore. That's 2 wickets in 7 balls.
We were talking about the pitch perhaps breaking up for the spinners, but it's the seamers who are doing the work here with a newish ball, 7 overs old, but as you said, there was no sign of this. I think it's fair to say before
no
lunch.
sign at all. I mean, Jack leaning was trapped LBW, and he was very much leg before wicket. I mean, it was bang in front. Jack Morner, that just sort of felt like an outlier at the time. Here is Anuj Dal beginning a new over and turned into the leg side by Benjamin, and now they're even scared to take a quick single. Runs are important, of course. They still trail by 295. Kent at 292 for 7, but they've got to take some time out of this game. The word from Blair Tickner, whose fan club appeared to be in earlier on, I noticed over on the far side, was that they might not enforce the follow-on as Dal bowls, and that one is defended by Benjamin up towards mid-on.
Sorry, they might not. Oh, fair enough.
Might not, yeah.
Yeah.
That was-
Oh, that's what we were talking about for you.
yeah,
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah. To bowl
I'd
last
be
game.
surprised if they did. And I mean, it depends when they're eventually out for, if they are indeed all out. Ken, I mean, they could still get 95 more runs, Ken, and still be 200 behind. So Derbyshire should just go out and whack 150, 200. As Dal is in, and perhaps have another go at them later on this evening. That one's down. I mean, that's asking a lot, of course, but you never know. It's down the leg side and taken by Brooke Guest. But all of a sudden, people have perked up out there. They just had their lunch. They were probably thinking, well, we could have a snooze for the first half hour of the afternoon session. We won't miss much. All of a sudden, it started to do a bit. Possibly. Here is Dal. Bowls. Benjamin, that one hits quite high up on his bat. Turned into the onside. And fielded by David Lloyd. There's no run. My daughter's boyfriend has got his big break today. I think it's a big break. He does the commentary for the deaf at Tranmere, but today he's doing the commentary for the deaf at Wolves. He's very excited. So I wished him luck last
Excellent.
night.
Yeah, last Premier League game of the season.
Just do what you've been doing. Dal bowls. I think he's more scared of VAR than anything else. That one's pushed out into the offside because, of course, at the lower reaches of League Two, we don't have to worry about that, fortunately.
Now we do the Premier League goals as they go in on our Saturday sports show, and I'm usually bringing listeners.
That one's
Wolves,
gone in.
Wolves will go up and then interrupting the commentary again. Sorry, boys, just to say it's 0-0
Yeah.
after further review.
It's 0-0 again.
Yeah. The goal that wasn't.
Oh, the apps show the VAR disallowed goals now, most of them, don't they? As Dal is in, bowler Benjamin, who defends this one back up towards very straight mid-on, and Anuj Dal completes the maiden over. His fourth 18 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 40. Excellent effort from Anuj Dal. 1 for 43 to Lewis Rees, with whom he is bowling in tandem. And Kent at 292 for 7, still trailing by 295. These two batters between them. Well, Grant Stewart is going to face his first delivery, which, as Harry Finch will tell you, is very dangerous. And Chris Benjamin has 5, but he's been out there for a while now. He's faced a good 5 overs worth of balls for his 5.
They're well known to each other. These two combined for the previous game for Kent. For the record 7th wicket partnership of all time for Kent of 264 in that game where Grant Stewart scored that 182, aided and abetted by Chris Benjamin. Not expecting that from him here. Here's Rees to Stewart. Oh, goodness me, over the top of Gully. He's pushed with hard hands at that one. It's gone over the head and over the hands of Martin Anderson, who was not only on tiptoes, was aerial too, and it's gone for 4.
I think that's gone through his hands.
Has it, you think?
I think so.
Looked close-ish, but
Oh, my
tough
word.
replay, but close, very close indeed. There we go.
Well,
This-
we were playing on this pitch before lunch, were we?
I'm not sure.
Here we go.
They changed it during the
Slow
interval.
down. That's yes. That's
Oh,
gone
actually,
through.
yeah.
That's gone through his hands.
I think it's gone very quickly, to be fair. So he's having to react, just throw his hands up at it. But straight drive by Grant Stewart. But as we were saying, this you know, it's difficult with a batter. This pitch is an absolute minefield, and anything could happen at any point.
I'm not sure if that was Luke or Joel, but whichever one of you got that last shot of it going through his hands, congratulations. That was a terrific piece of work.
Well, this game has changed. And Reese bowls to Stewart now, tail up, and Stewart drives it into the offside. Benjamin is backing up. But it's fielded by Pat Brown at cover. And, well, ifs and buts. They take that one, and they're into the Kent tail at that point. He's low on order, Grant Stewart. I don't think we can call him a tail ender at this point.
Well, no, the 7 is slightly skewed by Matt Parkinson,
Yeah.
having already been and gone, of course, so take that into consideration too.
So Reese to Stewart, leaves it outside the off stump through to the wicketkeeper. There's no run. 2 to come, does umpire Shanmugam indicates to the bowler.
I hate it when they do that. I know why they do it, because they're keeping count, but it just looks like he's signalling no
Yes,
ball.
yeah. They've all got different methods. Was it pebbles from whatever, coins from pocket to pocket of the umpire's coat?
Yeah, some other clickers, don't they?
Yeah, it's Reese to Stewart. That's a good strong drive, but this ends up with Lloyd at mid-off. And no run once more.
Again, counted to 6, never my forte. I've done a little bit of junior cricket where you stand and hope for the best. And hope that the scorer shout, "That's the end of the over."
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry, that over.
Reese then to Stewart. He slips in that gully in. For defensive by Stewart, end of the over. And there's Reese bowling up a storm from the racecourse end. 1 for 47, 3 for 40 for Anuj Dal so far. And they have Kent in trouble here, trailing by 291. On 296 for 7. I suppose they'll still have their eye on bonus points. They're only 4 from a second batting bonus point, but the match position looking grave for them at the moment as Derbyshire get life out of this pitch. I think they've got the defibrillator out there, to be honest, during lunch. Something's happened.
Every minute matters. As in comes Dal, and that one just squares Benjamin up a little bit, leading edge into the offside as he tried to turn it into the leg. Lancashire 87 for 3 against Leicestershire in their second innings. They still trail by 164. Keaton Jennings still there on 45 not out. Middlesex are plummeting towards defeat against Glamorgan. 5 down now, 132 for 5, following on, still 96 in arrears. So they're in all sorts of trouble, Middlesex. As Dal is on his way, and again, that one is fiddled into the offside by Benjamin. And in the other game, the drawn match at Wantage Road, Northamptonshire 469, Gloucestershire 289 for 6. They're still 180 behind. But given that we're moving towards the midway point of the third day, you can't really see where that one goes unless Gloucestershire suddenly say, well, we're going to declare here. Set as a target. Dal is in and Benjamin leaves outside the off stump. Dal just holds one hand up, one arm up. Must have thought that was a good leave close to the stumps than perhaps it looked from our angle. There has already been a result. You'd have spotted Sussex's 9-wicket win at Hampshire. Dear, oh dear. They've got a good side at the minute. I know nobody wants to hear that, but they have got a good side. Somerset look like they're going to win at Chester Street. Oh, there'll be some crying up there. Here comes Dal. Bowls him. I'm not sure they got a little inside edge on that one, Chris Benjamin, but he has gone down for 5, and Anuj Dal's got his 4th wicket of the innings. It was a really tentative looking defensive shot, in fairness, from Benjamin, and it's crashed into the top of middle and off. And they are now 296 for 8, Kent, with Benjamin gone for 5. They still trail by 291. Well, I have no idea what's happening here because nothing happened this morning. Compton moved serenely to his 150. They were 282 for 5 at lunch. Jack Leaning, perhaps that wicket just before lunch has spooked them. Something spooked them certainly because they don't look, well, they've started to make it look really tricky out there. Did he get a little inside edge? I'm just waiting for the replay to be shown next to us on the stream. It's already been shown on the big screen, but I missed it out. This might tell me. He slowed down, Oh, no. Blimey, that's moved a long way in off the pitch. He didn't get an inside edge at all. That's a terrific delivery from Anuj Dal. And Derbyshire, well, they are really on top at the moment. Another wicket for Anuj Dal. What did I say? I'm not going to say it again because I know I'm right. When he's hot, Anuj Dal is hot.
4 for 40 now. And this spell, he's bowled 16 deliveries and taken 2 for none.
Yeah, decent. 5 off 33 for Benjamin. Still 291 runs behind. So even if they don't enforce the follow-on, should they take the remaining 2 wickets before they'll have a very healthy lead. And they can pretty much go out there and swing. I mean, they'll try and play as sensibly as possible, but we might see some fireworks later on. There comes Dal into Nathan Gilchrist, who's the new batter, who pushes the first ball he faces out into the offside. And there's no run. I don't think when Nathan Gilchrist was eating his shredded beef and rice, if indeed that's what he had, with extra peas, at lunch, which is what we had, and it was delicious, that he was expecting to be batting at 2:15.
No, they've lost 3 wickets for 7 in 3 and a bit overs.
Dal's next delivery is defended by Gilchrist out into the offside. It's fielded by Pat Brown, and that was a wicket maiden for Anuj Dal against the applause of the county ground faithful. Bless him, the gentleman who stood up to applaud the 150 for Ben Compton just before lunch. Must be wondering if he's ever going to stand up again.
Yeah, things looking dire for Kent here, but Derbyshire have produced something from this pitch which has been pretty lifeless. We're talking about it deteriorating, perhaps helping the spin bowlers late on, but it's the seam bowlers doing the damage here. 2 for Dal, 1 for Rees after lunch. Jack Morley, as you were saying, Dave, mate, how important that wicket was of the LBW against Leaning. Stewart to face then, and drives that once again powerfully at Pat Brown at cover. Rod Stewart's the sort of man that even when he looks like he's just going through the motions and, you know, just a gentle drive in the offside, it still goes off the bat very quickly.
Pat Brown did well then to get both hands on the ball to field that. I've no idea how he managed it, but he did. In fact, look, there we go. Cameraman thought it had gone to the boundary, and I'm not surprised. That might have been Phoebe this time. Come on, Phoebes.
Drive over the wicket. Naming and shaming. There we go.
Well, it's easy today because there's only 3 of them have
Defensive,
turned up,
sorry.
and half of them are just not here today. It's an outrage, but yeah, Phoebe on the camera now. Hood up. It's chilly on that balcony, out of the sun.
Well, we were much the same as Phoebe there. We thought that was going to go past Pat Brown
He did hit it well.
at some speed. We've got hands to it. Grant Stewart, apart from anything, will probably like not to be bowling soon again. As Rees bowls to him. Again, it's a sort of languid drive, but hit hard by Stewart up towards Lloyd at mid-off. He fields it. No run.
Coach Hollyoak, who's been fairly visible, and hats off to him for that. I do like to see the coaches walking around. He's currently standing at the top of the steps with his hands thrust deep into his pockets. He doesn't look happy.
No, you're not going to be at this point, are you? Looking like they were batting it away for a draw, perhaps before lunch. Now, it really is back to, well, feels like the fire alarm's going off, or at least the draw alarm's going off into the onside from Grant Stewart. drive. He goes on to 5. So that's first legitimate shot for runs.
Kirk's not happy. Derbyshire supporter. Have we glued the stumps in, he asks. And as Dahl clatters into Benjamin's off stump at about 80 mile an hour and the stump didn't come out of the ground. Disappointed. Shame, he says. Shame.
Prefer them to be made of balsa wood or something like that. We good, wouldn't it? Just like an explosion. Perhaps a little charge in them. So, Nathan Gilchrist feels outside the off stump for that one. Not a very convincing shot.
I always worry when we make suggestions in jest about putting little explosions in or making them light up, because somebody somewhere will be listening and going,
Yeah.
oh, that's a good idea. We could use that in August. Before you know where you are, you've got exploding stumps that light up.
What about the Roman candle idea? Is just the sparks shoot out of the stumps rather than the bales lighting up.
The batter gets an electric shock.
Yeah. Yes. Reese to Gilchrist leaves that, and it's a good leave in the end. That'll be the end of the over. This time there's no wicket for Derbyshire, which we're getting used to just after lunch. 297 for 8. I think one of the first times we saw the flames, the flamethrowers they have at T20 matches that go off. Yeah. And Joe Denley chasing a ball headlong, basically, towards the boundary. Ball's gone over the boundary. He's gone over the boundary with it. Flames go up, and he stops short of getting everything singed off. So, it's not the safest place to have them, I have to say, but...
Looks good, though, doesn't it? It looks good. Yeah. That's all that matters. It looks good. Don't worry about player welfare.
Never mind about Joe's eyebrows, we thought. Yeah. No, you're right. It's all about the spectacle.
Too much cricket, but we don't mind incinerating the odd fielder every now and again. Dear, oh dear.
It's a bit beyond Darwinian, that, isn't it? It's survival of the fittest.
Dahl into bowler Stewart, who gets one edgish down towards third man. Morley's chasing. He will just about get there before it crosses the rope. Yes, he will. They come back for 2. In fact, Gilchrist wanted a third. He's got good arm as Morley for a little bloke. And sends him right over the stuff. He's only tiny, isn't he?
Yeah, fair enough.
I think that most people are tiny. Blair is not tiny. Zach's not tiny. Pat Brown's taller than he really looks. Wears his cap in a very jaunty manner. Jack Morley is smaller. Here is Dahl into bowl to Stewart, who just stops on him again, and he does really well to keep that one down. He gets a single as well up to Harry Kame at mid-off, but again, I think the ball is starting to stop. Do things start to stop? It is just stopping a little bit on the... now, that might just be taking pace off by Dahl. Might be clever bowling. Might be the pitch changing its nature. Every so often there's a gust of wind that blows a huge amount of dust off the footmarks as well. 300 for Kent after that single down to third man. I apologise. I didn't hear the applause, so I wasn't drawn to it, but it's another bonus point for Kent. 300 for 8. Derbyshire need one more wicket in the next 30 overs or so to get maximum bowling points as well.
Yeah, so if they were to draw, as you say, that'd be a good return from this match for them.
That would almost, another bonus point with a draw would be 15 points, which is too many for a draw, really, when you only get 24 for a maximum point win as Dahl bowls. So that's gone past the edge of Gilchrist's bat.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised to see Nathan Gilchrist coming in ahead of Jake Ball, but forgetting that Jake Ball went off with like an abdomen strain or a side strain yesterday, and that will again, when Kent come to bowl, make things a little bit more straightforward, you think, for Derbyshire.
But does he bat if they're so far behind?
Yeah, I don't know.
I wonder. I mean, if it was 10 away from the follow-on target, you'd send him out and stick something in him and say, "Well, just ease the pain for a minute." But is it worth it?
Maybe a Stewart still in, they do. I don't know.
If that one beats the edge of Gilchrist's bat as well, and then curls down towards the leg side after going past the bat.
Yeah, Gilchrist averaging just 7 career-wise, and cricket fans who don't watch him play for Kent every week will know him probably best for equalling the championship record of 6 ducks back in 2022.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
I didn't Right, so we're in the presence of a record breaker.
Horrible thing to be known for, isn't it?
But he's known for it. I'm not known for anything. His Dahl bowls, you can probably see why, because he's just swished at that one outside the off stump and then played a second shot that was slightly better but not much as the over comes to an end. 3 from it, 300 for 8. Stewart has 8. Gilchrist yet to get off the mark from 8 deliveries. The lead, Derbyshire's lead remains fairly healthy at 287. And I'd be surprised if I didn't get mail if they don't enforce the follow-on as to why they haven't enforced the follow-on. But, especially with a bit of weather around, I don't know. That's a
good question.
It's a very tricky decision, isn't it? They've done it once and it hasn't worked. Will it work a second time? Well, we'll find out.
Reece centre bowl to Stewart. 2 slips behind him. He just angles it to point. And there's Dahl fields and there's no run. Nathan Gilchrist would probably like to be known better for being Kent's leading wicket taker this season, which is his main job, obviously. But yeah, he's in at number 10 because I would say ostensibly anyway. Jake Ball, I think, averages in the teens, so
yes,
I'd imagine him to be coming out of 10.
I thought I got somewhere near 20 in my mind from his time at Nottinghamshire.
It's actually a reasonable bat for lower order. But, drive from Stewart, very attractive too, and that'll go through extra cover. And I think it's going to be cut off, though, is it? It is. David Lloyd's done really well to catch up with that. And they'll take 3. So Stewart coming back goes on to 11 of 14 balls. Gilchrist has none from 8 so far. But I'd imagine psychologically for Kent it will be difficult to get the bowlers back out there because they bowled for a day and a half, didn't they, effectively?
Yes.
They've not had that much respite, I suppose, overnight. But never mind that. Derbyshire will be looking to pile on the runs as Reece bowls outside the off stump to Gilchrist, who shoulders arms. Has absolutely nothing to do with that. No foot movement at all. And Reece just adjusting the field. It's a complicated.
He's going around the wicket, so he's just asked everybody just to shift a little bit straighter. Jake Ball's first-class batting average is 12.66.
Oh, there we go. Not as high as I thought. But
no, mate.
Here's Reece to Gilchrist, feeling for that one outside the off stump. It's gone through to wicket-keeper Guest, who takes it down the leg side. It's past the off timber. Reece looking. What would we call that smile? A philosophical smile, maybe?
Yes, rueful.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's just about stump 3.5, I would say. It's got to be 4, I suppose, in that it didn't hit the timber, but very close indeed. Reece just was about 2 up, and a huge gust of wind comes across the ground. It was regaining us with tales of basin reserve of 150 kilometre winds there, which is a little bit more serious than this, to be fair.
The Windy City.
Yeah.
The other Windy City.
Wellington this is, rather than
yes. The
Chicago,
original one.
I suppose, yeah. And here comes Reece to Gilchrist. That's a good-looking drive. And that'll go for 4 runs, I think. Will that one finally go for 4 for Kent? It has already. There we are. Bajan Mugham is indicating that one. Yeah, got a fullish length delivery, teed off at it. And that's a great batter when he does that.
I'm going to defend us both now as to Jake Ball's batting average. His batting average against Derbyshire is 33.
Okay.
So I got the impression that he was a better batter than he is. But his batting average against Kent, which you may have seen him play against Kent, is 19.66.
There we are. There we go.
So we were right.
I was in the teens. Absolutely right. Just in the teens. It's a great delivery as a reply from Reece, but it leaves Gilchrist off the pitch and into the wicketkeeper's gloves. End of the over. Gilchrist has 4. Stewart has 11. Any runs they can eke out being important for Kent here to try and get them closer to the follow-on total, but surely they're not going to make that now, and it will be a question for Derbyshire, for Captain Wade Madsen. Just exactly whether he wants to put Kent in again or decide to bat for a second time himself. Bit of a conversation with Zach Chappell there.
How are you feeling?
Very serious, put his arm on his shoulder, staring him in the eyes. I think that's what it'll be, yeah.
He's just had a word with Lewis Rees as he goes down to long leg as well as Dal begins a new over. That's pushed into the offside backward square by Stewart to Jack Morley. I don't look like they're going to win the 3-match ODI series with the West Indies because it's chucking it down in Dublin again. West Indies 253 for 4 after 42 overs. But rain in Dublin, which is disappointing, but not unsurprising. As Dal is in and bowls to Stewart, who pushes this one up to mid-off. This time it's Harry Kame who does the fielding up there in the distance.
Charlton still holding on to a 1-0 lead against Leyton Orient in the League One playoff final. Obviously that's interesting to both Derby and Burton fans, isn't it, for next season, as to where they'll end up, but
Not so much Derby fans.
not so much Derby fans. No. One of the sides we're going to the championship, weren't they?
I apologise.
That's driven
Yes,
by
you're
Grant Stewart, by the way.
absolutely
That'll be 4 runs.
No,
Yep.
I got horribly confused for a minute. Yes, it
I
will be
suddenly
of
thought
interest.
I've lost my bearings.
No, you're right. You're right. I was more concerned about who lost, and I missed that. And my commentary, yeah.
It's a good shot that from Stewart, anyway.
It was,
That.
and it didn't get the full commentary treatment really that it deserved from me. Just a very nice drive. Pat Brown, he knew it had gone past him straight away. He sort of put his head back, thinking, I've got to go and get that. And he moves on to 15. 311 for 8. You're absolutely right. I apologise. I'd lost my bearings. Here comes Dal and bowls to Stewart. See, where we are commentating, it goes past the edge of the bat through to wicket-keeping broadcast. Perhaps he'd prefer us not to commentate. Ah, yes. Well, that's quite amusing for me then, because it means the Derby County element of my radio station will have to find somewhere to park at Charlton. Whereas I know where to park at Leyton Orient.
There we go.
So we're all happy. Anthony sent us a message. Afternoon, Fletch. Blimey. Kind regards, Anthony from Huna.
Yeah, fair enough.
Here comes Dal and bowls up instead into the leg side by Stewart for a single. He moves on to 16, 312 for 8. He'll only have one delivery, Anish Dal, at Nathan Gilchrist. It's like reverse Night Watchman this, where Stewart trying to milk the bowling as much as he possibly can, face as many deliveries as he can now as the last remaining recognised batter. As Dal is in and Gilchrist keeps that one out, pushes it off the back foot up towards mid-off. Another over comes and goes, and another motorcyclist screams up the Sir Frank Whittle Road.
It's not quite a jet engine, that, is it? Am I talking about the right man?
I believe so, yes.
That's
No,
fine,
very
yeah.
good.
I was going to say that would be.
Very good, yes. I must play the Dave Bradley Spoonerism of the Sir Frank Whittle Road at some point over the next 24 hours. You'll be very entertaining.
You'll be surprised how that ends up, or maybe not.
It is available at all good outlets. Bless him. We won't see Bradders at all this season, which is an absolute disgrace.
Yeah, it's a shame.
Yeah. Derbyshire don't play Worcestershire. Well, unless he comes here, they do play them here in the T20, but will he come? I'm not sure. I hope he does.
Reese round the wicket now to Stewart, inside part of the bat. Goes square of the wicket, fielded by Harry Kame. A single for Stewart, goes on to 17. Gilchrist has 4, 3, 14 for 8. Yes, indeed. Oh no, 313 for 8. I'm just not quite in rhythm with the scoreboard
No,
here. I think, if anything, Law's just too quick for us. Well, for me anyway. But he'll be used to that. As Reese round the wicket to Gilchrist. Defends that adequately enough into the offside, and there's no run.
Bless it, it's slowly creeping up, the amount of the scoreboard away to the right that works, but it hasn't crept up enough to make it of any use. Other than for the bonus points, really. Bizarrely.
So, yeah, Reese turns. He's on 1 over 56 so far. Looks like he's bowled better than that. Left outside the off stump by Gilchrist. Frustratingly for Reese, who's got very close to the off stump in the previous over. Imagine me pretty confident with what's been going on just after lunch. 3 wickets falling for just 7 runs.
It's been a good half hour or more for Derbyshire.
Indeed so. Bowls now to Gilchrist. Was back on that one, but again defends it off middle and off. Up to Chappell. Some polishing of the ball now. He's got his sleeveless jumper on. Waiting at full sleeve jumper, waiting for the call from Captain Wayne Madsen to come into the attack. And hopefully from their point of view do some serious damage. And Reese again aborts the run up there, just can't get in rhythm with the gusty wind, I think, here.
I should have got Blair's phone number, really, because we could have just sent him a message saying, when you go out next time to take a sweater or something, just tell us how the pitch is looking. get the expert view.
To it, suddenly great craters have appeared on the length. That's Reese bowls to Gilchrist, fends at that one. It's outside the off stump. Aborts the shot sort of halfway through there. Thought better of it, but again, I'm not sure. Well, he wasn't playing down the line of the ball, but has managed to keep his bat away from it, which is probably a little bit of shape from Reese. Looks frustrated as he comes through his follow through. Last ball of the 95th over then. Reese round the wicket, 2 slips in the gully in behind. Gilchrist defends that out to point. End of the over. Stewart has 17, Gilchrist has 4. Kent 13 for 3, still trailing by 274. And are a long way away from the 438 they need in total to avoid the follow-on. So that is another 125 runs for with 2 wickets to spare, and we don't know if Jake Ball will bat, so we're as certain as we can be at this point. The Derbyshire will be mulling the choice of whether to enforce the follow-on at some point in the not too distant future.
Madsen just telling Jack Morley out on the cover boundary to go a little bit straighter, which he does. Always best to do what your captain says. Zach Chappell having a long-distance conversation with Blair Tickner as Anuj Dal continues from the city end, and Stewart pushes the ball back towards him. He just gets his left hand to it, hits the fingertips, takes all the pace out of it. Stewart remains on 17, Gilchrist 14, 4, 313 for 8. The score, it doesn't seem like 2 minutes since I was looking at the follow-on target thinking, well, it's 150 away and they've got 5 wickets in hand, nothing's happening. That'll be met, and we'll move on. Dal in again. Stewart takes a stride towards the Derbyshire bowler before defending it into the onside to David Lloyd. He's covered in dust, and his right knee is a terrible mess. There is a long leg. Just checking down below us to the right. There is one there. There always is. No third man though. 2 slips. Backward point. Dal bowls. That one is played nicely off the back foot by Stewart for his 18th run out towards Jack Morley. 314 for 8. The wind is so strong that the wagtail is being blown along the ground. It seems to me. He's fluttering about down there. Always good to see.
They're picking insects and grubs, are they, off the
Yeah.
off the outfield?
Which presumably get nearer the top the more it rains, and we have had rain 2 nights in a row as Gilchrist leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Not too far outside the off stump, judging by Anasdal's reaction to it, but outside the off stump nonetheless.
You were saying yesterday there were there fledglings?
There was one at Old Trafford,
Old
yeah,
Trafford.
just on the, it's like a net, isn't it, in front where you sort of put your effects microphone on. And there was a very young wagtail on there. Some adults kept sort of flying to it and then flying away. Eventually it flew off. Scared away by Scott Reed moving the effects microphone as Gilchrist plays and misses at that one. Arms go up in the slip cordon. Anderson, Madsen and Jewell. Jewell still with the sun specs on.
Yet to see Scott Reed this season, but I'll be joining him at Blackpool
Oh, nice.
next month.
I like Blackpool.
Not for cricket, we're just going out for a jolly.
Let's go in on the big one.
Yeah. Probably shouldn't have mentioned it. Watch out, Blackpool.
I know, it's a lovely little ground. Have you been to Blackpool before?
I have not, no,
it's a
no.
really nice ground. I had a one-day game there a few years ago.
Looking forward to that.
Dal bowls, and that one is guided down towards the vacant third man area. Morley will chase. They'll come back for the... No, they won't come back for the second as Morley picks up and throws in. And I don't think anybody in the Derbyshire side will be disappointed that they didn't take the second, because it was the final ball of the over, which means that Gilchrist, who's moved on to 5, is on strike for what could be Lewis Reese's last over of the spell. It's his 7th. He's got 1 for 17 since lunch. And as Dal's figures ruined, 2 for 10 now off 6 overs since lunch for him. 315 for 8. Kent 272 behind still.
I think seen Scott do work at Blackpool before, I think with a radio mic, and he's going round, he's been on the groundsman's tractor and that sort of thing,
Yeah,
talking to people in the crowd. Fabulous broadcaster.
local celebrity.
Around the wickets and helped on its way, off the pad, but always going down leg side. So leg buys, punch of the gloves between Stewart and Gilchrist, 4 to the total, and 315 for 8.
I have good news of an Aaron Donald.
Oh, yeah.
Who made a 3
Second
ball,
time round.
3 ball 4 this morning in
Yeah.
the first match for the Welsh national counties team. He's now 51 off 20 with 4 4s and 4 6s. That's the kind of an Aaron Donald we
that's
want to see come Friday.
That's a reasonable knock. Also just outside the off stump, and Gilchrist is pushed towards that. Reese has just put his right hand to his head. It's almost a face palm, I think, from Reese, just frustrated. These tail enders, they will try and play at deliveries they're not supposed to play at, and then not hit them. That's very annoying. Yeah, it's played down the wrong line there. I think it's Reese's frustration, which just threatened to boil over yesterday, but the umpires have had a calming word with him. Drive by Gilchrist. Doesn't look like he's middled that one. He's middled it enough. That's 4 runs. I thought for a second it was bottom end of the bat and he might be just crawling to the boundary. I've done him a disservice. That's 4 runs. And they move on to 3-2-3 for 8. Yeah, absolutely.
Didn't sound.
No, that was my first thought.
Yeah, you get an impression
bit-
from the sound,
A bit
can't you?
thin, but
It's got a dodgy bat. If he had a good bat, imagine how good he'd be.
well, I was going to say, if I could mistime a ball that far, I'd be very, very happy. It's Reese to Gilchrist. It's good defence on the off stump as well. No run. And they're just hanging around a bit. This partnership is 27 from 42 balls now. How much it'll matter in the grand scheme of things is another case. But Kent, when they're batting, I think it's fair to say, in the remainder of this game, just need to slow Derbyshire down as much as anything else, as much as they can. Take time out of the game towards the hope of getting a draw. Derbyshire looking for wickets. Oh, that's squared him up a bit, has it? Has that got an edge?
Yeah.
It's gone through first slip.
I think it's down
No shout from the
to
slips.
the ground again, I think. think Lewis Reese looks disappointed, but not disappointed enough that it was a catch.
Umpire Shanmugam has certainly not indicated its buys. No, it's gone along the ground through the slips, so really difficult to take that, isn't it, for Madsen at second slip. So they've come through for a single. Yeah, Gilchrist is on to 10. I thought because of the lack of excitement that nothing had happened.
Madsen's actually off the field.
Oh, is he, beg your pardon?
Yeah, no, I've only just noticed that myself.
So, Reese to Stewart. It's an attractive looking shot, but ends up with Harry Kame at a mid-wicket end of the over. So there'll be more attention for Nathan Gilchrist in the next over. 263 Kent trail by, at 324.48.
He's just come back on and he's gone to speak to Anuj Dal. There's a change of bowling as Pat Brown removes his sweater at the far end. So we're going to see a bit of short pitch stuff, I think, here from Pat Brown. He's having a lengthy word with Anuj Dal about something, but I'm not sure what, obviously from this distance. And umpire Pratt came across to join in at one point. I'm not sure he was necessarily anything that he needed to bother himself with. So he's gone back, and it's a quite lengthy conversation between a bowler who's actually coming off. They want the fielding pads now, and Blair Tickner's been forced into action. It's actually the other 12th man who's coming on now, Nick Potts, and he gives a nice little short pass, puts him through the gap.
I have to say, from Nathan Gilchrist's point of view, it's been a bit tentative to Lewis Reese and Anuj Dal. Now, he pretty much knows what he's going to get, doesn't he, from Pat Brown? It's going to be rapid, and it may well be up at his head.
He'll have a fine leg, and he's got a very, very straight, it's not backstop territory, but it's not far off, very straight third man down below us, Zach Chappell. Should he have a little dabble at that? I'm sure Wayne Madsen will be back in the slip, so there'll be two of those. We will have a short leg. Martin Anderson was also warming up a few minutes ago, so wouldn't be a major surprise if he replaced Lewis Reese. And then there's the backward point, who's quite deep. Oh, hang on. Are we going to get the backstop, or are they just swapping over? No. Mitch Wagstaff's being brought up from fine leg to a sort of leg gully kind of area. It's that position backward of square on the leg side on the 45 that doesn't have a name. No, it isn't, because he's continued running now. David Lloyd is in. Two catching mid-wickets. Perhaps we're going for that. No, we're not going for that either. I'm going to wait till everybody stops moving before I even try to describe the field, because
It did a great job, I have to say, and all those seemed quite legitimate assessments of the field. But
so it's Martin Anderson who's backward of square on the leg side. Two slips, short leg, mid-wicket, and a catching mid-wicket as the predictably short delivery comes in from Pat Brown, and Gilchrist just ducks underneath it.
so presumably Brown will go short by default, and then the full length one to try and clean him up. But
With the white ball, he's very much short of a length at pace, and slower balls chucked in. As I said the other day, I have no idea why. You can't just transfer.
At least try it once.
Yeah, transfer those skills, go for the back of the hand and completely fool especially the lower order batters. He's in again now, bowls. That's a fuller delivery. It actually falls to the floor, Pat Brown, and it's driven straight back at him, and he stops it with his back. Entirely unintentionally. In fact, he did well not to roll back on the ball. That would have been quite painful, actually.
He's got a long barrier down his whole body. There we go.
Yeah. It was like the old, what they called the draft excluder and the free kicks, wasn't it? Lying on the floor. Ball will not pass. We're definitely going to see Martin Anderson soon. As Brown sets off again in and bowls to Gilchrist. Short delivery. You can duck out of the way of that one. It's too wide of the off stump, really. Once again, Caleb Jewell under the helmet at short leg. It was only at the start of this innings when he batted for as long as he had for his 232 that he didn't bat under the helmet. He's now asking David Lloyd if he's got something, and Lloyd just pulls both of his pockets inside out to prove that he's got nothing in there. They do strange things, cricketers, when they're in the field. He's at first slip, David Lloyd. As Brown is in, and he's put this straight up in the air into the offside, but it's beyond Harry Kame as he runs towards it. He's going to get a single for it, but false shot. Just wants to get down the other end, I think. I can't say I blame him. Nathan Gilchrist, he moves to 11. So he's already well above his average.
Yeah, and he's used up 5 overs worth of,
Yeah.
of deliveries at this point. In fact, he's faced more than Grant Stewart has.
He was aiming that into the leg side.
Yeah.
Harry Kame, I don't think anybody, I don't think even Anuj Dal, who is the quickest fielder I've ever seen, I don't think he'd have got there. They practices a shot that was nothing like the one that he played at the non-strikers end. Anderson has now gone into extra cover and he's bouncing around. Still 2 slips though. Brown aborts the run-up.
Leading the camera star for the merry dance, that one from Nathan Gilchrist. Well picked up actually in the end, I have to say. Got way quicker than my eyes did.
Yes, I didn't really pick it up at all. Only when Harry Kame started running did I think it was possibly somewhere near him. As Brown is in and Stewart goes back, plays it straight back to Pat Brown, who does fancy himself as a footballer.
I'd imagine this will be a short one. They'd rather have
Yes.
Gilchrist at the danger end, wouldn't they, and Stewart in any case.
Pat Brown just
Nice ball.
telling Pat Brown that he might be getting quite close to the danger zone, or the
Right.
red zone, or whatever it's called, when he follows through. So he doesn't warn him, but he does just let him know. Pat Brown turned round to acknowledge the fact that he'd told him. Last ball of the over. Brown's 9th. He's into bowl to Stewart, who
I'm wrong. There we go.
does very well indeed with a ball that is of length. Pushes it out towards Mitch Wagstaff, who's on the field out there, away to our right. Picks up a single and keeps the strike. He moves on to 19. Gilchrist has 11. 326 for 8, and it will indeed be Martin Anderson with all his S's to bowl from the racecourse end.
Always have that little. I don't know if you ever the cricketers that share names with people that you know, and then you're about to say it and think, oh no, that's the one I know. It's not. It can't be Martin Anderson.
Yeah. He lives somewhere
Went
else.
to,
Doesn't play
went to
much
college
cricket.
with a bloke called Martin Anderson, who also had the double S's. He was from Scandinavia, but yeah, there we go.
Well, Martin's dad is Swedish. Yeah. I met his parents at Grace Road. They watched him score his maiden first-class century on the Saturday at Grace Road. It was really nice. He's made another since.
Yeah,
Against his former club, which would have been very pleasing, I'm sure.
good signing as well. I think
Yeah.
every indication from what I've seen in the past is that he's a good all-round cricketer. That's actually literal for him, isn't it?
I think
Triple threat, they call him, don't they?
Yes.
Well, not in cricket, probably. But
Yeah. It'd be a key part of the T20 side, I think,
Yeah.
as well. So.
bowls now, number 9 to number 9. Grant Stewart facing. So down the leg side. Stewart thinking about helping it down, or hoping to help it down to a fine leg, but it goes past him through the wicketkeeper. Brooke Guest, just the one slip in for Grant Stewart, which is probably, well, I'm sure Wayne Madsen will be delighted for me to say, it's probably a good idea, I think. Because he'll swing hard, I'd imagine, Grant Stewart at this. They'd rather be bowling at Nathan Gilchrist if they can. So, goodness me, that was a good ball though from Martin Anderson. Having said that, outside the off stump, with no lie to that. Good length as well. He's deceptively quick, I would say, Martin Anderson.
Yes, he is. Hasn't got the wickets this season that, excuse me, he would have hoped for, certainly.
We just 7 before this game, so yeah, averaging up in the 40s, but 3 years. Runs in now to Grant Stewart, edged and gone, and gets him, wraps him up. And a little jump in the air from Martin Anderson in delight. And Nathan Gilchrist looks across to the pavilion. It's Jake Ball coming in at number 11. Grant Stewart goes for 19. They have wrapped him up. There you are. Didn't need any slips. It goes straight to the wicketkeeper. And Kent a 3-2-6 for 9.
Yeah, nice delivery. Previous one had him in trouble, and that one picks him up. He's still looking at the pavilion.
Yeah.
Bless him, Nathan Gilchrist. I don't think he's been told. It's a long way to the follow, and it's another 112 runs. And he is coming out. And he's coming out with the runner. Oh, joy of joys. We're going to see a runner for Jake Ball as he walks down the steps. So he is coming out. I'm not sure. Well, they clearly can't think it's going to make it any worse. Otherwise, he wouldn't bat. You would hope he wouldn't bat. Blimey.
I mean, obviously he's batting with the runner. He won't be bowling.
No, I think that's fairly safe. So, was that the last ball of the over as well?
Sure.
No, it wasn't. I'm talking absolute nonsense.
Well, they're just trying to see who the runner is. I think is that Jack Leaning? I think it might be. We are.
In less than.
I'm going for Leaning or Bell Drummond, as I said before. They're very similar
They are very
bills. So
similar.
yeah,
Helmet and fully
Yeah.
padded up. It's very tricky, isn't it? It is very tricky.
I think it's Jack Leaning.
I'm going to take your word for it. I'm also going to put the binoculars on him to see. Oh, the umpire's getting busy now, telling him where he can stand and where he can't stand. And come on, you're better than
It's
that.
all like he's been told off.
Yeah,
Stand there, young man.
if it's either of those two, it's Leaning.
Fair enough. There we go. I think that's one of those two. So
he's gone to square leg and the umpire's gone to point. That's the upshot of that. And Jake Ball can't move. So for the third successive match.
I wonder if Jake Ball will just be swinging at this point. But well, 3-2-6 for 9. He's no mug with the bat, but injured. Went off clutching his lower stomach on the left-hand side yesterday, taking out the bowling attack. Didn't look particularly comfortable with that. Hurried into a stroke on middle stump.
Kirk thinks they have to enforce the follow-on because of the weather. I don't think that any team has ever taken the weather into consideration in my memory. Perhaps they should, but they don't seem to.
I mean, sometimes, well, often with showers it's an inexact art, isn't it? So perhaps captains don't want to be dictated to by the risk that either. Oh, fill it off, goodness me.
That's made it worse.
And I think that might be it for oh my lord.
Oh, that looks really bad. And he's thrown his glove to the floor, hasn't he? Zach Chappell immediately put his hands on his head. I don't think this is a good idea.
He can barely move now. I think he's got to go off, and he's just thrown both his gloves to the ground there in pain. And so he's reaching down towards his stomach, maybe down towards the abdomen.
He can't bat.
He's not been hit, I have to say, ladies and gentlemen. Before we say that, he's fended the ball off. You probably heard the ball on the bat, but just the action of defending the ball off his stumps have left him in a great deal of pain. The umpires are calling on the physio.
Well, there's been no movement at all. The Derbyshire 12 man has managed to come down the steps, bring the bottles out so they can all have a drink, but we haven't. He's got to retire now, surely. He can't move.
No. I think that's it. I think, that
He's going to retire.
Nathan Gilchrist is taking his gloves off. Crikey, Jake Ball immediately reacting in.
It's like he'd been shot.
Yeah, I said he's just reaching just below the waistband left-hand side. And so I'm presuming it's a muscular pull because they wouldn't risk anything further than that. But that'll be it for Kent's innings then. They are effectively 3-2-6 all out with Jake Ball having to retire hurt, having faced just 2 deliveries. And feel for him and said there's no way he'll be out bowling, of course. But now the decision will be made by Derbyshire. They'll have had plenty of time to consider it after lunch, after 3 wickets fell, to scratch their heads and think about whether they'll bat again or whether they'll put Kent straight back in. But Kent 3-2-6 for 9, trailing by 261 runs here at the County Ground Derby. And Well, we'll let them think about it, shall we? As it,
Yeah, we'll be back in inside 10 minutes. The one thing I would say that is nobody, the two opening bats didn't race off. And normally, in between innings, the opening batters race off to get themselves ready, and they haven't. So it might be that, anyway, we're only guessing. The light roller, oh, excuse me, hang on.
the light roller comes on.
Yes,
Indeed.
that's desperately what I was trying to say there. You spotted the flaw in it then. We'll find out in the fullness of time. We might even find out before the fullness of time, who knows. But we'll be back in inside 10 minutes for whatever innings it is. The third innings of the match, we know that much, with Derbyshire leading by 261.
The end of Kent's innings, Derbyshire have enforced the follow-on. Welcome back the umpires and Derbyshire led by Captain Wayne Maxwell. Opening the batting for Kent, Ben Compton and Joe Denley. To bowl from the racecourse end, Martin Anderson.
Welcome back. And if you've not seen it on social media, we can tell you right now that Kent are following on here. 261 runs, oh, crikey, in arrears. Mind the barrels. Recording this from the back of a pub near Derby.
I wish.
The country band's not bad either. But, Anderson to start, then to Denley. Down the leg side, I think about rain, and they don't. But yeah, 261 runs in arrears. It's Compton and Denley back out. Well, for Compton, Ben Compton, he wasn't in the dressing room for very long, putting his feet up, was he?
Around about 12 overs.
12 overs, yeah. So about 3/4 of an hour. He got to put his feet up, and he's been on the field for every moment of the game. Apart from that, he's got himself a 156 in the first innings, but now charged with batting again as Kent are. Nicely tucked away by Joe Denley, who looked a bit out of sorts to start his first innings, but understandably having put a plate in a broken arm before the season started and not played any second 11 cricket. It's been in the nets and drafted into this game to change the balance of the Kent side. Well, now the balance is all about the batting. They added a batter to the lineup, and they're going to need it too. 261 runs short of, of making Derbyshire bat again, Dave Fletcher. At this point, they just need to do what Derbyshire did and bat for a day and a half, pretty much.
They do, really, don't they? But they'll do well, but they won't, will they? They won't knock this deficit off by the close of play today. They'll have to be batting at least until tea tomorrow, you'd have thought, to make the game safe. And Derbyshire basically need 9 wickets rather than 10, I would suggest, because if we see Jake Ball again, I'd be absolutely staggered.
Around the wicket to the left-handed Compton comes Anderson. Compton, let's do, just moving inside the line and pushing it to mid-wicket. Pat Brown fields, and there is no run. And it really was a spell. Well, a wicket just before lunch, which took us by surprise, I think, a little bit. Jack Leaning going for 15 to the bowling of Jack Morley, and then after lunch, 3 quick wickets, 3 for 7 in short order, 2 for Dahl, 1 for Rees, which felt like it changed the whole game to me. I mean, we knew which way it was going in one respect when Derbyshire were batting, but like a flat pitch as this one's left outside the off stump from Anderson to Compton. But yeah, and then wrapped up by Martin Anderson, getting rid of Grant Stewart, having him caught behind, and Jake Ball lasted 2 balls. The second one, he jabbed his bat down on and reacted in a great deal of pain and had to go off. He came out with the runner anyway, but feelings with him. So Anderson bowls to Compton. Derbyshire fans' sympathies will be probably a little bit overwhelmed by the thought of a victory here. But defended this next ball, no run.
Yeah, I mean, nobody. The way Jake Ball, bless him, reacted, he is clearly. I mean, he's going to be a doubt for the T20 now if he was going to play in it.
Yeah, not for Kent. He won't. He's just on a 2-match loan. But yeah,
he'll
be going back to Somerset.
Oh, okay.
But
He won't be playing for Somerset anytime soon, will he?
Absolutely not. No. Anderson to Compton. He slips in the gully in behind him. He defends that off stump. Back at the bowler. Sunshine now. Which can be a little bit happy, I suppose, but about, but it's been high cloud most of the day. I don't think it's not been that kind of overcast day for the ball to be hooping around. But Derbyshire found something after lunch to take 3 quick wickets, then get rid of Stewart, and that's got them into the position they are in. They've bowled themselves into that, and I have to say, really well done to them as well. Easy to get tired and a bit demoralised, isn't it, when it feels to be flattening out, but they kept at it. Good captaincy from Wayne Madsen with the short stuff just before lunch, drying up the runs. And now they're in a fantastic position to bowl themselves to victory. Anuj Dal from the City end, who took 4 wickets in the Kent first innings. Didn't go through the bowling analyses, but 4 for 50 he took.
I've been told there was a relative of William Mycroft in the ground this morning, his great grandson from America. But nobody got a chance to speak to him, and that is a real shame. William Mycroft played for Derbyshire a long time ago, 1873 to 1885, as Anuj Dal begins a new over from the City end, bowling to Denley, who turns that into the leg side for a single and moves on to 2-2 without loss. William Mycroft, it is rumoured / reported, was watched by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, who was a big cricket fan, and decided to name the baddie in the Sherlock Holmes books after William Mycroft.
Okay.
138 matches in his first-class career. High score of 44, batting average of 5. That's not great. Bowling, 863 wickets at 12. He was decent. Here's Dal bowls. That one is off an inside edge of Compton's bat down towards long leg for a single, fielded by Chappell.
It's back in the days where 863 wickets at 12 was reasonably good. Yeah.
Yes, 87 times he took 5 wickets in an innings, and 28 times he took 10 wickets in a match. I mean, there were uncovered pitches, we ought to say, and they were probably cut by horse-drawn vehicles, but he's still one of the legendary figures in Derbyshire's history, born in Birmingham, I beg his pardon, Birmingham. That one is off the edge of Denley's bat, down into the ground, fielded by Morley, born in Brimington in Derbyshire and died in Derby. He was only 53 when he died. Left arm quick bowler, 1873 to 1885. It would have been great to have got his grandson, just to have a quick chat with him and say, well, what do you know about him, and how large is he a figure in the family? Dal is in, bowls, that's defended up towards mid-off by Denley.
Sorry, I thought it was umpire Shanmugam, I think, just counting deliveries, but I thought he'd made a no ball indication. Then there was a conversation with Neil Pratt, the square leg umpire, and I wondered if that was...
They've swapped ends, of course, at the halfway stage of the match. Technically, the halfway stage of the match, 2 innings. Shanmugam is at the far end, Pratt at square leg at the racecourse end. The ball is pushed up towards mid-on. Compton sets off very, very sprightly for a single, and Denley's marking his guard. So he turns around and goes back and leans on his bat.
You know, just looking up his feat against Lancashire a couple of years ago, or 3 years ago now, Ben Compton, he spent every minute of the game against Lancashire on the pitch, having carried his bat in the first innings for Kent, and batted for around about 9 hours, and then was last man out. Well, say agonisingly, but they lost the game anyway, but it would have been quite something to have carried the bat in both innings.
Wouldn't it just? This next delivery is defended by Denley into the onside. Final ball of the over. 2 gone, 3 for 9.
So just making the point that having 3/4 an hour off is absolute luxury for Ben Compton. He wouldn't have known what to do with himself, I would imagine.
Probably had time to nip out the ground for a coffee, do some shopping.
Now he's back to where he loves to be, and it's fair to say there are those batters that are, obviously they are professionals, so they are masters of their craft, but there are some that would happily bat all day and all night. From a Kent point of view, legends of Martin van Jaarsveld just taking throwdowns from absolutely anybody at any time at Canterbury. He happily would bat, probably through the darkened hours as well. Anderson to Compton, defends it in the offside, and there is no run. So just was that a bird swooping? Something white falling from the.
Not bits falling off the building.
Oh, sorry, having said that, no. Well, just something plummeting to the ground there. Or floating, I should say, don't worry. No Kent fans have decided on the ultimate sacrifice during day 3. So, off the hip from Compton, good shot. Seen that from him a number of times already today. That's a single for him. He moves on to 2, second time round. Joe Denley has 2. They've both faced 7 balls. Most importantly for both sides, the final figure in the analysis, 4 for none. And Kent will be hoping that doesn't tick past, I was going to say 9, but probably 8 at this point with Jake Ball. Probably not going to come out to bat again. That's a nice shot from Denley off Anderson. Just clip square of the wicket. And Kane fields. And they come back for 2. Is that the wind?
Yeah.
It's disturbing things downstairs, yeah. It's dragging stuff around. So we haven't really heard it in the last.
Billowing the hopper cover down.
Yeah. I think Henry here was saying, I spoke to him this morning, that that's a lovely shot from Joe Denley, perhaps slightly over-pitching Anderson, but he has just rolled the wrists over that. It's gone square of the wicket, and that's 4 runs. So, attractive-looking shot. Denley has 8, Compton has 2. And the runs, as I said, will mean probably not much more to these batters than adding to their seasonal total. But they need to occupy the crease, and still with 42 overs after this one, minimum remaining for Derbyshire. Rap on the pad, not a particularly confident appeal from the bowler. I think impact outside maybe, but
I would like to know what's moving around out there.
Yeah.
I can't quite work it out.
Yeah, apologies on the stream, but the bit of scraping. It doesn't feel like it's particularly regular, does it? Like someone's doing it. So I'd imagine it's to do with the wind blowing across the ground. As Anderson bowls to Denley, again full-length delivery, and Denley tucks this one through mid-wicket. I think he'll get runs for this, but not 4 of them, as Harry Kane makes a long trip around from more or less square leg to field. Committed fielding there. They'll take themselves. Was it just 2 in the end?
Yeah,
it
just
was,
2.
yeah. Decided not to take on the arm of Kane, and why would they? 10 for Denley, 2 for Compton. End of the 3rd over of Kent's 2nd innings. 12 for none. Still 249, count them, runs behind Derbyshire. 587 for 5 declared. Kent bowled out for 326. 261 runs behind.
A little insight into the mind of a Derbyshire follower here with this email from Nick Buxton, I think. Does this feel like a must-win? With Glamorgan about to thump Middlesex, there's a chance we could be cut adrift if we keep drawing and the top 2 keep winning. Calm down, Nick, calm down. What a time to be alive, he says. Anuj Dal begins a new over from the City end. We're not used to this kind of talk.
Well, I think as he recognises, that's a nice, what do they call it, the cliche that football managers say. It's a nice problem to have.
It's a nice problem to have, yes.
To have to win a game to keep in the top 2, perhaps.
I think it's a game that they mustn't lose, certainly from here. They won't lose from here. Well, I've said that now.
Unlikely.
If they lose this from here, that would be a remarkable turnaround. I'm not sure must win. They have to start winning at some point, clearly, in addition to the one at the start of the season as Dal bowls to Compton, who goes back and pushes the ball out towards the cover boundary where Pat Brown is fielding. He moves on to 3. 13 without loss. They have a number of runs to play with. I mean, even last night, it was interesting talking to Caleb Jewell. He said, we have got a lot of runs to play with. And the fact that Kent still trailed by 248 proves that. They weren't panicking. They were just, chip away was the phrase that we used last night. And he said, no, you're absolutely right. We've just got to chip away. Well, they didn't chip away early. Matt Parkinson out, the night watchman, but then it all started not too long before lunch when Jack Leaning went, and then it was carnage in the afternoon. From nowhere, it was carnage. Here is Dal into Denley, who pushes this up to mid-on, and there's no run. And as I say, when things come, it's a glory of 4-day cricket, and why there should be more of it, not less of it, is that it can produce things like this, where things are going along swimmingly all the way up until lunch, and then fortunes change. And I know that's no consolation to the cat listeners, and I apologise, but this next delivery is defended again by Denley. But I would be fairly certain that most of the Kent County Championship followers would also agree that there can't be less 4-day cricket than there already is. I don't know anybody who watches county cricket who thinks there should be less of it. You do get the odd occasional game which you think, well, that was a complete waste of 4 days, but it's not often. That was something flying through the air, definitely.
Yeah.
You ducked. I like that. His Dal in and Poles that's left alone.
Actually,
Hey, Denley. I think this is tough and glass.
no, I'd say
reassure you.
Cowardice is my default, but I was actually just trying to follow its trajectory, whatever that was.
It's like when something bounces up on the road and hits the windscreen and you duck out of the way of it. You think, no, that won't do anybody any good.
Couldn't see what
It
that
is
was.
very windy out there.
Yeah.
There it goes again, whatever it is. Here is Dal in to bowl to Denley, who turns this into the onside. It's fielded by the short mid-wicket, who is Martin Anderson. I think it is. He's removed his cap and his glasses, and he's going to bowl the next over. 13 without loss. Now Kent in their second innings following on. Still trailing by 248. Lancashire are making a bit of a fist of it, but not much of one, let's face it. 169 for 4, still trailing by 82 at Grace Road. Middlesex, well, they only trail by 6 runs now, but they are 8 down at Sophia Gardens in their second innings, so Glamorgan are going to win. Gloucestershire have avoided the follow-on and killed the game at Northampton.
Anderson round the wicket to Compton now. Compton into the offside, forward of square, fielded by a combination of Messrs. Morley and Kane. And the big football news today is that the staff of BBC Radio Derby, those following the Rams, will need to find a very difficult to find parking space in southeast London.
Good luck, everybody.
For games against Charlton next year. As Compton checks that back past the bowler up to mid-on, whereas your Burton Albion correspondent, who's sitting to my right, who's got a secret
Yes, I can't say where it is.
a secret nook in East London, in the environs of Brisbane Road, will once again be able to use that next season.
What we need now is a Walsall win against Wimbledon. It's a full house.
There we go. Of course, yeah, good point. As that is close to the off stump as Compton leaves it. Anderson, I think, thought it was as well, through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. Slight vested interest from a Ken point of view there as well, is that
You'd be happier with Wimbledon, would you?
there are very few teams in the southeast of England, or the south of England even,
Well,
in
yeah.
League Two. So Crawley coming down is an absolute godsend.
For everybody?
Yeah, Cambridge are coming down as well, I suppose, which is close-ish.
Yeah, I like
Yeah.
Cambridge. I like the boys at Cambridge.
And, two former Gillingham managers there, actually, as part of the director of football, Mark Bonner, and manager Neil Harris.
You've got Bristol Rovers as well.
That's true, yeah, which is, yeah, doable. It's still not particularly, it's not just down the road, is it?
No, it's not.
Long way down the
Okay,
M4,
I'll give you that.
but no, in context, you're absolutely right. It's obviously devastated for both Carlisle and Morecambe and their relegation from the to the National League.
Well,
Both playing the offside.
My devastation was, I know, I can understand why you were devastated. My devastation was tempered by the fact that my team managed to stay up somehow when they were closing in, it seemed, at one point, Carlisle.
Yeah, of course, yeah. That's a good end to the season, didn't they, Rovers?
Yes.
Outside the off stump, sorry, by Martin Anderson at the cricket here, Derbyshire against Kent, through the wicket, he's been no run.
Cricket.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was nip and tuck for a long time. Too long, really. Survived to fight another day. They've struggled since they were relegated on points per game at the end of that COVID season, rather outrageously, in many people's opinion, in Birkenhead, certainly.
From the wicket comes Anderson through the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. I was boring Dave Fletcher with my start in radio was at radio, not at BBC station, but I think I am allowed to mention the name, Radio City.
I think so. It barely exists anymore, sadly.
Doing Tranmere games. I said the South, but the Midlands as well. Basically, as a stringer, you go where you're told, don't you, basically? And I was very happy to do so as well.
You were probably watching them when I wasn't. Because
Maybe so.
you, as you'll know, if you support a team, you tend not to get to see your team
No,
very often. I
that's
think I
true.
saw Tranmere 6 times last season, which is about as many as I've seen them in a single season for a long, long time.
But their BBC reporter, Derek, was very, very generous with me, I have to say. Took me under his wing,
Yeah.
and for post-match interviews and that sort of thing, and always have a good word with him. And our paths cross up to mid-off. Brian Little was the manager at that point.
They were
Tranmere Rovers.
just before the glory days, then,
Yeah.
weren't they? I didn't
It's
see
also
any-
a very nice man.
Yeah, I didn't see any of the glory days. I worked with he was manager at Halifax Town, his brother Alan. He was at Halifax Town for a short time until his appendix exploded.
Goodness.
Neil Redfern took over after that. His Dal in and bowls from the City End to... Denley's removed his top. That confused me for a moment.
Yeah.
I exactly see his number. He's removed his sweater, so both
Look at
sweaterless
that.
now.
He's number 6, look.
Yeah.
Who'd have thought?
I was recognising him as in this pair as the one with the sweater on, which just threw me a moment. Compton wears 2. Denley wears 6.
So another colleague of ours, Phil Kinsella, has done a number of Tranmere games in the past, working for Merseyside.
Yes.
Fine fella.
Yeah, there's
Keep in contact with him.
A lot of rugby league as well, Phil.
Yeah.
That one's pushed out into the offside by Denley. Fielded by Lloyd on this occasion.
Any time he's free, I try and drag him onto our Saturday programme for
He's a good
games
man.
up north, yeah.
He's a good man. Apart from when he tweets about the NRL when I haven't watched the game that I've recorded.
Oh, really?
It's my own fault.
Yeah.
But he's a keen follower of the NRL as well.
Yeah, I should have done spoiler alerts for perhaps the League One final today as well. I'm going to talk about different sports.
Down bowls to Denley, who pushes this one up to mid-off on this occasion. 2 to go in the over. Yes, our paths used to cross on a regular basis. Phil does a lot of widness and does Everton quite a lot at the moment, which is good. You'll see him at Southport, places like that as well, the non-league scene in Merseyside, on Merseyside. If indeed it is Merseyside, and I apologise because I'm not a big fan of the Merseyside concept as Dal bowls. Oh, he strikes the pad. Big appeal for leg before wicket, not out, says umpire Shan McGann. Get an inside edge. Was he outside the line? I've no idea from this angle.
Behind the batter as well here.
It clearly crashed into the pad at some point, but how did he get there?
Might have been going down.
Yeah, I think that could be the only thing it could have been. It was as good a shout as we've seen for a while.
Yeah, it's not bad.
We've had a lot of half appeals and appeals that have been stifled almost immediately as Dal is in and plays that ball upishly into the leg side. It does hit the ground a long way in front of Martin Anderson at that close mid-wicket position, but it was in the air off the bat. And Alice Dal has got a wicket today with a ball that stopped in the pitch. End of the over, 13 without loss of maiden over. That's successive maiden overs. So not the free scoring that we saw from Kent. Early on, they were going at 4.5 and over at one stage. And as I said earlier, Caleb Jewell admitted that Derbyshire hadn't bowled particularly well in the first 40 overs of Kent's first innings. They bowled particularly well, though, in the last 10.
It's Martin Anderson now to bowl to Compton. He slips in the guy in behind him. He leaves that one, or dives before it gets to Brooke Guest, the Derbyshire wicket-keeper. Yeah, Phil did some lovely interviews with a rugby league player called Ollie Leyland, who's going through Maidstone Grammar School. It's not a hotbed of rugby league, you'll understand
No,
there, but
no.
yeah, now playing for Warrington Wolves, so young player making his way in the game, but it's Anderson round the wicket to Compton, to Harry Kane at cover. There's no run.
I'm sure I will have seen, were they called Kent Invicta at any point? Certainly Maidstone Invicta rugby league team when they tried to get it going down there back in the day.
So the nearest one now is the Broncos, who've had trouble with the London Broncos, haven't they? And he played for them.
Are Wasps going to relocate in your patch?
Well, there's a
Okay.
question.
Sorry.
No, not at all. No. It's Anderson to Compton. So that there are occasional press releases from the organisation that is still intending to have a ground in, they say London and or South East, basically. So they have earmarked some land in the borough of Sevenoaks, which is very much Kent, but on the borders with metropolitan Kent, Swanley. But there's a long way between earmarking the land and getting a stadium built. But yeah, they're talking about a 25,000 plus seater stadium. As Anderson to Compton is the offside, and there's no run. But yeah, sorry, my expression was just these things take a long time. It's not as simple as we're going to plonk a stadium down there. There's a whole development around it as well. It has to be approved by council and, of course, go through public consultation. So, as far as I'm aware, that has slowed things down a bit at this point from the initial intention. But yeah, they're certainly talking about it.
Oh, I thought I'd seen something. They're not averse to a relocation, Wasps, are they?
No, it's true. As Anderson to Compton leans forward, lets the ball go through the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. I mean, on the face of it, it'll be tremendously exciting to have what almost certainly will be Premiership rugby before very long, even if they go into Premiership 2. But yeah, we'll see.
It's not the same as Worcester, who are just basically starting up again but playing at Sixfields, which is the ready-made stadium where they played before, is it? And with Wasps was going to start up at the Coventry Building Society arena where they played most recently. Then you'd say, oh, well, that'll start next week.
Anderson to Compton. Again, defends it forward of the wicket to Came, end of the over, and it's 13 for none. We're talking about a lot of different subjects here because it's not looked as dangerous out there for the batters, put it that way. Not as many surprises, but this is, of course, Kent's opening pair, and Derbyshire bowling immediately after having just bowled. So it may take, from Wayne Madson's side, just patience, I would say. I mean, they've already seen that they can get through Kent on what still looks like a good pitch to bat on. So it may just take it may take a lot of graft here, but looking for that first breakthrough yet.
As Dal continues from the city end, bowling to Denley, who pushes that one back to the bowler. And there is no run. Yes, the rugby round here, there's Derby Rugby Club, of course, and Burton Rugby Club. It's not a major sport. It'd be nice to, Wasps could have come up here, really.
Yeah, similarly in Kent, Blackheath, which is very much London Kent these days. And Tunbridge are in basically the third tier. They've just got promoted back to third tier, National 1. But yeah, it's a. I don't know if it's the same here. There's quite a thriving rugby scene. So
Yes.
clubs like Canterbury and Sevenoaks, etc., but not at the highest
top
level. No.
Yeah. Down to Denley with Guest standing up now to make sure that he doesn't stray out of his crease. Pushes it up to mid-on when it's fielded by Lewis Rees, who I'm sure we'll see before too long, although he is, as was pointed out by Blair Tickner quite correctly, still coming back from that groin, hamstring injury, I beg his pardon, that kept him out of the game at Old Trafford, which would have been galling for him, I think, as a former Lancashire man. I think he enjoys going back to Old Trafford as Dowell bowls up and turned into the leg side. Oh, and Anderson's furious with himself because he didn't haul the ball in. They do sneak through for a single, and Denley moves to 11-14 without loss. The first run for a wee while, it's fair to say. The crowd just settling down after that feverish activity at the end of the Kent innings, which I don't think any of the crowd would have expected while they were having their meat paste sandwiches at lunchtime. They're enjoying the sunshine as well now, even if they're having to cling on to the seats to avoid being blown away. As Dal bowls to Compton, who just pushes this square on the offside. Enough the boundary comes Brown to do the fielding, and they go through for another run. Compton moves to 4-15 without loss, 246 the deficit. Glance at the big scoreboard by Caleb Jewell, and then a second, and as if he couldn't believe it. He's in conversation with Wayne Madsen at the two slips. There's quite a big gap between the pair of them. No, there isn't anymore. Well done, Wayne. He's moved a bit closer to Jewell as Dowell bowls. That's defended by Denley. And once again, it'll be fielded by Rees. Harry Kane did his best to run across and try and get in it. You can see how breezy it is. They have a little bit of tarpaulin at the far end of the ground just to extend the seats, which act as a side screen, and that is, it's like whatever that mutual company at the start of the life of is it The Meaning of Life? I think it is. Monty Python film. As that one is turned nicely into the leg side by Denley. He's going to get 4 runs for this as the chase is given up by Zach Chappell. That was a really nice shot from Joe Denley, and he moves up to 15 now off just 26 deliveries, 19 without loss at the end of Anish Dowell's 4th over. 4 overs for 9. That must have been the first boundary off him. And Kent on 19 without loss, as I say, but 5 overs to go until tea now. So I wonder if these two will just bowl till tea, and then straight after tea with the ball still relatively new. What will it only be 13 overs old? You can bring Lewis Rees back and Zach Chappell, perhaps a little burst from Pat Brown with the short stuff, and Zach Chappell is looking like he's warming up.
Anderson takes the ball now from the racecourse end, bowling round the wicket to Compton. Flicked off the pads down towards fine leg, and they'll take themselves a single turn as Dowell is down there. And if you're just joining us on BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio Kent, and via the pictures from Derbyshire County Cricket Club, it is one of those 4-day games where things you thought you knew just... oh, hello. That was... It was like a sound effect there.
People keep looking around.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised, because you'd...
Things we thought you knew, accompanied by sound effects. Shortly before lunch, Anderson to... Then it's gone down the leg side to be a no ball as well, signalled by umpire Pratt. Yeah, shortly before lunch, we all knew what was going to happen.
Yeah,
This game,
absolutely.
didn't we? Kent were batting it out. They
There's
were.
no question. We were going to shake hands at 2 o'clock this afternoon when there was the first sign of drizzle.
They were 235 for 3. Even 276 for 4 at that point. The night watchman was out, but things were looking fine for Kent. And I'm going to bat out the remainder of this day and probably a bit of tomorrow, and there'll be a dead game as this pushed back to Martin Anderson. And Jack Lean was out just before lunch, LBW to Jack Morley for 15. Didn't see that coming. Absolutely plumb. Shortly after lunch, innocuous-looking dismissal for Ben Compton, who made 156, popping the ball up into the covers for Pat Brown. Harry Finch followed 3 runs, and 1 over later, gone first ball, checking the ball to mid-off, and so it went. Chris Benjamin, then his next ball was defended, by the way, I should say. Benjamin was bowled by Dahl, excellent delivery for 5. Grant Stewart went for 19. Jake Ball came on, had to go off within 2 deliveries, retiring out hurt. And that was it for Kent. So in a flurry, Kent were all out for 326, almost from nowhere. As I said, Derbyshire have produced that momentum. And 261 runs behind Kent have been asked to bat again. And they will now be 23 for none, with Denley moving on to 16. Ben Compton has 5. So, as I said, all the things we knew at on the morning of the 3rd day, we now don't know anymore. Dave Fletcher, I'd suggest.
10 to 1, we knew what was going to happen. We've got no idea. Sometimes when it's happening in front of my own ideas, I've got no idea. My own eyes have got no idea what's happening. So,
Anderson around the wicket to Compton, and cut away with that force there. A bit of elevation as well, but absolutely safe. It was an attacking shot by Compton. Took that one on outside the off stump and a little bit short, and that's away for 4. Down to the backward point. He moves on to 9 to score to 27 for none. And actually, I suppose I would say it's only the 4-day game that does this. As in shorter order, T20 could be like that sometimes as well. It could be all be going to one side and then change around in short order. But
certainly 50 over cricket. That's a nice flow to it as well.
Does indeed. But this is something special, 4-day cricket. Oh, that's a lovely delivery from Anderson. What a great reply from him, having been carted behind square for 4 runs. Has just missed the off stump. Compton playing inside of it. It's a great delivery from Anderson, but gets no wicket for it. 27 for none. But yeah, there's nothing quite like a game of longer form cricket for this, is there? With you're settled in, you're watching some fine batting performances and thinking that's the way it's going to go.
Yeah. The joy. So Zach Chappell is coming on to replace Anuj Dahl, who bowled 4 overs for 9. Zach Chappell in the first innings, 2 for 72 from 20 overs, a little bit more expensive than he would have liked, but picking up 2 wickets. First one of the day, Matt Parkinson. The first one of the innings, Joe Denley, who will be bowling 2 now. So perhaps that was in Wayne Madson's mind. Denley was caught by Madson at second slip in the first innings. Sharp catch into the midriff.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a loose shot from Denley, but I think Chappell had already tested him before, hadn't he? So I think he'd unsettled him at that point.
He's in now. Bowls to Denley, who's not unsettled by that, as he's pulled it massively into the leg side for 6. Blimey. It's a fair old distance out there. It's not one of your IPL boundaries. This is a proper boundary. It's actually gone beyond the advertising boards, which is tells you how big a hit it was. Umpire Pratt wants to see the ball. I'm not surprised it will have hit some concrete at some point. Might be a bit of plastic as well, but certainly some concrete. And Anuj Dahl is showing the ball to the umpire, who's going to show it to umpire Shanmugam, and I wonder if he's got the scissors.
Yeah.
But they look a little concerned about the state of the ball here. Dahl has brought it back.
Well, bowlers are always going to say, we definitely need a new one. This one's more or less square now.
He's handed it to umpire Shanmugam, and he's looking at it. He's going to pass it on to Zach Chappell by the look of it. Martin Anderson inspects it and then starts polishing it. So same ball. Having just gone the distance out to the mid-wicket boundary, just swiveled on it, really, did Joe Denley. Nice shot, moves to 22, 33 without loss. And Chappell bowls one wide of the off stump. Pull that to the leg side, he says.
Feels like they've been told to play with freedom here. They've not been encumbered by. And Holyoke as a player and as a captain, very aggressive in that respect. Perhaps they just feel they need to take the game to Derbyshire here rather than.
It's a long time to defend, isn't it?
It is,
even,
yeah.
Even if the rain arrives
Don't
tomorrow,
worry,
right,
yeah.
between 2 and 3
Yeah.
o'clock, it's a long, long time to defend. They will have the evening session here tomorrow morning. Certainly, Derbyshire, you would expect, given the forecast, as in comes Chappell again, and that one is guided slightly off an edge down towards the vacant third man area. Morley chases, picks up, and they come back for a couple. 35 without loss now. Danley moves on to 24. Middlesex are now 9 down. They lead by 7. So Glamorgan are going to win in 3 days at Sophia Gardens, it would appear. Lancashire making a slightly better fist of it. Second time around at Grace Road, and now 193 for 4, trailing by 58, and they will be conscious of the weather, which
Ooh.
isn't too dissimilar to here, as that one is sounded like a guillotine. It's pushed out by.
I think Wayne Madsen must have heard that. He looked around, didn't he?
That was terrifying.
Yeah, and there's some consternation, I think, down in the seats to our right. Not quite sure what's going on, but bits of metal are moving around, I think.
Looking back,
Doesn't sound particularly healthy.
you occasionally see advertising boards and things like that flying around, don't you? At which point it becomes far too dangerous as Denley defends the next delivery from Chappell. There's no sign of any advertising boards shifting, but that just sounded like a guillotine.
You don't want your fingers anywhere near that, anyway, whatever it was.
No. Chappell will get a maximum of 3 overs in this spell
Yeah.
before tea, so he can give it everything. Assuming he's been asked to, not that he doesn't anyway. He's in now, and that one is left alone by Denley to go through to Brooke Guest. Middlesex have now been dismissed, following on for 235. Glamorgan will need 8 to win. I think they're probably going to do it. Their 3rd successive victory in the 2nd division of the County Championship, and it will move them above Derbyshire temporarily, at least, in the table, before we get the result of this one.
Yeah, they've kind of done the reverse of what Kent did. Kent won their first 2 games and have been on a downward curve since then, whereas Glamorgan started pretty ropily and on an upward trajectory. But yeah,
Some effort by them.
3rd in the live league table. Kent will be 2nd bottom. So we'll have some spin before tea. 3 overs remaining. 35 for none, Kent. I like this idea from Wayne Madsen. I mean, it's almost a tradition, isn't it, before the intervals, if you've not got a wicket to turn to spin for a couple of overs. But it is breaking up at all, outside, particularly outside Ben Compton's off stump, the left-hander. The off spinner, David Lloyd, trying to plonk it in there, and spin it away from the lefty. At least giving the impression that it's going to turn sharply away from him.
10 overs for 15 in the first innings.
Yeah. Come around the wicket now to Compton, who will leave without away. That got a comfortable seat. It was a good stop by Morley, actually, at point. So it will just be the one, but called through quickly was Joe Denley to the striker's end. This will be interesting from Denley, because saw him take on Zach Chappell in the last over. I wonder if he will try and be aggressive with the spinner. You would have thought, I mean, psychologically before tea, maybe he'll just shut up shop and they'll give themselves the tiniest pat on the back for getting through what's been the rest of this session. But let's see, short leg in as well as a slip. He's on the back foot and propels it out towards Martin Anderson at a shortish cover. He feels that there's no run.
We may have the solution as to what the noise was.
As long as it's not coming for us, I'll be happy, I think. So this one's taken on the full by Denley outside the off stump and driven.
Immediately below us is a huge sight screen. It's part of the building. It's the bottom 2 floors. There's a black curtain that they pull across for T20, and I think that is sliding. Thank you to Blake for telling me about that.
It's a quicker delivery from Lloyd, back at him by Denley. Now that's what Henry was trying to explain to me early in the day, I think, was that maybe that come loose, but obviously with the wind is gusting across this this outfield. Blusterous. There we are. That was the word I was supposed to use.
Yeah, you've got it in. Well done.
It is a blusterous day here at Derby.
4 acre wood.
It's driven by Denley up to Zach Chappell, and end of the over. It's all gone a bit AA Milne, indeed.
3 acre wood, wasn't it? I think I promoted it. Sun, a cloud obscures the sun. I think it's probably going to be temporary because the clouds, they're not scudding across the sky, but they're moving gently. So it's obviously windier down here than it is up there, which would be unusual. And I said that Zach Chappell would have a maximum of 3 overs. Well, he'll have a maximum of 2 overs indeed, because this is the penultimate over of the afternoon session. Their over rate, which finished level, I am reliably informed, at the end of the first innings, won't be too far away from being level going into tea, as we will around about, well, certainly before 4 o'clock, you would hope. Zach Chappell will have 2 slips and a gully. The man out on the point boundary is going backward a square, it looks like to me. Be a long leg down below us. Jack Morley all on his lonesome. Cover mid-off, mid-on, square leg. And this ball is fiddled into the offside by the left-handed Compton, who takes his tally for the innings up to 11 and for the match up to 167. Can't move on to 37 without loss. So right and left-handers, of course, opening the batting for both sides. The right-hander back on strike, Compton. He's also got 2 slips. But the backward point is a lot closer. That's a good bouncer. Denley ducks underneath it and does really well. It was a quick delivery from Zach Chappell. I didn't hear the grunt, which you often hear when Zach Chappell bowls the effort ball, but got down nicely there, Denley, and then was back up to his feet as though his legs were made of springs. Straight back up. Excellent effort from him. And Chappell comes in once again. Denley leaves this one alone outside the off stump. The oldest international rivalry in world cricket is taking place today, as the United States of America take on Canada. That's somewhere called Lauderhill. I have no idea where that is. I assume it's in Florida.
Like Lauderdale.
It's in the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2. Which had passed me by, I have to admit.
I think Gillingham were in that one, is that right?
Yeah, I think so. Here comes Chappell again, bowls a foolish delivery that Denley keeps out comfortably enough in the end.
We're looking forward to joining Burton's cricketers with a promotion this summer, is that right? Into League One.
Yes. I'm still not quite sure how Burton's football has stayed up.
No, great effort.
Last season. Well, I know who was responsible, but still a remarkable effort. As Chappell is in, and that one is cut away for 4 runs by Denley. Nice shot. Just leant back and really clouted it away to the cover boundary. Denley moves on to 28 now, 41 without loss. Have you ever heard anything more cricket than this? So Middlesex all out for 235. Glamorgan need 8 to win, and they've taken tea. going to come out and face the maximum of 2 overs, you would have thought. Anyway, here is Chappell bowling. That's clipped into the leg side to the left of Martin Anderson, who's in at mid-wicket, and he gets 4 more. And perhaps T won't come at too bad a time for Derbyshire. That was the final ball of the 12th over of the second Kent innings following on. They're still 216 behind. Danley's moved on to 32, 45 without loss now. Compton has 11 and 1 over until tea. Derbyshire can just put their feet up, get a rub down, get a refreshing drink of some kind of green sludge. I'd imagine.
Yeah, I've never taken one of those on, to be honest. But
No, that's not really.
I've got a sweet tooth, so I don't mind a sweet smoothie, but I don't really understand the green ones.
They look just difficult to swallow. Don't they? I don't know what it is.
Probably very good for you, I don't know. But
Yes, I imagine.
sort of all sorts of superfoods and minerals and vitamins and goodness knows.
Do we need them though, really?
Not sure. It's around the wicket. Almost over for tea comes Lloyd. And that was Compton. Is that an outside edge? I thought he played it deliberately. There was a shout from the bowler, but maybe just a little bit finer than Ben Compton had intended. He does like to work the ball behind square.
Little edges it looked like to me. Let's have a look. Yeah, it was perfectly safe, wasn't it? Perfectly safe.
On the ground, but he makes 2 on to 13. Denley has 32, 47 for none. Kent in their second innings, still trailing by 214, which is quite a lot of runs.
Yes.
So that's my assessment. Compton's just taking his time to get himself settled. I think Wayne Madsen is actually thinking about his field here as well. Conversation with Caleb Jewell, who takes the helmet off. Then he's about to put it back on, isn't he? Yes. What? Ooh, okay.
Very close slip.
He's a sort of second slip, but very close indeed. And this one's thumped into the offside by Ben Compton, forward a square. A drive he rehearses again. He'll get a single out towards Harry Kame, and that will be him off strike, 48 for none. As the old adage goes, what's the best way to survive until tea at the non-striker's end? Here's Lloyd to Denley, long way forward. Tall man as well, Joe Denley, so gets that front pad, the left pad down the pitch. Blocked out. Morley to Denley. Back in his crease, defends it. And no run. 2 to come then. Or, of course, 1 to come if there's a wicket. That's Lloyd to Denley. Defends that one again. Just adjusts the feet very quickly to make sure he's in line with that one. And the interval will come after this ball from David Lloyd. To Denley. Denley takes it on the full, bounce ball up, which is sort of parried away by David Lloyd. I think he was, he was miming that he was trying to flick it onto the stumps, but couldn't get it close enough as it reared up. And that is a dot ball to end the session. Kent 48 for none. Derbyshire dominating though. Kent trailing by 213. They're batting again. Derbyshire 587 for 5 declared in their first innings. Bowled out Kent 326 all out that innings, finishing during the second session of this third day. Denley has 32. Compton has 14. And Dave Fletcher, very good position for Derbyshire. Just need those breakthroughs.
Yes, they probably need to change the ball, don't they? They changed the ball at 288 for 5. And then we'll manage to bowl out and pick up the remaining 5 wickets in fairly short order. I don't think they'll change the ball or get the ball changed anytime soon. Good fighting little session that for Kent as well, though, of 13 overs in which they've scored those 48 runs without too many alarms, it has to be said. But you never know in this game, do you? We thought at lunchtime that it would be a comfortable and fairly straightforward draw. Not the case. Kent trailing by 213, as Matt said, and we'll be back just before 4:20 for the evening session of 32 overs.
bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me!
Reese is doing some stretching and twisting and turning at mid-off. Oh dear, he's got his legs in the air now. As Ben Compton just takes a fresh guard. He'll be the first to face in the evening session. So 32 overs to go today, plus nominally 96 tomorrow, but the weather may reduce that. And of course, because it's 96 overs, we basically start losing overs straight away, I think. So some urgency required here from Derbyshire with Chappell in to bowl to Compton, who gets 4 runs off the first delivery after tea, just clipping the ball nicely off his legs out to the square leg boundary for 4 to complete silence. He moves to 18 in the 50.
Quite a good shot.
That was a nice shot. 50 up for Kent. Second time around, they're now trailed by 209. The voice you heard there was that Matt Cole from BBC Radio Kent.
Yeah, I'm still here, I'm afraid.
I am Dave Fletcher. I'm not from Radio Kent. Glamorgan have won, incidentally, by 10 wickets against Middlesex. They did come back after tea, as this next one is down the leg side. Attempt to flick it away. Compton misses it, goes through to Brooke. Guess they've reached tea as well at Grace Road. They're still at tea at Grace Road, and Lancashire have lost a 5th wicket. They're 209 for 5. They still trail by 42 runs. Keaton Jennings is still there, though, on 108. He's been joined by George Balderson. 4 wickets for Logan Van Beek, the Dutch Kiwi, formerly of this parish, and many, many others. Logan. As in comes Chappell again. That's defended by Compton. And Lewis Reese will pick it up at mid-on. That one result in the first division earlier, 2 results in the first division now, because Somerset have beaten Durham by 7 wickets at Chesterler Street, reaching 267 for 3 in their second innings. Sussex earlier beating Hampshire. As in comes Chappell again, and bowls to Compton, who pushes this out again up towards Lewis Reese at mid-off. He has to move round to his right to field on this occasion. Yorkshire have been set. This is how generous Nottinghamshire have been. They've been set 463 to win at Headingley. They are 55 for 1, so they need another 408. Nottinghamshire declaring their second innings on 393 for 8. As this next delivery just gets a little bit tangled in bat and pad, but he pushes it up to mid-off once again. Warwickshire 242 for 7, leading Worcestershire by 288. Worcestershire not having the season they had last season. Second season syndrome, possibly. And Essex 394 for 6 in their second innings against Surrey, leading by 332 at the Oval. So we're not going to get off Sports Extra tomorrow. Here comes Chappell, 52 without loss. Kent in their second innings. That one is defended again up to Lewis Reese. So apart from the boundary off the first ball, that was a very decent over from a Derbyshire perspective. But another 4 runs off the over, going along at just under 4 and over. And Lewis Reese, who was used sparingly, bowled immediately after lunch to good effect. He's now going to bowl immediately after tea. And Derbyshire will be hoping he has the same kind of success. I mean, he only picked up 1 wicket, but bowled nicely in tandem with Anush Dal. Helped to hasten Kent's first innings demise. Greenbaum showing a bit more staying power than it did yesterday. It's still here, just behind the dugouts. David Griffin is heading towards it. I don't think necessarily he's heading for an ice cream, but he's walked around the back to take up whichever position he feels is most advantageous. It looks like he's leaving. I can assure everybody he's not. He's gone to say hello to somebody.
Well, he knows better than that. He knows you're watching him all through the day.
Yes, I'd like to know where he is at all times. I'm going to see who he's meeting now.
So Denny 32, Compton 18, Kent 52 for none. Still 209 behind.
Whoever he's meeting is just telling them about his new knee.
Fair enough.
which has revolutionised our nights out.
If you've got a new knee, then why not? Here's Reese to Denley, wraps him on the pad, and he goes. So Denley doesn't look entirely happy with the decision, but it was an awkward movement forward. First ball after tee. Denley goes, having looked pretty comfortable before the interval. The first delivery has him trapped in front. 32 he goes for, and Kent a 52 for one. And Derbyshire, it's Lewis Reese again, making things happen for the home side. And they have one of the wickets they crave. 9 to come, and the victory will be theirs.
Yeah, big breakthrough, that. Big breakthrough. He was convinced, wasn't he, Lewis Reese, as you say. Joe Donnelly not quite as convinced, but I don't think batters ever are. Whether he's just fallen across into the offside. Here's the replay now on the screen next to us. Yeah, that's fair enough. It might have been going down leg side. It might have been. It might not. And off he goes. We'll perhaps get a better idea with a properly slowed down replay. Come on, man, sort yourself out.
He only got half forward, didn't he?
Yeah.
To it. It was awkward looking position.
There we go. This will be the slowed down one. This will give us a really good... Should put a mat down as well. That's not going to show us anything. We've just seen it from backward point. Excellent camera work by Phoebe, but hopeless. I thought the one earlier before tea was probably better. The shout.
I'd agree.
But he's on his way. As you say, he hadn't got very far forward. He sort of put his hand to his visor or his grill before making his way from the field. I think the last thing he needed to do there was take his hat off and throw it on the ground. So at least he avoided the temptation to do that. There we go. It's a slow one. Look. Yeah, I'm still not convinced he's out. Daniel Bell-Drummond is the new batter.
It's him on just on the knee roll, isn't it? Which height's not an issue necessarily, but yeah, I think direction is.
Especially the angle. Well, there we are. Hey.
Reese to Bell-Drummond, he scored 63 in his first innings. Leaves that one and it grubs towards wicket-keeper Guess. It's a nightmare for the wicket-keeper. And it's bounced away. I thought for a moment umpire Pratt was saying that was leg byes. What on earth has that hit? But no, it is byes indeed. So 1 to the total, 53 for 1, but the important figure, as I said, is that one wicket gone now. And yeah, Joe Denley back in the dressing room, having looked, as I say, looking pretty fluent before tea. He's hitting the ball very, very nicely, and it's that break in the concentration. He's back. Reese is back as well. As you say, he only got one wicket today, but before that, it's just looked to unsettle the batters. Forward comes Compton, up to Morley at mid-on, and there's no run there. Hugely disappointing for Kent. Already a wicket down. Phil's been in touch on the emails. Afternoon, Phil. He's a Kent supporter, and I have to say, his email is just headed, "Oh dear." Okay. Hi, Matt and Dave says.
I've had a few of those over the years.
I have an awful sense of deja vu. As Reese bowls to Compton, that's a nice shot, and it's half stopped actually in the covers, driven by Compton. Can't see the fielder. Is that Morley again?
Harry Kame, I think.
It's Kame. Sorry, just picking himself up. Yep, absolutely. It's out of interest. I'm wondering whether Somerset would have a say on Jake Ball batting or bowling with a potential injury. I'm guessing it'll be covered in loan contracts, etc., which we wouldn't know about it. He said, "Here's to a Kent miracle." Some kind words too. Albeit I'm not very hopeful, he said. Phil, still slightly grudgingly, he says, from Sittingbourne. There we go. There are very many words places, I have to say, but it's driven by Daniel Bell-Drummond back towards Lou Reese, but one bounce up to the bowler. He follows up with another email actually saying, "Arg," he says, "blimey, we're breaking other people's bowlers now." That looked awful for poor Jake Ball, wishing him a speedy recovery. Indeed, Phil. Yeah, it looked really, really painful.
Didn't look good, did it?
No.
Something clearly popped.
Ooh.
Anything popping in that region's good.
No. It's Rees to Bell Drummond. And up. Yeah, to Harry Kame at mid-wicket. And there is the end of the over. Dot ball. And a good one for Lewis Rees and for Derbyshire as well in their hopes of winning this game.
Interesting developments at Wantage Road. Well, Gloucestershire declared on 379 for 8, which was 120 behind. Northamptonshire now 15 without loss in the 4th over of their 2nd innings, so perhaps the captains have had a word with each other, said we need to move this game on a touch, or it's Gloucestershire's idea as Zach Chappell begins a new over. Bowling to Compton. It's pushed up towards mid-off. It's fielded by Lewis Rees. So was it 90 behind? You could be right.
I think so. But yeah, still, as you say,
Yes, because
in deficit.
I've added them on instead of taking them away, haven't I? You're right. You're right.
But still at a
It's still interesting.
significant deficit,
It's
yeah.
still interesting, isn't it? That was a short delivery from Zach Chappell. You could hear the grunt of effort, and it's been pulled away. Very fine by Ben Compton for 4 runs down to fine leg. He moves to 23, 58 for 1. So when Danley was out, this is going to be maths as well now, which is no good to anybody. At 6, take away the number you first thought of. They were 209 behind. Yes, I'd added them on and not taken them away. My apologies.
No, it's all right. That's why I was raising my eyebrows just, but
I saw
loath to correct you because
no, just jump in. Just jump in.
I have to do it 2 or 3 times to.
Yeah, I'd gone the wrong way. Still, some enterprise shown. That's good. As Chappell bowls to Compton, it pushes this one up to Harry Kame in the onside.
I suppose you might say the enterprise from Derbyshire was deciding to put Kent in again, wasn't it? That was a decisive move.
Yeah, it's the aggressive thing to do.
Yeah.
In the past, they haven't always been aggressive, but now they've done it twice in 2 home matches. So you'd say that they're certainly a team who wants to win games and is trying to win games. As Chappell's in again, Compton defends this one straight back to him. Not that, you see, it always sounds like I'm criticising David Lloyd, and I'm not. It's clearly a collective effort, because Wayne Madsen, you remember we just mentioned in that, towards the end of that Kent first innings, did leave the field for an over. Went out up the steps to presumably have a chat with Mickey Arthur, the head of cricket, and the rest of the coaching staff to say, well, what do you think we should do? As Chappell bowls, that one just hurries Compton a little bit. He manages to get bat on ball and push it out to Pat Brown, who's fielding at cover. But no, I'm entirely in favour of enforcing the follow-on. It is almost certainly going to mean a lot of work for the bowlers. Looking through the bowlers, well, definitely Martin Anderson will play T20 cricket. Anuj Dal, I'm not so sure. Lewis Rees, I'm not 100% sure, as this next one is played off his hip by Compton down towards Morley, just below us at fine leg for a single. Compton moves to 24 and pinches the strike. 59 for 1 at the end of the over. I'd be fairly surprised if Jack Morley played, given that Samit Patel bowls spin, and they've got Ghazanfar, the mystery spinner, in the side. I mean, they'll all want to play at some point, I'm sure, but the sort of first pick, T2011, that'll go out on the field on Friday, I'm talking about here. I mean, Zach Chappell certainly will play. I'd be staggered if he didn't. He was in the side, I can't remember the name of the team now, but he was in a Bangladesh team, club team, along with Wayne Madsen, that was coached by Mickey Arthur, that won the World T20 in Guyana over the winter. The competition that everybody wants to win.
It's that World T20, the club one, then, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which I didn't realise existed until I saw it was happening, but Mickey Arthur was the head coach. of the team that won it.
Is it a bit like the Champions League T10 that I was talking about yesterday? But probably a little bit superior to that.
I think a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Sounds like a cut above. As Lewis Reese bowls to Compton. Sees that to Harry Kane at just forward a square on the offside. There's no run.
There was an Australian state side in there,
Right.
so it was
Yeah, okay,
it felt proper.
And Surrey were there, presumably, were they, as English representatives, or the Oval Invincibles, or something like that?
There was an yes, there
Was
was.
there?
I'm going to find it now because I
I'd
don't
be
know.
interested to know. It's Reese to Compton. Yorker length. And blocked out by Kent Batter, who had, as Dave Fletcher was saying, I think 12 overs off. Otherwise, he's been on the field for the whole game. And he'd very much like to be on the field for the rest of the game, would Ben Compton. That would assuredly mean, well, it should mean, it could mean, oh no, it won't definitely mean, that Kent will be saving this game from their point of view. Defended up to mid-on.
It was
So I
called.
don't need Fletcher there for a second, did I? I was just talking myself, contradicting myself, going back and forwards. Sorry, do go
It
ahead.
was actually called the Global Super League.
Okay.
Victoria, Rangpur Riders, which was the team that Zach Chappell played
Oh,
for.
okay.
The Guyana Amazon Warriors, Lahore Calendars, and Hampshire.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Ball outside the off stump and there's no run.
So it was a sort
Yeah.
of proper tournament, wasn't it? Of some description.
When was it? What time of year was that held?
I knew you were going to ask me that.
Oh,
which,
sorry.
no, which is why I've just looked at the fixtures. The final, which Rangpur beat Victoria by 56 runs in, was on the 6th of December last year.
Oh, okay.
And it started on the 26th of November, so it was quite a short, sharp, all games played in Guyana.
That's Reese bowls to Compton. Sees it again to Harry Kane. Just deflecting it out into the offside very deliberately. No run.
Games were on television in this country. I definitely
Yeah.
watched some of them once I found out that there was a major Derbyshire influence.
So did Hampshire. I'd imagine it's invitational.
It must be, mustn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah.
Because I guess it would have been. As Reese bowls just outside the off stump as Compton comes forward, leaves it through to the wicketkeeper. End of the over 59 for one, because it would have been Gloucestershire, wouldn't it, if it was the top T20 side?
Yes,
The
they
one-
did win
T20
it last
Russell,
year, didn't they? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I couldn't tell you whether the Rangpur Riders won the
BPL?
the BPL, or Victoria won. Well, Victoria, there would have been a domestic. It was non-franchises by the look. Well, there's a mixture, really, isn't it? Because Rangpur Riders are probably a franchise. You probably find these teams had similar sponsors somewhere along
Right,
the line,
yeah.
and they were all wearing shirts with the same sponsors. Sponsor's name was, but anyway.
And last season it was Dadanto Dhaka. There we go.
Okay.
The defending champions, Victorians. So yeah, looks like an invitational one, but represented from around the world, which is quite nice, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
And we'd all have been rooting for Hampshire, of course, from an English point of view.
Yeah. Here is Zach Chappell beginning a new over from the City and Daniel Bell Drummond, who defends it into the offside.
Oh, you should have seen the amount of different expressions that went over Dave Fletcher's face.
Kevin James went.
Did he indeed?
Yes, he did, because he sent me back
Yeah.
an interview with Wayne Madsen
Fantastic.
or Mickey Arthur or Zach Chappell, I can't remember which, after they won the final, which I was eternally grateful because I was doing a sports show one evening and managed to play it out. Chappell's in again. That one is pushed, driven nicely by Bell Drummond to a sort of extra cover region. They're going to come back for two. I think two they'll settle for. They do, as it's fielded by Harry Kane out there in the distance. Bell Drummond scores his first runs of the second innings, and it's 61 for 1, and the deficit now exactly 200.
So, might it's just turned to. We might talk to at the end of this day, and it was going to be Ben Compton after his 156, but he'll be very weary if he's not out at the end of this day, won't he?
Drummond waits in the short delivery, just sways rather, ducks then sways.
Almost feel like an actual cruelty to drag him out of the dressing room, but especially if he's not out. So, answers on a postcard.
Yes, I'm not sure who we'll get, whether it is the captain Wayne Manson, whether it is Anuj Dal, who did so much to help Derbyshire enforce the follow-on. Chappell is in again. Drummond that one a little bit quicker and just jabs it out into the offside, slightly high up on the bat. A bit more bounce than perhaps he was expecting. Fielded by David Lloyd on this occasion, who's doing some stretches in the covers. They're fairly gentle stretches, the kind of stretches that I think I could do. So I'm quite pleased about that. They weren't, he wasn't on his back with his legs in the air or anything like that, which they often are, aren't they, cricketers? It seems to me. This next delivery is pushed out into the offside. Go on, Matt, behave. You know what I mean.
I know exactly what you mean.
Know what I mean.
Sorry.
Yeah. We were talking about doing a carry-on film about cricket this morning before the start of the play.
Right.
And I think there's every possibility with the old 2 short legs and 1 behind and all that kind of thing. That there are so many phrases that...
and for those people like me that have a mental age of about 8, it's going to be fantastic.
It goes Chappell again. That's defended once again by Bell Drummond. It was the final ball over Zach Chappell's over. He's now bowled 5 overs for 28. We have 27 to go today. 61 for 1, Kent, trailing by 200. 2 to Bell Drummond, 24 to Compton. The talk around the water cooler, other than the match referee putting half of the water that remained on the floor, was how many wickets before the close. And Joel went big, one of the cameramen. He went big. He said 5 down by the close. Well, I think they'd certainly settle for that, Derbyshire. I think they might even settle for 4. Just got to be patient. Just got to be patient here and keep doing the right things, very much as Caleb Jewell said yesterday. Chip away. Chip away.
Well, they did the right thing just after tea, if not getting one before, with Joe Denley going in short order. And we're happy to Lewis Rees for 32. He's bowling still, the Derbyshire bowler. Left armour to Compton. I was going to say, who just seems to have been there the whole match. But that's not actually far from the truth, as we've just been talking about. So he's on 24 from 50 balls. Bell Drummond has 2 from 9. And Rees bowls to Compton now, just outside the off stump. There's no run. Yeah, it's going to be some hard yards for Kent if they're going to save this one, but Derbyshire, the bowlers might be a little bit tired, but the match situation will perk them up no end, you'd think.
Should do, shouldn't it? Yeah. Graham Smith just saying, I have to say, he says, getting the front foot leg before wicket when you're a left armour bowling around the wicket is pretty generous. Felt a little generous.
Rees to Compton. There isn't much margin for error, I'd say that from a bowler's point of view, is there? But into the onside. The thing is, for me, it looked more convincing before I saw the replay, if that makes any sense at all. But as I said, I think it was Joe Denley's body position almost, because he only got half forward, so he looked like he'd been trapped, if that makes sense. But
well, it was interesting because Ben Aitchison was given out leg before wicket last week, and the general consensus was he was a little unlucky, but he moved so far across his stumps.
Right. There's a Rees bowls to Compton. And again, just a little nudge into the onside for no run. It's not going far off the square, if at all, from Compton at the moment, but
it's the picture you paint to the umpire, isn't it, with the position you are when it hits, and then almost the picture you paint after the ball has hit your pads as well, if you've moved across or whatever.
So we can pour over half a dozen or more slow motion replays. Makes it look much more comprehensive one way or another. This one's left by Compton through to the wicketkeepers, no run. But yeah, as we say, you don't get DRS in county cricket.
In the dugout, you might need the binoculars. I think it's one of the Kent players.
Oh, we definitely would need the
Yeah,
bins for
well,
that.
yes,
Yeah, I'll do that at the end of the over, I think. But yeah,
absolutely. Interesting. With his shorts and sliders.
so sliders, is it? Yeah, absolutely. And that's could be 4 square of the wicket from Compton. No.
Oh, it is.
Oh, it is actually. Sorry, I'd looked away because I'd assumed that
Anuj Dal.
it's Anuj Dal fielding. Yeah,
Oh,
he's just
right.
put one hand down there. Should have taken your advice, Dave. Put the foot in front of it.
But I don't mind a bit of that.
No, but it's just reached down. It's a misfield. For 4, Compton is 28. Bell Drummond 2. He doesn't mind that. That's good for everyone to know.
Derbyshire's best fielder, I would suggest as well. Anuj Dal. But he doesn't look. He was the ball. The Kent player, I assume it is a Kent player. It looks like one to me. Pointed to Dal as to where the ball had gone. He didn't move from his seat on the T20 dugout. I can't make it out.
I still can't work out who it is, actually. Got big dark glasses on and a hood, so that's making it difficult, isn't it?
Chapel begins a new over to Bell Drummond, who pushes the first ball up to mid-off when it's fielded by Harry Kame. Yes, he's not disguised, clearly. He's just muffled up against the wind and all the rest of it. But it looks like a player, doesn't it? You know what I mean? It just
It does, yeah.
It doesn't look like one of the coaching staff, anyway.
Just can't quite see the...
No.
I think it is a Kent badge, I think. On the,
I don't recognise him, so that's why it'd be embarrassing if it does turn out to be a Derbyshire player.
Yeah.
Here's Chapel. Oh, Wayne Madson's hat's flown off in the wind, and he still bowled a ball, and then he's thrown the ball by Brooke Guest but wasn't expecting it. It's all kicking off out there. Wayne Madson's cap flew off just before Chapel was about to deliver that when he continued his run and delivered the ball. Wayne Madsen having a joke about it with Caleb Jewell now, but you can hear the wind in the effects microphone. It is blustery, or blusterous, as that one is defended by Bell Drummond. Now it's the offside on this occasion, and there is no run. I must admit, blusterous isn't a word I think I've ever used.
No, I think Nigel may have made it up, you know.
I didn't want to say before when you used it, so I thought if
I
I use it,
quite
as well,
liked it though. It sounds good.
it sounds like the kind of word, as we said, that AA Mill would make
Yeah.
up. As Chapel is in again, and that's pushed out into the offside. There is a wind farm in Bournemouth called Blusterous, according to my search engine
yeah.
here, but it's the weather turned wintry and blusterous. So it does
So it's a
exist.
word, okay.
Yeah, it does exist.
Oh yeah, my apologies to Nigel there. Obviously, he's a very eloquent, loquacious man.
Yeah, I like this.
Erudite, I should say.
How do you use blusterous in a sentence?
Yeah.
I'm going to read this after this delivery, and I've got my fingers crossed as this one is. Oh, edged and caught by Caleb Jewell, and Bell Drummond goes. Zach Chapel has the breakthrough after tea, the second breakthrough after tea, I should say. Bell Drummond goes for 2, and Kent is 65 for 2 now, following on. There's still 196 runs in arrears, and the captain has gone in the second innings for 2. A good low-down catch by Caleb Jewell, the Australian, who's having a really good game, isn't he? And Zach Chapel picks up his first wicket of the second innings in the 20th over. 19 overs and 5 balls. Well, just again, when it looked like it was all calm, every time it looks like it's calming down, something seems to happen. And Caleb Jewell has proved to be a very safe pair of hands in this Derbyshire side this season. He is. Let's have a look at. He's certainly well into double figures of catches now. Surely to goodness, I would suggest Caleb Jewell. I mean, he fills in the slips a lot, which gives him an extra chance to take catches. But let's have a look in the records. Because he doesn't bowl, so it'll be near the bottom. That is his 11th catch of the season. 18 to Guest, 10 to Martin Anderson, 12 for Wayne Madsen. Really good catch, low down. The new batter is Tawanda Mayeye, who I didn't actually commentate on at all yesterday. I think you and Blair Tickner were,
Yeah, at the time, yeah.
were on air together at the time. So a step closer to the number of wickets that were suggested at T that Derbyshire might need. Might like, not need. That's the wrong phrase. 14 deliveries for his 2. And I didn't get a chance to read the blusterous thing, but that's probably secondary, in all honesty. But I will read it at some point because it's interesting. Here comes Zach Chappell then to Mayeye, who just slams his bat down on that one, and then holds his bat up to Compton as though there was ever an opportunity of a single there, and says no, and the over comes to an end. That would have been an optimistic single, in all honesty. Wicket maiden, of course it is, for Zach Chappell. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 28. Compton has 55. Mayeye has yet to get off the mark, 65 for 2, as I say, 196 behind. So how do you use... Oh, no, I can't even find it now. There it is. Pelosi, so you can see where this is going.
Right.
Pelosi has been known to try to goad the president, aware that his blusterous reactions can repel voters. How about that? In the nation's eyes, we are the big, blue, blusterous Dodgers. Marvellous. It's a word I'd never even heard of until yesterday. Or this morning. It was one or the other.
Well, every day's a school day.
Well, isn't it?
Word of the day, blusterous. Reese to Compton, clipped off the pads. Will it go through for 4? It will. It's a lovely shot from Compton. Economy of movement. And back lift, it's gone past Pat Brown. Is there a shout from Lewis Reese there?
There was.
Yeah.
It might have been aerial for a while. If anybody's going to catch it other than Anuj Dal, it would be Pat Brown. But I'm not sure it was a chance. He might just have been annoyed with himself.
I think he was going at quite a speed as well.
Yeah, it seems harsh to
Low past him.
suggest that he could have got it. There's the replay. No, to his left. It's tough. They've now got 2 mid wickets, potentially even 3. Look at this, leg side, 3 mid wickets. Morley, Lloyd. He's not going to clip the ball there again, is he? Morley,
No.
Lloyd, Brown, and Anderson are in a little ring on the leg side. So good luck with this.
Well, it's been hard enough to try and psych Ben Compton out during this match. I think it's fair to say, isn't it? It's been a long time at the crease for his 156, so why not? A real gust of wind as Reese comes in and bowls, and Compton obliges by going square on the offside and taking a single. And Reese just tries to explain something to Ben Compton. I'm not sure he's much in the mood for conversation, but that'll be a single to him anyway. 33 for him, 70 for 2.
There's nothing better than a batter who won't engage the bowler.
No, I think that's pretty much.
Some seem to need it to get themselves going,
Yeah,
don't they?
that's
Some
true.
batters, but
That's true.
I just think there's no point.
And yeah, conversely, bowlers like it sometimes when batters are coming at them. And they do like the
Just fires them up.
chanty, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think you'll get very much out of Ben Compton or his character. Spell dropped at wedges, but low past Madsen at second slip. That go for 4. Sorry, it's not Bell Drum. He's gone, of course. It's Tawanda Mayeye, who has not looked. In the 2 balls he's faced so far, like he might be there for a long time, but he just needs to get that out of his system. And Lewis Reese is bowling very well indeed. although doesn't see much shape on it from Reese, but a tentative movement by Tawana Mieye, who is a swashbuckling attacking batter, but has added some longevity to his game in recent times. And just moves his feet before the bowler comes in there, gets inside the line and clips that down. It's a neat shot actually to fine leg. Reese got his head and hands, but I think that's because Mieye moved across his stumps and has taken it probably off stump at that point for the runs.
The way Madsen's got his hands on his head as well, not his heads on his hand, his hand on his hands on his head. But he is the most optimistic cricketer I've ever come across.
Yeah, look at the replay, it looked even less sketchy, I'd have to say. As in, I think to wonder how you played that shot pretty well.
Yeah, I think so.
But yeah, whether it's kidology or they've seen something, maybe just in the movement across the stumps, they're thinking, how is he getting away with that? But Reese has aborted his run-up. What did umpire Pratt call that? He did, because the bail, one of the bails at the non-striker's end had fallen off in the wind. Heavy bails, please.
Yes.
Could be time for a new set, unless they've already got the heavy ones on, in which case it proves what we can see with our own eyes.
Well, it's difficult to tell because the bails that we're using in the County Championship are black.
Yeah.
And the heavy bails are usually really dark wood, aren't they? So it'd be almost impossible to tell.
So Reese engages once more. He's forward, orthodox stroke, forward defensive to Anderson. Cover, and there's no run. Phil's been back in touch, trying to distract himself from what's happening on the field, I think, from a Kent point of view. Hi, man, David says, with all the talk of obscure global tournaments, may I propose an exciting new format?
Ooh.
You are more than welcome. Phil.
Yeah, because what cricket needs is another format.
Well, if Reese bowls to Anamia, well, just hold your horses, Dave,
wow.
because this one may not take much time in the calendar from what Phil's describing, so it might be ideal. It's called T1, he says. It features an innings for each team of one, single ball over. Each team comprises of one player, i.e. a batsman, with the option of a super sub, i.e. bowler, for one of the innings. If they wish, the captain can swap the primary player to a bowler and the super sub to a batsman to add intrigue and excitement. Any instance of the ball leaving the cut strip will result in a maximum, i.e. a boundary, which will be worth 17 runs. I'm not sure why, Phil.
A bit sponsorship thing, isn't it?
In the event of a rain or tide match, we decided by a super scissors playoff where both captains will play sudden death, rock, paper, scissors.
Ooh.
He suspects it'll be a blusterous success. Good use of the word of the day, Phil. Thank you very much there. Yeah.
Where's the room for the adverts, though?
Oh, I don't know. That's a very good point. Perhaps it's all adverts apart from the
Yeah, we interrupt
the single
adverts
innings
to show you a delivery.
yeah.
Here's Zach Chappell, who I'm sure would enjoy that. That's off the edge of Compton's bat. It was on the ground as it flew in between third slip and gully. Second slip and gully, I beg your pardon. But not where Compton intended it to go. He moves to 37. 80 for 2 now, 181 the deficit. 2 down. We think 7 more wickets might do it for Derbyshire, with
Pretty sure of that.
Jake Ball having, if he didn't aggravate the injury, he certainly didn't do it any good. The second ball that he faced towards the end of Kent's first innings. Left-hand side, lower stomach kind of area, as Chappell bowls and Compton turns this off his hip down to Morley at long leg for a single. He moves to 38, 81 for 2. Possibly glad. I mean, I'm delighted that I'm sitting alongside you, but I'm not sure I could have stood sitting alongside Ben Watts.
Oh, really?
At the moment, while Crystal Palace are winning at Anfield.
Oh.
What on earth is that all about? Come on. Sort yourselves out, everybody.
It's a bit of a jolly, that one, isn't it? For Liverpool and Crystal Palace supporters are both just basically celebrating whatever happens.
Well, I think it's merely a dress rehearsal for the Charity Shield at the start of next
course.
season, isn't
It's
it?
the big one.
They will play each other, so more silverware up for grabs early on next season. And if Pep Guardiola thinks it's a trophy, it probably is. Mieye on strike. And that one is down the leg side. He tries to flick it away, but it goes through to Brooke Guest.
Crystal Palace will be delighted to be in the Cup Winners' Cup, of course, next season.
Yes.
As I believe it's
I
called.
think it's still called that, yeah, I think
Yeah.
you're right. It's funny, isn't it? We've got to change it all, we can't have a Cup Winners' Cup. And now what we've got is 3 European competitions, which we always had.
Yeah.
And the teams go into the competitions pretty much that they were expected to go into. Funny how it goes. This one is almost getting through the defences of Mieye from Zach Chappell. He manages to get bat on ball and clip it up towards Lewis Rees in the onside.
It seems very to me that, well, if you think about, the Cup Winners' Cup seems very old-fashioned. The European Cup with just the champions seems very old-fashioned. But you look at what you've got now, and I think if you looked at it in 20 years' time, you might well think, crikey, what on earth was going on there?
Yeah.
But maybe not. Maybe just...
Next delivery flicked away by Mieye down towards Mitch Wagstaff, who's on the field. And they go through for a single. He moves on to 782 for 2. I quite enjoyed, clearly, again, I've got no skin in the game. European competition. Germany did compete in the Anglo-Italian Cup once, but I don't think that's classed as a major.
Well, it's kind of my point about those competitions. You look at those things
Yeah.
and think, oh, how terribly quaint and outdated. Well,
Yeah.
maybe the Conference League will look like that in a few years' time. Who knows?
I quite like the setup, the league system. I thought that worked quite well. It was quite exciting. As this one is clipped by Compton down to long leg this time. Zach Chappell, it's fielded by Morley. And they go through for another single. It was the final ball of Chappell's 7th over, 1 for 35, his figures. 23 overs to go. 22 gone in this second innings. Kenter 83 for 2. Mieye has 7. Compton has 39. They still trail by 178. And Zach Chappell gets a pat on the back from Wayne Madsen, who's now looking at the scoreboard, which suggests he's trying to work out how many overs left, how many can I give to him, how many can I leave for him, that kind of thing.
Yeah, quite pleased they dispense with if you're in the Champions League and you don't quite do well enough, that you get to go into the Europa League, which seems a bit daft. Or is that now part
That
of the
doesn't
system?
exist now.
It doesn't?
No.
No, that's what I was saying. I'm quite glad they jettisoned that. I
Yes,
think
absolutely. That was nonsensical, wasn't it?
either you're in this competition or you're not.
Yeah,
So.
if you get knocked out of one competition, if you're third in the group, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah.
In the group stages, that's rubbish. That's Barry Sheen again. One for the kids.
It's Reece to Compton with this half umbrella field on the leg side of 3 mid-wickets and a square leg.
For those asking, and nobody was, Barry Sheen was a
that's true.
motorcyclist in the 1970s, my lord.
Indeed.
Even Carl Fogarty wouldn't have been particularly contemporary. But I don't know any.
He was an absolute superstar, wasn't he?
Oh,
It was,
advertised brute.
yeah. Getting one for the replenishers. It's turned to square leg.
With Henry Cooper. And there was somebody else, Kevin Keegan, of course.
Kevin Keegan,
Yeah, all the day's 3 biggest
they were-
sporting
yeah.
stars, probably.
I would say that a figure like Barry Sheen was a bit like a David Beckham in those days. I mean, he was a massive media personality as well as a sporting star. But
It's amazing what free-to-air coverage can do for a sport, isn't it, really?
yeah, I suppose that's true. Are you suggesting that? No.
Oh,
No, of course not. Reece to Compton, back at the bowler, and there's no run. You just think it helps in some way, spread of competition,
I noticed
public consciousness?
the ECB, yeah, quite. The ECB announced yesterday, was it, a deal with 5 to show 4 somethings, whether the T20s or one-day internationals, I can't quite remember, but 2 women's and 2 men's, so they'll be on terrestrial television, which is a good thing. That's good.
It's Reece to Compton. Compton pierces the leg side umbrella field and down to, deep backward square around Dal Fields, and there's a single for Compton. Now they all have to change because the focus is not on Compton's dangerous nudge forward a square on the onside, which they're terrified of. But I'm joking, of course. It's a tactic, isn't it, just to distract him from playing his natural game, take him out of his rhythm.
Yeah.
And I've been pretty impressed by Wayne Madsen. His captaincy in a game that could easily be dead by now. Reese to Yeye. His defence out into the offside. Had a rocky start. He's on 7 from 9 balls so far.
I hadn't realised this was part of the deal. This is quite exciting. 2 men's and 2 women's T20s on 5, who will also stream highlights from the County Cricket's T20 Vitality Blast.
Oh, nice.
Across the season,
Okay.
so we're going to get some highlights of the T20, which is good news.
As Reese goes around the wicket to he leaves it outside the off stump, and it's got a comfortable leave in the end of the over. 84 for 2, Kent trailing by 177. Derbyshire are 8, possibly 8, probably 7 wickets away from an innings victory here at the county ground. Yeah, that is good news. So I'm assuming that Sky will still hold the
I think
the rights to
they
the T20 Blast.
simulcast broadcasts, and
So a bit like match of the day for Channel 5 with the highlights,
with the
perhaps.
highlights, yeah. I'm not a corporation man, but I ought to say, recently extended the BBC and ECB's partnership with the BBC screening England men's and women's international highlights and live coverage of the 100 for the next 4 years. There endeth the corporate bit.
Well, I would add to that, it's just good to see
It is
any cricket,
yes.
I would say, on certainly domestic cricket
no,
on.
no question. Chapel bowls around the wicket to Compton. Chapel is limped as he hit the deck there. He didn't fall over, it was his heel or he's put his foot down really hard, and he's got the limp back. Zach Chapel, the ball was fielded in the offside. There was no run.
Yeah, that message brought to you by some electric shock treatment I received back at the corporate base. So there we go. So, yeah.
It was when you punched my arm. Don't forget the BBC deal. Here comes Chapel, bowls down the leg side, and Compton tries to flick it away but misses. That was a very much slower delivery from Zach Chapel. Ali, the physio, is now jogging around the boundary.
Yeah.
Well, mainly because he's just seen Lewis Rees go off the field, I think. He didn't limp off the field as such, but he definitely left the field. So I think Ali's coming around to go up the steps and make sure that the Derbyshire bowler's okay.
Definitely of interest, yeah.
Next delivery is defended by Compton into the offside, fielded by Pat Brown. Because there are 3, well, there were 3. There are only 2 members of the Derbyshire coaching staff. Far end of the ground. One of them is Chris Hyton, I believe. I've got absolutely no idea from this distance who the one is. It looks a bit like Ben Smith, the batting coach. As Chapel bowls again down the leg side, he tries to flick that one away. Compton as well, taken by Brooke Guest, didn't get a touch on it. Wayne Madsen got excited at second slip. Sun has gone for the time being. I think it might have gone forever. There are 1 or 2 patches of blue sky away to the west from where the clouds are slowly moving. He's going to come over the wicket now to the left-hander, so try and push the ball across him. Zach Chapel, 2 balls to go in the over. And it's a short delivery to top edge, and it flies away for a 1-bounce 4. So he took it on, Ben Compton, and fair play to him for doing that, but not in control. I don't know why they're shouting for. The umpire's already signalled for. Compton moves to 44. Look, the scoreboard now has dried out and is in complete working order over there on the far side, 88 for 2. It's sprung into life with 20 and a bit overs to go. I don't think it is Chris Hyton, actually. It looks like Alex Hughes, so I've got the first one wrong. Alex Hughes on the right and Ben Smith on the left. As Chapel is in, full delivery, guided away, 4 runs out towards the backward point region. Slightly overpitched. It was a very safe shot in the end for Ben Compton, who races to 48 to go along with his 156 in the. Good job he's here in the first innings. He looks like he's about to reach another milestone. In the meantime, with no Lewis Rees on the field, it's down to the off spin of David Lloyd from the racecourse end. Zach Chappell looks quite weary, actually. 8 overs, 1 for 43 in this innings. And remember, after asking Kent to follow on, he bowled 20 overs, 2 for 72 earlier.
Yeah.
So
will be an issue, obviously, won't it?
Oh, no question. No question. David Lloyd fan club spark into action down below us.
Has his run-up marker placed by Jack Morley, very helpful.
Spin Bowlers Union.
You can say. Did he just say it must be about there? You're only taking 3 paces in. He'll be all right.
Can't get this wrong.
Left arm round the wicket then to Tawanda Miaye. Sorry, it's Lloyd, isn't it? Sorry, not Morley. Beg your pardon. Right arm over the wicket, as you were. Mind you, there are bowlers that can do either, but it's into the offside and there's no run. So Lloyd does change round this time to come round the wicket. Compton looking around the oval to see the field as a slip in. A couple of those catches on the offside as well. Yorker length. Jabbed back to mid-off where that Chapel fields in his dark blue cap. He's taken some sweat off his brow and polishes the ball on the outside of his whites. David Lloyd in a sleeveless jumper with 18 dark blue on the back. And his name, of course, is cut away, or driven away, that one actually, by Ben Compton again, very pleasantly, middling the ball out towards extra cover. I would say it looks like he's playing an entirely different game from the rest of the Kent batters, but certainly his runs so far tell you a story. 92 for 2. Hasn't tried to hit the ball too hard, but that is very much the way he plays. Miaye then facing on 8 from 11 balls. Doesn't face very much, has he? He blocks it up to Zach Chappell. Doesn't bother running for this one. He's taken a very slow walk up towards it. Pat Brown is just bouncing on the spot. Might see a bit of him in a minute. Lloyd, quicker delivery outside the right-hander's off stump. Miaye sees it, gets to Caleb Jewell, says no, although Jewell a little bit of a misfield, and there was no pressure on him, so there is no run anyway. Lloyd once more to Miaye. Again, good length from David Lloyd, forcing Miaye to go forward, take it on the full, back to the bowler. End of the over. Umpire Pratt hands David Lloyd his cap. Just still polishing the ball, doing his job. Does this at the far end, and it will be Pat Brown taking his jumper and cap off. Number 36 on his shirt. And we'll see. I'm not sure if we'll see a long spell from him. He's just operated in 4 so far.
Yes, I
can't we
think
didn't
so.
get to 5 in the first innings. No, so
Bold. No, 9 overs, so probably had a 5 over spell. I don't remember having a 1 over spell, certainly.
no wickets for him, but I think it was important when that short pitch spell with Chappell and him at the other end, just stopping the runs from Kent at the point during the morning session, putting pressure on. Jack Morley just below us, chatting to those coaching staff.
If I waited until now, I could have told you very definitively that it's,
right.
that it's Ben Smith and Alex Hughes. Jack Morley is moving closer and closer to being a backstop. He's a very fine leg, and they have a very fine third man. Nick Potts on the field as a sub for Zach Chappell. Man out on the square leg boundary, short leg, and a square legger was Mitch Wagstaff, who's also a substitute. And that one is outside off stump, and Compton mistimes the cut shot into the ground. So we can hear lots of Jack Morley trying to gee up the rest of his teammates down below.
Ben
us.
Smith started off, didn't he, applauding,
did
and
he?
then Jack Morley said, yeah, exactly. Let's get behind them.
Get behind the bowler, as the under-12s say, and then everybody shouts, yeah, come on, get behind the bowler. It really used to irritate me enormously. The whole point is, anyway, Morley's practicing his catching on the boundary with the rope behind him, as this next delivery is short from Pat Brown. One for the over, first one for the over. Compton has nothing to do with it as it goes through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guess. And 19 overs after this one, still plenty of time. That's a good hour and 6:30, wasn't it, before we finally leave the ground, unless we see a lot of spin. It might just claw back 10 or 15 minutes from that. Ben's, sorry, go on.
Oh, no, not at all. I was just going to say, where do you stand on chuntering about just adding wickets to the score?
Oh, well, I
To
don't- yeah, I don't
psych
mind
out the
that.
batters. 94 for 4 here, boys. One brings 2.
Yes, bang bang. As that one is ducked underneath by Compton. Goes through to Guest. He actually ducked sufficiently underneath it, which meant that it wasn't the second short delivery for the over. But bang bang is a particular annoyance, I have to say. Martin Anderson, arms folded at, well, he's at long leg. Morley is at fine leg, and there is a man at the square on the square leg boundary, in addition to a square leg and a short leg. He's not going to bowl many in the batter's half, really, is he? And there's another shortish delivery, and he just leans forward out of the way of that one. Pat Brown looks at him as if to say, "Come on, take me on." Compton is too good for that.
Another look towards the... Compton is just reminding Neil Pratt of comments I made earlier, as they'd say in Parliament, wouldn't they? Refer to my earlier comment about just looking at the height.
I think that one was okay.
No, I think it absolutely was, but
But yes, he wants to make sure that the umpire's on his mettle.
everyone's
The umpires.
gaming each other at this point, aren't they?
Yeah.
So
Morley swinging his arms below us as Brown is in. That's a fuller delivery, and he's fended off, and it's caught by Caleb Jewell at short leg. And Compton has gone for 49. That's big, very big in the context of this game. He just fended it off. Slightly fuller delivery, actually. I think he was probably expecting something slightly shorter, and it was a good catch because his initial movement was back, Caleb Jewell, and he just managed to dive forward. He's having some game as well as the Australian, his second catch of this innings. And Compton out for 49. Kent 94 for 3 now, and still trailing by 167 runs. Big, big wicket. Compton has been magnificent in this game with the bat, but he now has to trudge all the way back to the pavilion, away to our left-hand side. You could see the joy in the Derbyshire fielders as well when he took that catch, Caleb Jewell and Pat Brown. Good catch, just down to his left in actual fact in the end, and then he's destroyed his sunglasses by walking all over them. And not that that's going to worry the international jet-setting Australian, but good catch. His initial movement was the wrong way, but Pat Brown absolutely delighted with that. Desperate to be a success in red ball cricket. Everybody wants him to be a success in red ball cricket, and that will certainly help his cause. Derbyshire well on top here now, with Kent at 94 for 3. Wow. I don't think anybody who arrived at the ground this morning saw this coming, really, because it had been a fairly batter-friendly surface for the majority of the game, really, let's face it. And then all of a sudden, just before lunch, that wicket from Jack Morley, it might not seem much when he got Leaning, who's just come out to the wicket again, and he got him out with a score on 276 for 5. Even at that point, you didn't think that it was going to turn out like this, but it just proved to be the catalyst, the spark that Derbyshire were looking for in their quest for, what was at that stage, 15 wickets. Well, now they probably only need 6 more.
Yeah, as you say, good catch. Worked absolutely perfectly for Pat Brown. Yeah, just following into the body there, and instinctive movement from Compton to get the ball away from him. Great catch.
Just think he was
Still
expecting
quite-
something slightly shorter, having had 3, 4 short
Yeah,
deliveries
just
prior
back
to
on
that, and it's just fooled him a bit. Here's Brown then into leaning ducks underneath the short one that would have been wide, I think, in any other circumstances. And Pat Brown gets a wicket maiden. He has 1 for none from his 1 over. Derbyshire, well, with Kent 94 for 3. The only thing it would appear can stop them winning this game now is something remarkable from the batters. Or the
Yeah.
weather.
Needs to be a mighty partnership now for Kent. You're looking at the partnership to last this session very much, and probably beyond that into tomorrow. The sort of session that Derbyshire had, I suppose, during the second session yesterday. First day, I
They are
should
going
say.
to have to bat till tea, aren't they?
Yeah. And this one's seen off by Miei, and that's looking unlikely at the moment, the way Derbyshire are finding their way through the garden. Kent need to show more than stubborn resistance. It has to be something out of the ordinary here. Driven by Miei. Will that go for 4? It will, actually. He just looked at that. He was on the back foot, wondering whether to run. Obviously, he doesn't need to run. It's not seeing off another delivery, but it's gone for 4. The dive by Morley. Just couldn't get onto it, and it's a jab from Miei. Gets him to 12. Jack leaning, as I said, last time he batted, which was today. Sorry, going to humour. Not in great nick. So, yeah, he's into the ground, driven up to mid-on. And just what goes through the mind of a batter in this situation. I mean, it's just psychologically, it's easy to say, well, you just need to play your natural game and bat for 2 sessions, but that is a very easy thing to say against.
Batters tend not to, even in proper conditions,
Yeah.
batter-friendly conditions, they tend not to bat for 2 sessions.
That's, I mean, they don't have to. I would say one of these two probably needs to do that. Needs to be there for a ton or more. And certainly for a ton or more of deliveries. It's Morley bowls to Miei's forward. And there's no run.
He was actually batting at 1:45.
See, there we go.
Jack leaning in the first innings.
Just after 5:15, yeah. It's not been long. Miei looked a comfortable shot off the spinner. Probably was going to have more success against the left hand, but this is 2 righties now. But yeah, he gets himself a single to end the over. Jack Leaning, as I said, he's been scratching for form this season so far, but he's a man that has for Kent in the past occupied the crease for many hours, big innings. And goodness me, how they could do with him finding his form right now. But even that might not be enough.
I know my listeners will be interested in this, but Chelsea have taken the lead at Nottingham Forest, which will almost
It's a big game in
it
them,
will
yeah.
deprive Nottingham Forest of even Europa League. They'll be in the conference next season. They are in Europe. They will be in Europe no matter what happens, because Brighton can't catch them. But was it 2 weeks ago everybody was talking about them being in the Champions League?
Yeah. From an outsider's point of view, I'd have to say that's no. I'm not sure how many Derby listeners would agree with me.
Well,
but
I won't tell anybody in Derby where you're stopping.
I'm not saying I'm a neutral, but yeah.
If you're going to offer sympathy to Nottingham Forest, you're a very brave man. Here's Pat Brown, wicket in his previous over, yet to concede a run in this second innings. Bowls a short delivery, Miei ducks underneath it, and that is 1 for the over, says Sam McGann.
Just to break up the monotony, quite frankly. But there we are. Of the Premier League at the top four.
I know what you say. It's Liverpool, Arsenal, Manchester City and Chelsea top four, then Newcastle and Villa.
Who would have bet on that?
Yeah. Fancy that.
No one, the odds would be too short, obviously, but yeah.
Palace, of course, will be the other European representatives.
Grudgingly, I'd have to say. I think that's a good thing.
No, I think it's a great thing. I love watching Crystal Palace. In comes Brown. That one is pulled into the leg side, but slightly unconvincingly by Yaya. He's going to get a couple of runs for it. There's a long chase around the boundary for... Oh, dear. I think it's Mitch Wagstaff. But I wouldn't be 100% convinced from this distance.
I guess that's the other thing as well. For it's all very well me being churlish about the European competitions, but for Palace supporters, this is a once in a lifetime, literally for Palace supporters.
Yes, absolutely.
It's trips to Europe and a chance to go abroad with their side. And
I hope Ben's listening, but they're never going
Midweek
to win another
nights.
trophy, are they? Here comes Brown to Mieye. This time he pulls, and that's nicely done, but there is a man on the square leg boundary. It's Anuj Dal. He go through for a single. He moves to 1602 for 3.
Pat Brown definitely giving a few words to Anamie as he
Did he?
went past. Yeah, turned round with him, but I don't think Tawanda is much of a one for.
Say
But batters don't usually start it. I think it's fair to say with fast bowlers, do they?
No. Pat is
feisty.
He's a feisty.
I don't mind it.
Feisty cricketer, but quiet as off the field. He's in again now to bowl to Leaning, who turns that into the leg side. Caleb Jewell thrusts out a left hand, but can't get there. The lesser spotted Blair Tickner is now down below us again. He seems to have an envelope in his hands. They're having a raffle. Or he's doing a collection for the pro. Oh, it's got some plans in it by the look of it.
They're all plans.
Yeah, I think some plans. He's just showing Jack Morley something. Ali, the physio, is with him. Just had the thumbs up from Ali. Tickner Tower, the two of them. As Pat Brown is in again to Leaning, who plays that ball a distance away from his body. And Brown kicks it to Caleb Jewell. There's no run. Correspondent, and I won't embarrass them by saying who they are. As I said, if Stokes, McCullum and Key watch that wicket from Pat Brown, he'll be starting for England against India. That's not a Derbyshire supporter. I know what he's saying, though. He's not quite tall enough, Pat Brown, I don't think, to play red ball cricket for England, but I could be wrong. He was sent on the England A tour to Australia and Lions tour to Australia in the
You can
winter.
see why they'd be interested in for
Yeah.
Australian pitches, but
It's blistering pace at times from Brown. He's in around the wicket now to Leaning, who ducks underneath the short one. Ball goes through to Brooke Guest, and the over comes to an end at 102. I missed the century, apologies, the Kent century. 102 for 3. I'm sure you'll forgive me. Kent trailing by 159 with Mieye on 16 and Leaning having faced just 4 deliveries yet to get off the mark.
159 they trail by, so
The Derbyshire, sorry, go on.
no, I was going to say runs do become important at this point as well.
Oh,
They need
yes. Yeah, if they can get in front, it
Yeah.
takes time out of the game, doesn't it? That could be key with weather around tomorrow.
So 17 remaining in the day. Yep, it certainly will be just 17. As Lloyd comes over the wicket to Muyeye, he's gone for that long handle and over mid-wicket for 4 runs. Cleared Pat Brown by some distance there. To Muyeye has attacked that and goes on to 20. I'm not suggesting though he'll be using this as range hitting for the T20. He'll certainly be in the Kent side, but good-looking shot that one.
If he's more comfortable playing attacking shots, he should play attacking shots, shouldn't he, really?
Perhaps,
If he's going to
I mean,
mess around doing trying to defend and then gets out when no runs have been added, that would be foolhardy.
I mean, he has developed as a batter. Certainly, that was in his first couple of seasons. He was very much on the attack, but backward defensive. Learning to pace a bit more now, but he certainly has the shots to do that. As you say, in a way, you wonder why wait if your eyes in. It's now cuts away. That was very, very fine, and I mean by that I mean very, very close to Wayne Madsen at slip. It was a deliberate shot from Tawanda Mieye, but I think it went a little bit closer to first slip than he would have liked. It's 4 runs anyway.
He certainly wouldn't have played it if there'd been a second slip there, because that would have gone straight to him. There is seldom a second slip for an off spinner.
That was close. But Mieye goes on a 24, 110 for 3 now, Kent. It's Lloyd to Mieye forward. Ball pushed to point. And there is no run. So Lloyd settles himself. This race course end. Bowls now to Mieye. He takes it on the full. Low down. It's Caleb Jewell who fields that extra cover. His double century. Still the highlight of this game, with very honourable mentions to Ben Compton, obviously, for his 156 in the first innings and his 49 in the second. And some fine bowling all round from Derbyshire. And this one pins Mieye back, slightly a quicker delivery from Lloyd, but that's the end of the over as he defends it. 110 for 3, 151 Kent behind. That's short been beaten by an innings, frankly, at this point, with probably only 6 more needed. Don't think Jake Ball will take the field again. The Kent bowler looked, to say very uncomfortable will be a massive understatement, I think, batting for 2 balls at the end of the first innings. Just to keep you informed of that. But Derbyshire have made good inroads, with Denny gone for 32, Beldrummond gone for 2, and Compton for 49, Reese, Chappell and Brown with the wickets so far for the home side, Derbyshire. Well, if your correspondent only was saying if this was a must-win game, they're doing everything they can to win it.
In connection with that, as Pat Brown prepares to bowl his next over from the City end, Leicestershire on the brink of victory over Lancashire, who are 248 for 9 and still 3 runs behind.
Goodness.
I mean, it is staggering what Leicestershire are doing this season.
Absolutely.
Fair play to them. In comes Pat Brown then, bowling to leaning. Oh, he leaps out of the way of that one and actually hits some part of him. Chest, arm, shoulder, no idea. Leg by.
Even his back, as he
he tried to get out of the way of it by leaping into the leg side, but it didn't quite work because it struck him. Nice piece of bowling by Pat Brown, who's going to come around the wicket to Wanda Mieye. Just surveying the fielding changes at the moment, because Wayne Madsen isn't going to stay there, surely. Oh, he is. He's going to stay at square leg. Unusual. We've got a backstop, everybody. It's Zach Chappell. As Brown is in short delivery, ducks underneath it. Mieye, almost hits the helmet. Excellent work from Brooke Guest to stop it from doing so. That would have been 10 bonus runs that Kent had received. I think Jack Morley's just said, of course, if he took it in the first place, he wouldn't have to chase it. But he did well to stop it from hitting the helmet that's not too far behind him. And Morley's at a very fine third man. We have a backstop, who is Zach Chappell. We have a deep or a long leg, Nick Potts. Brown bowls short, ducks underneath it. Well, that's 2 for the over, so there's his 2. He can no longer bowl as short as that, so he's going to have to be quite accurate in his short pitch deliveries now. He's still got the short leg. Fielders on the offside. Jack Morley at very fine third man, and a backward point on the boundary. That'll do. Don't need any more than that. Wayne Madsen has to stay in front of square at square leg, of course, otherwise it'd be a no ball. As does the man out on the boundary at square leg. This one's banged in again. That's okay.
Is it?
Well, It's okay because I've looked at the umpire and he said that's okay. Yeah, I'm with you. I don't mind intimidatory bowling, I've got to say. And this is as hostile as you're likely to face it, given the pace of Pat Brown and the areas of the playing surface that he's pitching it. He's got 1 wicket, 1 for 3 from 2 overs and 4 balls. Pat Brown, who's on his way in around the wicket again to Maa. Oh, that's going to be a no ball. It is a no ball. I think it's either slipped, no, but it hasn't slipped out of his hand. It's stayed in his hand too long.
He's dragged it onto the very, very short, almost in his own half.
I think close to his feet. I don't think it's an overstepping no ball either. He's querying it. We're currently watching an advert on the stream, so we might be able to tell you in a moment.
He's definitely saying that's 2.
Yeah.
For the over, so that was the second one. No,
that was the third one. That's why it was a no ball. I thought.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Okay.
I think.
Okay. But they're looking at the footmarks now. Sorry, yeah. But I'm
not 100% sure.
Yeah.
We didn't get a chance to see a replay of that one because it disappeared off the screen to become an advert on YouTube, as this one is. That's a good delivery. Well, it isn't because it's been guided away, but it's a fair delivery. Guided away by Maa. They're going to come back for a second as Morley does the fielding down below us at backward point, that kind of area. It's probably square third man. Positions and names are almost pointless at this stage. Now that no ball, sorry, you did show a replay. Thank you, Matt, but I missed it. So when we get the live real time, we'll be devastating in this commentary box.
I don't doubt it. Good luck to all concerned.
There's a slight delay in proceedings here with the over 8 -1, which Derbyshire will be able to explain away, I'm sure, at some point, because there's going to be a change in the field now as well. Nick Potts is coming across to the offside. He's strengthening his offside field to include an extra cover. Is he going to pitch this one up? Seems unlikely. Square leg's gone back. There's a long leg now because there's no point in having a backstop because it will be a no ball, almost certainly. As Brown is in bowls full and it's turned into the leg side by Maa towards Lewis Rees for a single. And now, that is the final ball. I thought Wayne Madsen was going to have another chat with him there, but it's the last ball of the over. 3 overs, 1 for 8. Pat Brown, 27 to Maa, leading still to get off the mark, but he's only faced 5 deliveries. 116 for 3, Kent, with 15 overs to go today. They still trail by 145. So if they can knock, another 30, 40 runs off, they'll need to get to lunch to be level.
Yeah.
They'd need to get to tea to have enough runs, if there's no weather about, to be far enough in front as they won't automatically lose the game. Leicestershire have beaten Lancashire by an innings and 3 runs.
They did not have tea before they got those runs. Is there not another interval they could have had before?
Just stop for drinks.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's a remarkable win for Leicestershire.
Yeah.
Remarkable. So Lancashire are a half-decent side playing some really poor cricket.
It's a very fair assessment. There's Lloyd bowls to Maa. It's into the offside and fielded at cover.
Kent played Lancashire at Canterbury already then?
No.
So they haven't played Lancashire in the first half?
Sorry, interesting memory there. It doesn't go back more than a week. No, still yet to play them. I think that must have been the last run because they played them at Blackpool. Sorry, single taken by Maa, by the way. 28 for him, 117 for 3, Kent. I think it's September they play the reverse fixture at Canterbury.
Okay.
I might be wrong, but yeah, they play them in Blackpool at the end of June.
Fixtures make no sense. So the Derbyshire in this game have now played every other side once.
Oh, and
which after 7 games you would expect would have happened.
Kent have taken a more creative route in the fixture list. It's dead batted by Jack Leaning. So they played Middlesex twice and Gloucestershire twice.
Oh, okay.
Glamorgan once and Northamptonshire once, of course, because that's the way it should work.
Yeah.
It's Lloyd bowls to Leaning. There's probably very good reasons for it. It does seem a bit bonkers, though. I don't think it's that difficult to make sure that... Stop that sentence there, I think. Lloyd to Leaning into the offside, fielded by Jewell. There is no run. Back to Lloyd now. You hear the wind getting up outside. It is very blustery. Clouds go across the sun, but light's still pretty good. Leaning. Dead bats that one into the offside. End of the over? It will be. 117 for 3, just the one off it then from Tawanda Miyeye, who has 37. Leaning is yet to score. Off 9 deliveries faced. The partnership is at 23. The majority of those, as you understand, from Tawanda Miyeye. Kent still 144 behind. And Derbyshire are finding a way.
Yes, New Derbyshire. Martin Mason from Michigan.
Oh, I like the alliteration there.
Yes.
That's good.
He recalls Barry Sheen, Professor Harvey Smith as he shot past adversary Kenny Roberts at nearby Donington Park, which is just down to the south of us here.
Harvey Smith? Did he say?
I know.
Oh, I see. Sorry.
Harvey Smith.
I beg your pardon. Sorry,
the camera wasn't on me there.
I do apologise.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No. He said you might recall England and Newport prop Colin Smart in the early 80s. Not sure if he was making a statement of any kind, only he notoriously drank his presentation aftershave following a match in Paris. Had to go to hospital to be stabilised. The following week in the London Evening Standard, because that's where Martin was living at the time, there was a cartoon of a billboard featuring Smart as the latest sportsman to advertise aftershave in a hospital bed connected to a drip, looking up at the board are Henry Cooper and Kevin Keegan, with the former pugilist remarking, "Flaming amateurs." Clearly a story for those knowing the 15-a-side card. I don't remember Colin Smart, if I'm entirely honest with you, but
I only remember him because I went to the same school as him, not at the same time, but, but yeah, so he was mentioned in dispatches, but not for that particular
as an
incident.
aftershave drinker. It's a very rugby union. In the amateur days, a very rugby union thing to do, isn't it?
I shouldn't laugh, but there we are.
Thank you, Martin. Good to have you along board.
I bet his breath smelled wonderful.
Yes. Yeah. Before we discovered mouthwash. Here's Anuj Dal back into the attack, bowling to Miyeye, who pushes this up to mid-off to go through for a single. There's a sort of shy at the stumps, oh dear. It might be an overthrow here, and there is an overthrow here. It was a shy at the stumps from Harry Kame. Not the first one of those that we've seen that have gone for overthrows. There was one at, I think it was at Lancashire. That might have been the one that led to the 7. I'm not sure. Anyway, they picked up 2. 119 for 3 now. Miyeye moves on to 30. Reasonably early hour in Michigan, I think, as that one is pushed nicely by Miyeye. Up towards Kame again. He has another shot at the stumps. This time it's backed up by David Lloyd. He missed those stumps as well. Harry Kame. Miyeye moves to 31, 120 for 3.
It is...
Don't tell me and I'll see if I can guess.
Okay.
I think it's 1:45. Is it?
Did you pull it out of
Well, it's 5 hours. It's 5
yeah,
hours.
You're right,
It's
yeah.
5 hours.
It is 1:15.
5 hours on this side, 8 hours on the other.
That's Detroit time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Adjustment to the field. You're not missing any cricket.
No, there's not a lot going on out there at the moment, apart from Harry Kame shying at stumps, and the change in the field has been changed again, which is why I didn't mention it, because I'm getting fed up saying this is the field, and now it's not the field anymore.
Anderson taking a holiday from second slip to go and stand at cover for about 9 seconds. I would say.
Brought the mid-wicket in,
Yeah.
leaning on strike. Dal bows to him, and he pushes it up to mid-on. And there is no run. So has Wayne Madsen left the field again? Because it's Anderson and Jewell at slip. I think Wayne Madsen must have, because he won't be a third man or long leg. He isn't. Nor is he at mid-on or mid-off. Just left the field again for a moment. Here is Dal in and bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside by Leaning. And there's no run as Pat Brown moves around to his right to pick the ball up. Nick Potts back on the field. You know what? I don't know who the vice captain is, genuinely, because I've never been told, which is as good a reason as any. I don't imagine it's David Lloyd, who was the captain last season. I don't imagine it's necessarily Caleb Jewell. As Dal is in, it could be him. Bowls, that's left alone outside the off stump by Leaning to go through to Brookguest, who could also be the vice captain. He's certainly assured of his place in the side. They're looking around now. They're getting slightly agitated because there's only one ball to go in the over and Wayne Matson's coming down the steps. So don't worry, boys, your leader is back. You can all relax.
It might be some sort of scrap for alpha dominance otherwise, so we're worried about that.
I'm sure I'd want to see a scrap between Brookguest and Caleb Jewell. Might be a long, drawn-out affair. That one is pushed into the offside by Leaning, fielded by Brown. Madsen is back. All is well with the world. Kenter, well, not all. Kenter 120 for 3, following on and trailing by 141.
Yeah, definitely not all right in the world for Kent. What's happening here? All sorts. I think David Lloyd going off the field, accompanied by a... Was he just got a drink from the 12th there?
He's going off with Mitch Wagstaff, who's just brought something out for the umpires, which I imagine are light meters.
Right.
To bowl for the racecourse end.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking... Doesn't look bad at the moment, does it? But
No,
we get more cloud at this time of day. It's possible, isn't it? If there's proper cloud cover, but...
Martin's got a follow-up.
Excellent.
It says, correct, we are 5 hours behind, and then in brackets, some might believe we're now around 6 decades behind over here. Thank you, Martin. I pass no comment.
I don't know what on earth he's talking about, but it's obviously an American thing.
Yes, quite. They made the mess. They're going to get themselves out of it.
Yep. Good luck to us all, I'd say. Just apropos of absolutely nothing.
No. Seventh bowler of the innings, Jack Morley, coming on with a bit of left arm spin.
Yeah, he'll come round the wicket to Tuandamiye. He was on 31, Leaning still yet to score, but from 13 deliveries. Here comes Morley now to bowl to Miye. Punches that up towards mid-off and takes a quick single. Goes through. Jack Morley's got quite a lot of arm movement before he delivers the ball, isn't he?
Yes.
They both go wide, as if he's about to do some sort of swallow dive, and they come up in front of him like he's doing the Fred Flintstone tippy toe 10-pin bowling action, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And then...
And he also hides behind the umpire.
Oh, yeah, he goes. And now he delivers it. After all that expended energy, Jack Leaning has the temerity just to block it out. There's no run. Then is James Logan, the Kent spinner from that respect, had a fantastic action. It's cricketed from Morley. He appeared to be, in the part of his action, pointing his non-bowling hand out towards a sort of deep square leg position. It was quite extraordinary, but it worked for him. Not to gainsay it. Here's Morley once again. Looks back in his crease, does Leaning. I think he thought that was his first run. I don't know if that's making him antsy at all, but he's been out there for 16 deliveries now without scoring. So he's taking up deliveries, which is part of the battle for Kent. That's when he's getting the runs. Quicker from Morley. That's guided by Leaning out towards the offside boundary. And it's Dal fields and get a single. Dal's bowled. Yeah, he's bowled 5 in the second innings. Just looking what he bowled. We've not been on for a while. But good rotation from Wayne Madsen, and he's got, as you were saying, Dave, early in the game, he's got ammunition to do that with, hasn't he? To give the batters different quizzes to answer. This one's defended in the offside by Tuandamiye. Sorry, not contemporary with the delivery, as I muse. Here's Yeah, the end of the over. 1, 2, 3, 2 for 3.
You can see the player in the dugout's face fully now. I've just had a look.
okay.
I still don't know who it is, but I'm going to guess it might be. Would it be Grant Stewart?
Oh, could be.
It might not be anybody at all. I mean, it's somebody clearly, but it might not be a member of the playing 11 anyway. But
It does look a little bit like Grant Stewart. No, you're right.
it looks like he's just fed up. He'd be batting soon, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Benjamin and Finch before him.
Well, he'll hope not soon, but you're right.
yeah,
You'd
well,
think he would
sorry,
be
yes,
more,
yes. Might show a bit more urgency, but perhaps he's there to show confidence in the batters who are
I'm not
out
entirely
there.
sure.
No. Interesting. Been there a while now. It must be quite cold. But he's not moving. So here's Anuj Dal to bowl his second over of this spell. He's having a chat here with Lewis Rees while Wayne Madsen rearranges the fielders on the leg side. There are 2 mid-wickets as well as a man at, well, he's not at backward square leg anymore. He is at forward square leg, and the 2 mid-wickets just move 2 steps to the left. So it's a 3-man leg side catching quartet, and it now becomes 4 because Lewis Rees joins them as well. That is a remarkable field. Lewis Rees is very straight. In comes Dal to bowl to Leaning, who pushes it out into the offside, of course, where none of those 4 fielders are anywhere near it. Got a long leg we have, Zach Chappell, way to our left. That is a bizarre looking field.
Yeah, so doing a similar thing to Jack Lean they did to Ben Compton. I don't think that field actually got him out, did it? Or it wasn't.
So.
It was the searing pace of Pat Brown that did it.
Yes. There's the slightly less searing pace of Anuj Dal. That one hits high up on the bat, though. He's, I almost get fed up saying it, but he is a little bit quicker than he looks,
Yeah.
Anuj Dal. Quick arm.
He's down on the official books as right medium, but I'd say he's a
Yeah.
little quicker than that.
Yeah. It's a good time to start my regular call for speed guns at every county championship match so that we can all get an idea of how quick these people are bowling. I think that would be fascinating. I think the crowd would enjoy it. I've no doubt that the crowd would enjoy it. As Dal is in, and that one is defended again high up, not far from the stickers on the bat, into the offside where it's fielded by Pat Brown.
It's Manchester United striker. What could be the death blow to Aston Villa's Champions League hopes. Be still my beating heart. There we go. It's nice with these little clubs, isn't it? The lowly clubs in the Premier League, though, to beat some of the bigger ones.
Yes, it is. It's pushed out into the offside by Leaning.
I'm just saying that while I can.
Yeah.
My son's a United supporter.
I just Ipswich going out in a blaze of glory, I noticed.
Yeah, they are. Well,
They've been there though.
they're a generous club. They're well known for that, and they have been generous all the way through the season. No, not quite good enough, I'm afraid. But there we are.
There is Dal in and bowls. That one is defended by Leaning. Back to the bowler this time. That's really enjoyed. I've been to Portman. I went the first time I went, I think, with Burton was in that little gap during COVID when some supporters were allowed into the
Right.
ground. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And we went to Portman Road.
Would that have been in the Championship? Then it would have been.
No,
would it?
it would have been League
Oh,
One.
it would have been League One.
Yeah,
wouldn't
it would have been League One. I've never seen Burton in anything but League One
fair
in my time. This one is pushed into the offside by Leaning. Of course it is. Everyone has been now that they've got those 4 men on the leg side. End of the over, 122 for 3. And thoroughly enjoyed my time. I think it's a great place. It's where we broadcast from is an oldie worldy kind of charm.
Yeah, absolutely. It's
But it's a proper old football ground, and what they've done outside with the huge pictures of the glory days, if you like, really good. Whoever was on that bench is now off that bench because he's just collected a sweater from the umpire.
how do they walk?
Yes, quite.
Oh,
he's taking the sweater.
I think you're right. I think there's Grant Stewart.
I just had a look at. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know Grant Stewart well, but he's going back into the changing room
As
now.
you say, it does seem because he could be called into action before long, I suppose. But yeah, just cuts that away towards the offside boundary, but picked up by Anish Dull there, and there'll be a single.
And I went there in the title. They did win the title, didn't they? The League One title. They didn't, they were promoted,
No, they were
certainly.
second
Oh, were
actually.
they
They were second to Plymouth. Yeah.
The noise was incredible.
Yeah.
They were,
It
and they
generates something.
played superbly well. I mean, they were a very good side.
So Morley bowls, and they should have been, to be honest, that division. They, for once, I think in their history, they were the big spenders in that league, and they
they
took advantage of being able, with the financial fair play rules, of being able to sign some players that were good enough, certainly for the division above. Yeah, just a little bit of puff of dust as Leading moves way back in its crease. Good take from Brooke Guest down the leg side. So, but yeah, I would say that for it. It's. I mean, obviously, from a home point of view, it's a welcoming club, but acoustically, it sounds good as well. I think it's got a full house in it, so which is it doesn't sound like it should be important, but I think it is to me. It's just there are some grounds where the noise just goes and disappears. And,
Yeah.
But there we go, back in the Championship. It's a proper division.
Yes, it is.
The wicket to sets the gritted teeth back to the bowler. There's no run. But yeah, the Premier League is a rarefied atmosphere these days, isn't it? It's such a big business now. He said, for the younger listeners, it wasn't like that when I was young.
Well, it wasn't, was it?
End of the over, it's turned to the onside and fielded, and there's no run. 123 for 3.
Everybody could beat everybody else back in the day. Of course, everybody can beat Tottenham. They've just lost their 22nd Premier League match of the season, which is absolutely staggering.
It is, isn't it?
And if it wasn't for the 3 promoted sides from last season,
Yeah.
they'd be down.
And that's an astonishing thought, isn't it? Really? Yeah.
And amusingly, Everton, West Ham and Manchester United have all won, which keeps Manchester United down in 15th place, which is where they belong, really, isn't it? And the 3 teams going for that final European Champions League spot in 5th are all losing. Oh, joy.
Yeah, it was a BBC article. These are 3 worst teams that have ever been in the Premier League, talking about the bottom 3. I thought, well, you're avoiding Manchester United and Tottenham in there.
There's some poor ones in there. Dal begins a new over. That was turned into the leg side by Mieye. They're going to come back for the second as well as the ball goes in, or is thrown in by Zach Chappell, but there was always 2 there.
I was all, yeah, well, statistically, you could say that of the promoted sides, but look what's happening with the millions that have been spent by a couple of teams just above them,
Staggering.
I think.
Staggering.
Anyway, I hope you've enjoyed this tour around the lower reaches of the Premier League and highlights from the season in parts of Suffolk.
In goes Dal again. That was pushed into the offside by Mieye, fielded by Pat Brown. Not an awful lot happening for Derbyshire's bowlers here at the moment. Still 9 overs to go after the next 4 deliveries, so the thick end of 10 overs to go this evening as the clock ticks around to 6 o'clock. So I might have been optimistic with the pre-6:30 finish.
I would say, for the benefit of cricket and the County Championship as well, it's not been that predictable what the sides have done with
No.
the promoted and relegated sides have done so far this season.
I agree. That one is hoisted into the leg side. That has gone a long way and into the seats on the full for 6. Mieye moves on to 41. That was a fair old blow. It went towards the back of the grandstand seats, away to the left-hand side. And Kent moved to 131 for 3. They trailed by 130. And they have had fielders out on the mid-wicket boundary for lengthy periods, Derbyshire, but unfortunately not at the moment. I'm not sure that that would have made any difference. He might not have played the shot, but he certainly mid-wicket wouldn't have caught it. He went a long way back. The umpire's inspecting the ball at the moment.
He certainly feels safe in taking them on in that respect, and was just given a bit of room, wasn't he, to swing through that, and yeah, no hesitation at all.
The other good thing about county grounds is that quite often a ball could go back there and somebody could pick up a completely different ball and throw it back. You often see the odd balls around the ground. This one is turned down towards long leg by Mayeye, fielded by Zach Chappell for a single.
Just going back to the county championship, I was thinking with what Sussex have done and winning again today gives optimism for any team in Division 2 that you put together a decent side and it is possible to hold your own in the top division.
What's tended to have happened in recent times, though, as Dal is in and bowls, that's pushed into the offside by leaning. There's no run. Worcestershire went up, stayed up the first season, then came down. Northamptonshire did the same. They went up, stayed up, then came down.
Yeah.
And you just hope that it doesn't happen to Sussex. And you never know what's going to happen. Leicestershire obviously will go up this season. If they don't now, it would be embarrassing for Leicestershire if they don't go up now. I'll just put that one out there while I can. As Dal bowls, and beats the edge. There we go. Nothing's happened for a while, and that one beats the edge of Leaning's bat and goes through to Brooke Guest, who's standing up behind the stumps. End of the over, 132 for 3. Kent trailing by 129. Mayeye has 42. Leaning has 1. He's been out there for 30 deliveries as well, so he's doing a good job for his side. Just staying out there with Tuanda Mayeye, who's got 42 or 46 and isn't hanging around. I tried to do for Birmingham City by saying it would be embarrassing, and Wrexham to a degree, that it would be embarrassing for both clubs if they didn't get automatic promotion, but
It didn't work.
no, they both got automatic promotion, so
But you've got it tucked in your back pocket. Embarrassment.
yeah.
In case it happens.
I like having it there,
Yeah.
just in case.
You're going to add shambles to it. Oh, yeah. Capitulation.
Birmingham bored everybody to death.
They weren't attractive, were they, as a side? I've got a friend who's a Birmingham City supporter, and he would insist to anyone, and obviously everyone would say, "Oh, he must be having a great time." It's not great to watch.
Well,
Just-
Wrexham weren't either, but
Just doing the bare minimum
yeah, quite.
with a very expensively assembled side down towards fine leg. Was there bat on that from Mayeye? No. Says umpire Pratt. What was there? A bit of pad. It's a yelp from the wicketkeeper. It's not hit bat at all there. But he was just grumpy about a lot of expensive signings, and they shipped out all the promising young players basically on loan or sold them on, which, to a lot of supporters obviously feels like you're losing the character of the club, doesn't it?
The soul of the club has gone.
Yeah, but they are being promoted to the Championship, I suppose so. Yeah, back foot.
With very wealthy owners.
But we're very similar in that respect. He just got grumpy about quite. Yeah, it's like they're not getting promoted the right way. That's the.
Yes. Yeah.
No one likes a fancy Dan. Round the wicket comes Morley to leading. Although I didn't complain too much when Ipswich was spending all the money in League One. Into to the onside. And fielded by Anderson. There's no run. I'm digressing now. Apologies. 133 for 3. Kent trailing by 128 here. BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio Kent with Dave Fletcher and Matt Cole here. Towards the end of day 3, which
Would explain the rambling.
yeah, that's true. Starting to lose it.
Tranmere about to be bought by Rihanna and ASAP Rocky, so I might have to swallow swallow something.
It's all going to be gravy from now on into the offside by Jack leaning off the back foot. He'll take a single at the end of the over, and they'll go to 134 for 3. 8 remain here at the County Ground Derby. An absorbing day's play. Well, I say absorbing. It looked like Kent were coasting overnight, I would say, at 210 for 3, or in a very good position when Parkinson went at 235 for 4. That's fine. Night Watchman was there for an hour. Jack leaning just before lunch going. Derbyshire very pleased to get rid of one of the frontline batters, and then 3 quick going after lunch. Compton for 156, Fitch followed him on none, Benjamin on 5, and suddenly the Collywobbles appearing for Kent, all out for 326, a lead of 261, And 3 wickets already taken in the Kent second innings.
New over manager Dal. Ball is just guided by leaning down towards Jack Morley at sort of backward point boundary, really. 15 yards in, that kind of area. And now we've lost. No, we haven't. I'm not going to say anything until it has been lost. We've lost one of the men on the leg side close in catches because Mitch Wagstaff has been told to go and stand on the boundary in front of the grandstand away to the left. So just the 3 close catches on the leg side now. As Dal is in, that one is clipped down to the backward square leg. A bit of a chase on here for Zach Chappell, who gets there. And there's a slip from Muyeye, which didn't cost him in the end, but he was running through treacle at one point there. Lost his balance. Still sort of moving forward, but not very quickly. But he got back in time. Commentator gets overexcited about nothing. 137 for 3. If it had fallen over, it would have been interesting.
Yeah.
I think it'd have been gone for all money. He's back on strike, and he pushes this out into the offside, straight to Pat Brown at extra cover, and there's no run.
Interesting. Brown just bowled 3, didn't he? Yeah.
Yeah.
1 for 8.
3 overs, 1 for 8. Got rid of Ben Compton. Big wicket, that. Big wicket. But no wickets since. So these two have done a pretty good job. Put on 43 for the 4th wicket so far. As Dal is in, and that's defended by Muyeye. Picked up by Lewis Rees, who's the straighter of the 3 leg side fielders, who are Martin Anderson, David Lloyd, and Lewis Rees. I think the man off the field, therefore, is Caleb Jewell at the moment. Mitch Wagstaff out on the mid-wicket boundary. Here comes Dal again and bowls. That one is driven very pleasantly up to Harry Kame. Don't shy at the stumps, Harry. He doesn't. He holds on to it. There's no run. Northamptonshire, in their pursuit of quick runs, you would assume, are 106 for 4, leading Gloucestershire by 196. Gloucestershire having declared their first innings on 379, 90 behind apparently. That's what I heard. Here is Dal bowling to Muyeye, who pushes it up to Harry Kane once again, and the over comes to an end. 7 to go then today, plus whatever we get tomorrow. Derbyshire still looking for technically 7 wickets, potentially 6. So it has the potential to be an exciting final day. Bank holiday, you're not doing anything else. Why do you get yourself down at the cricket? You're not doing anything else. Just think, you could come down here, watch Derbyshire win for the 2nd time, or watch Kent save the game in heroic fashion. Either way, it's probably better than sitting indoors watching repeats of Coronation Street on ITV3. I would have thought.
I'm not a fan of bank holidays myself, apart from if you're watching sport on them. I think they're a bit of an odd day. There's a strange atmosphere about them. It's like a sort of...
Sort of marking time almost, until the week starts properly.
Like a...
Who needs a 3-day weekend?
I think it's it's like a Sunday with pretensions of grandeur, frankly, a bank holiday Monday. But if you do something useful like watching cricket,
Yeah. Sure, it's not expensive.
you don't want to be doing DIY or
No.
queuing somewhere at a shopping centre. Goodness me. I'm telling you, you don't. I'm not asking.
I think you're right.
Here's Morley round the wicket to leaning. Ooh, leaves that, pushing forward. I obviously thought that was closer than the bowler and the wicketkeeper did, though, because they weren't that excited. But thumps into the gloves of Brooke Guest, asks for another one of those. Leaning, gets bat on this one, into the offside. No run for him. And Morley round the wicket. Leaning forward, and there's no run. 137 for 3. We talk about Sussex, and they've had a very interesting or probably even a decade for them, where they more or less was a revolution in terms of playing staff. They went for their good youngsters, let a lot of more experienced players go, and spent time in the doldrums by nature of that. It's driven off the back foot by Jack Leaning. They've got a very useful side together now, with a lot of their best young players in that side. Tom Haynes, I see now. It's being mentioned in dispatches for scoring a lot of runs in the top division. Although whether that actually converts into an England.
Is he tall? Is he tall enough? I'm not sure.
Is that no, you're talking about the balls are. You need to be tall, especially if you're going to open for England.
Oh yeah.
Unless you've been ducking.
Obviously.
You need to be tall or small.
Tall or very short.
138 for 3. I mean, I understand less about cricket as the time wears on, which makes it a travesty that I'm still commentating on it, to be honest. But driven into the offside, it's stopped by Pat Brown, and no run off the batter to Wanda Mieye, who has 44. Leaning has 4. The partnership at 44. It's 138 for 3. Kent trailing by 123. 6 overs remaining. Slightly distracted by. Is that a super bike?
Sounds like one, doesn't it?
Does, crikey. I mean, there are ring roads here, aren't there? They're screaming around there, doing circuits, I don't know, but we can still hear Jane, though.
You can always hear Jane.
Waiting for a
Always hear Jane.
Oh, steady. Well, she's on the PR, I suppose that makes sense. But yeah, Pat Brown will return.
I think this is a good idea.
Me too. I was looking at it, thinking 3 overs. You'll probably be relatively fresh for a burst. Is it 6 to go? Give him a dart here.
Yes. So I get 3 more.
I said
Get
it.
3
Yeah.
more.
Yeah.
Martin Anderson threatening to become a backstop, but at the moment not, because that's job's gone. Well, he's a very fine leg. Is Zach Chappell.
Yeah.
Martin Anderson's gone out to deep backward square leg. There's a very fine third man as well, Jack Morley down below us.
Just down on his haunches, Zach Chappell. Maybe just stretching out there. Wonder if he might be back into the attack before the end of the day.
I'll be surprised.
You think?
Yeah, I think he's done enough today, hasn't he? 8 overs.
Actually, yeah, he bowled a long spell as well.
Get Martin Anderson on, possibly. I don't think Lewis Rees will bowl until first thing tomorrow morning. Now the ball will be, 45 overs old by tomorrow.
Yeah, one more for Derbyshire here, and you'd think, even psychologically, before the close would be a massive thing.
Brown is in. Oh, and he's hit Leaning, who was trying to duck out of the way of a ball that he clearly thought was shorter than it ended up being. It's come off his shoulder though, so he won't require the HIA.
No.
Taking evasive action
He's
there.
not bothered about the physio either, Jack, so...
Jack Leaning. That was a decent enough short ball though.
Yeah.
Have I done that? I don't know how to get that back in there now. There we go.
Well, yeah, it's moved a bit off the pitch. Come back at him.
Brown.
It's the upper arm.
And again, and he cuts that nicely out towards Harry Kane at backward point on the boundary and gets a single. Moves to 539 for 3. The partnership up to 45 now. That's not what I wanted at all. I don't know what I did want, but I didn't want that. Let's see what I do want. There we go on the laptop. Get the game up. Might as well get the game that I'm watching up, eh? There we are. I've managed it again.
It's always good.
Brown's going to come around the wicket, so sorry, Shanmugam is just marking out the crease again, and that gives Lewis Rees the opportunity to come and field at backward point. Is it going to end up being gully, almost gully. Brown bowls, and that's pulled into the leg side, and it goes past the 2 men at square leg and all the way to the boundary. He's hit that hard as Tawanda Mieye. He picks up 4 more and moves to 48. 143 for 3. Unmistakable Lancashire tones of Jack Morley down below us, offering Brownie some encouragement. I don't think that would necessarily cheer him up.
Yeah, I mean, you might say it's a risk. The direction that Mia's hit that, but he hit it so hard that Caleb Jules had to turn his back on it, and it's flown past the man at square leg as well, who's more or less behind the short leg, but
Another one behind him, and he couldn't stop it. Here is Brown again, and he's pulled this one into the leg side. And it's fielded this time by Wayne Madsen, and Pat Brown offers some words of advice to Ander Miaye, not for the first time. And not for the first time, Miaye ignores them.
the noise is rising though at the end of this
Mostly
40th over.
Mostly from the Rochdale Bridges.
Yeah. Morley cheerleading.
Brown, who has the longest run-up of any of the Derbyshire bowlers, is on his way in again, and Miaye pulls this very low along the ground into the leg side, and Caleb Jules must be wondering what he's doing standing there, quite honestly, because they've only taken a single, so it means that Leaning will be back on strike, but just about every ball at the start of the over has gone in that direction. Madsen's calling for something now. Pads, yeah, fielding pads for the man whose shins are in real danger at short leg.
Well, right shield would be better, I think, for him at this point, wouldn't it? Goodness me.
Stand behind a very thick layer of perspex.
He's just getting peppered.
Yeah. When Madsen's come out of square leg and he's asked David Lloyd to go in there, which he has done. And Brown ball, short delivery, too short. One for the over the shoulder. And it doesn't really matter because the overs come to an end. 4 overs for 14, 1 for 14 now, Pat Brown. 144 for 3 with 5 overs to go today. Kent trailing by 117 and starting to threaten Derbyshire with batting for a second time on this pitch. Although clearly with a depleted bowling attack without
good point.
Jake Ball, which may have factored into the decision to put them in the follow-on, thinking, well, if we do have to chase 40 or 50 or whatever, Jake Ball won't be bowling. Nathan Gilchrist will, who bowled really well in the first innings. Grant Stewart will. And then it's down to the spinners, really, after that. We'll see what happens tomorrow. It's threatening to be fascinating.
They need to bat some more, as I like to say. He's say it all too often from Kent as well. He's Miaye pushing forward into the onside, no run off the bowling of Jack Morley, left arm spinner, slip in. There's a point and mid wicket and cover fairly close. Mid on, mid off. This one's back at the bowler again from Ander Miaye. Morley now. Miaye back in his crease, and this one's driven gently out towards the offside boundary, single taken. And that is 50 for Ander Miaye off 61 deliveries. And there is a ripple of applause. I think there's some Kent fans actually in the towards the top rows at the far end. Hardy souls who are applauding. And no signal with the bat, I don't think, from Ander Miaye, but just a little low 5 or a punch of gloves with Jack Leaning, who's on 5 from 42 deliveries so far. He's playing well within himself and leaves that one outside the off stump. Applause from Captain Wayne Madsen for that delivery from Morley. Left by Leaning. 2 to come with his 41st over. Leaning back in his crease into the offside. Pat Brown almost feels like he ran around it to get his right arm on it. That cover straight back to the bowler. It's very close in, Brown, as I said, at cover, extra cover almost. So full of delivery from Morley, driven up to Chappell at mid-off, end of the over. As Morley takes his cap and his sweater from umpire Pratt, and relays the ball to Lewis Rees. He's staying at this end of the field.
50 came from 61
There you go.
Right,
5 fours and 1 6 from 61 balls.
Big 6 as well.
Yeah, was indeed. So 145 for 3 at the end of that over. 116 the deficit for Kent. 4 overs remaining on day 3 of this game at the County Ground Derby.
Pat Brown to continue from the City end. Wayne Madsen in conversation with, or discussion with Caleb Jewell, who is no longer at short leg, and delighted, no doubt, that he isn't. Standing very close to Wayne Madsen there at the leg side. That's a short delivery, and it bounces around, and yeah, has to just put his foot on the ball to stop it rolling towards the stumps. Could have done with a short leg, really. There is no run.
Yeah, they've taken the short leg out of that trap, haven't they? So it's Madsen at square leg, and it's not quite a deep square leg now. They're not quite in line anymore.
More
are they?
mid-wicket, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mitch Wagstaff. There is a deep backward square leg, though, on the boundary, as well as the long leg and the fine third man. He's not quite a backstop. In comes Brown, ball short, and it's, now Pat Brown's got to chase this because he's sort of flat batted it up towards the long off boundary. They've run 2, 3, and now they're coming back for the 4th. No, they're not. We might almost saw an all-run 4 there. And Pat Brown deserves a pat on the back because he turned and raced after that ball, almost T20 style, where the bowlers do a lot of fielding off their own bowling, and pulled the ball up, or the ball stopped about 10 yards inside the boundary, because to try and hit Pat Brown back like that takes a lot of strength and effort, because he's bowling quickly. Miaye moves on to 53, 148 for 3. That brings Jack Leaning back onto strike for the third delivery of the over.
Puff the cheeks by Pat Brown, who does look just a little bit, as you might expect. He just sprinted into bowl, and then he just sprinted off to the boundary to retrieve the ball.
He's in around the wicket to Leaning now, plays that down into the ground, and then just pushes it away with the toe of his bat. I don't think it was going to go into the stumps, but he just made sure that it didn't. That's twice in this over. Each batter has played a shot like that, where the ball has gone straight into the ground. He has got a short leg back in place now. Still hasn't got the fielding pads, I think, the 12th man. But they are on the edge of the outfield, right on the boundary's edge. He's obviously decided he doesn't really need them. Caleb Jewell, who you can hear applauding through the effects microphone. He crouches down now. There is a square leg behind him. That's David Lloyd. As Brown is in, short ball, left alone, ducked underneath by Jack Leaning, and Pat Brown puts his hands in the air as though that was close to doing something. David Lloyd looks like he's going to replace Jack Morley, who's bowled 5 overs for 6 runs and been very economical. Lloyd 6 overs for 20, unless he's just kidding us, of course, which is a possibility. Brown, with that long run, it takes an age to get back to his mark. He turns past umpire Shan McGann, and that's another short delivery that Leaning ducks underneath. Applause this time from David Lloyd, who then goes through his bowling action and starts stretching his thigh muscles. David Lloyd warming up. Wayne Madsen telling Jack Morley whether he's going to bowl the next over or not, and I couldn't quite work out what the answer was, because he just went, yeah, and I didn't know what the question was. He's gone into slip now, Wayne Madsen. There's always plenty going on. It doesn't necessarily happen at a great pace, but there's always plenty going on when Wayne Madsen is directing traffic. As Brown is in short delivery, Leaning ducks underneath, it goes through to Guest, end of the over. And it was indeed the end of Jack Morley. I think David Lloyd's just dropped his spectacles on the floor, his sun specs. No, he hasn't. He's dropped Caleb Jewell's sun specs on the floor that he was perched on the back of his head. And then as Caleb Jewell tries to put his on, he pokes himself in the eye. It's going to be there. I think he did anyway. It's David Lloyd to take up the bowling attack with 3 overs to go in the day. 148 for 3, Kent. Scoreboard disappears rather unhelpfully to tell us what we already knew, that David Lloyd is coming on to bowl. Mieye has 50, that is back now. He has 53, Leading has 5. Kent trailed by 113. They'd love another wicket. A fourth wicket before the close in these remaining 3 overs would send everybody to bed happy.
Well,
not everybody. No,
but
you're absolutely right.
at least one dressing room, I suppose, which might be a bit grumpy about it. Partnership of 54 so far, and Mieye, who has a 50 of his own, is pushing forward on that. On the ground to Pat Brown at cover. There's no run for the off spin of David Lloyd. Over the wicket now. Quicker delivery to Mieye. Takes that one on. I think a smidgen short. He's prepared to bludgeon into the onside. Didn't quite time that one, but it was hard enough at Martin Anderson to ring the right hand as he picked it up. Lloyd to Mieye now on the back foot, jabs that back past the... Oh, he doesn't pass the bowler. That's a really good stop. I thought inevitably that was going to go past David Lloyd. He's not exactly got to follow through, but he's tumbled to his left. Superb stop. Once more. Maybe kept a little bit low, and Mieye reacts by jabbing it back out towards the offside and brown fields. The wicket once more. Lloyd driven by Mieye. He'll take the single here up towards Lewis Rees at mid-on. And rotates the strike. 54 for Mieye. Leaning's on 5 from 49 balls. It's been watchful, to say the least.
Contrast in the two strike rates is stark, isn't it?
Yeah, the partnership is 55, and Leaning has 5 of those so far. As you say, Leaning can play both ways in that respect. He's digging in, though. Or trying to. You've got 13 balls possible remaining in the day, and there'll be more adjustments to the field as Caleb Jewell gets to go under the helmet. He's probably a little bit keener on that when Jack Leaning's batting than Tawanda Mieye is at the moment. I think it's fair to say. Leaning is being more conservative, but slipping as well away Madsen. Is that Mitch Wagstaff who's being pushed round, behind square, 12th man on the offside. Leaning back in his crease. With soft hand defence out into the offside. End of the over. 2 overs to come. 149 for 3. Kent trailing by 112.
Yes, Mieye's strike rate is 80 and Leaning's is 10.
Yeah.
It's quite the contrast between the pair of them. Now we're going to get another delay here because the fielding pads are being brought out by Anuj Dal, so things will slow down again, and why wouldn't they? It's only 6:30. Just to let you know that Gloucestershire against Northamptonshire 135 for 4, leading by 225 runs. So they'll have a decision to make tomorrow morning, Northants. Yorkshire plummeting towards defeat. 165 for 4 in their second innings. They need another 298 to beat Nottinghamshire at Headingley. Nottinghamshire, I think, we're top of the table. Surrey, 32 without loss in pursuit of 408. No, 418. They need another 386 anyway. I shouldn't have tried that. Worcestershire, they need another 273 runs to beat Warwickshire at New Road, 54 for 2. The game's still going on. Wins for Somerset and Sussex in the First Division, and for Glamorgan and Leicestershire in the second. All of which means Derbyshire will have dropped, I imagine, down a place.
Yeah, for the moment.
In the live table, as Pat Brown begins a new over to Tawanda Mieye. That was a short ball down the leg side. He ducks underneath.
But should they get a draw even, they'd be back.
Yeah.
Above, I would think.
Yeah, so Leicestershire up to 139 points already. Glamorgan are 5 in front of Derbyshire. They've got 97. Lancashire languishing on 66. So a draw for Kent would take them above Lancashire and Middlesex. Southampton down at the foot of the table on 64 with power to add. As in comes Brown again, bowls a short ball. It's just pulled around the corner nicely for a single out to Martin Anderson, who's fielding out there. A deep backward square leg. It brings Jack Leaning back onto strike. You get the feeling they'd rather bowl at Leaning. The irony being that Mayeye might give them more of an opportunity with more attacking shots. Leaning is mindful of 10 deliveries to go in the day and not giving his wicket away at this stage. Yeah, he might slow down a little bit in the final over and a half, but has shown little sign of slowing down at any stage during this innings of 55, partnership 56, deficit 111. Quite a gathering at the far end to the left of the permanent temporary stand of people looking to beat the rush to get away when the final ball is bowled. I think you'll be all right, lads. As, the onside is strengthened with the addition of Lewis Rees at catching mid-wicket. There's also a leg gully as Brown bowls, and that one is played to Rees by Leaning. So we've got a slip, a leg gully, a square leg and a short leg, and the catching mid-wicket. I'm not 100% sure whether Anush Dal is playing or not at the moment. He's off the field, but I think he is fielding out there at on the mid-wicket boundary. There is a long leg. Oh, I can't see, but I imagine is Zach Chappell. It is. And then other than Wayne Madsen that slipped, the two offside fielders are at backward point and third man. As Brown is in bowl short, and a short, silly. Oh, now there's a chance of a run out if Brown can hit the wickets at the far end. He can't, and it's going to go away for 4 overthrows. Mayeye had raced through for what he thought was going to be a quick single. He had to hurl himself back into his ground. Pat Brown picked up and threw on the turn, missed the stumps at the far end, and because everybody is, well, there's nobody out there basically, he can't really be blamed. He thought there was an opportunity for a run out, and it's raced away for 4 runs, and Leaning moves up to 9. 154 for 3, 107 behind. Yeah, that was an awkward dive back into his ground as well as the ball raced away down for 4 runs. But he'd come more than halfway.
Yeah.
Brown threw it. If that had hit, it'd have been out by some considerable distance. So it was a risk that Brown was right to take. He's on his way in again now to bowl to Leaning, short delivery over his head and through to the keeper. Close, but no cigar. Now he's going to come over the wicket.
2 for the over, I think. Or was it just the 1?
Oh, it must be at least 2.
Yeah.
We're up to the last ball. If it is 2, he can't bowl, so he's going round the wicket. He'd asked Mayeye to move across, and now he's told him to move back. He's going to continue around the wicket. This will be Pat Brown's final delivery of the day. It's the last ball of his 6th over, 1 for 22, his figures. Got the important wicket of Ben Compton.
Yeah, absolutely, very important.
Been bowling with some hostility. As he's in to bowl to Leaning, short delivery, and he's just guided that away nicely as Leaning for a single, and he moves into double figures at long last. The 54th ball he faced. He's on to 10, which was fielded by Harry Kame down at on the backward point boundary. 155 for 3 at the end of the over. 6 more deliveries to go. They'll be bowled by David Lloyd, and Kent trail by 106 runs.
There was an arm round the shoulder from Jack Leaning to Anna Mayeye there. Just
Sorry for almost selling you down there.
yeah, I think that might well have been the little bit of an apology.
Brown wasn't far away with the throw.
No.
It was as close a throw as you're
was,
likely to see
yeah.
with that in the stumps. It was a decent effort from Pat Brown. I know it cost him runs.
Absolutely stranded as well. So
And the good thing is he couldn't complain about the
that's
overthrows
true.
because they were his.
going on to his figures. So 1 for 23. It's still not bad. So, more field changes. Get this over in the next 25 minutes, that'd be nice. But, we finished ball 7. Here's Lloyd to bowl to Leaning. High backlift, waiting for the ball. Gets down to defend it back to David Lloyd. There's a slip in, there's a short leg. Caleb Jewell is the short leg where Madsen, which literally looks like he's pulling the strings there, doesn't he? He's got the Tom Cruise in Minority Report there. He can see the future before it happens. The niche movie reference for you there. Second slip in there.
Lost me.
No, fair enough. Second slip goes in. And Pat Brown is close at mid-wicket. There's a cover as well. It's a nice shot from Jack Leaning. He's engineered that behind square on the offside, and they come back for a comfortable 2. He's put it just where the fielders aren't.
That's the future.
Should I tell the coaches that?
Yeah.
Perhaps we should go and we have a delegation and tell them.
We've had an idea.
Yeah, we think this is genius. Keep it to yourselves. So Leaning plays it in the offside. Sorry, it's slightly hysterical. It's the end of a long day. Defended into the offside once more, and there will be no run, fielded by Jack Morley there. So 3 to come at a maximum. Lloyd bowls to Leaning, quite a long way outside the off stump.
There's almost 4 to come.
Yeah, it's what they call a ball in baseball. The wicketkeeper on catcher going very, very well wide. No need for Jack Leaning to swing at it. 157 for 3. Oh, what's happening now?
Short legs becoming a silly mid-off.
Oh, yeah. Perhaps he can catch the next delivery if it's wider than that.
Well, if it's wider, it'll hit him.
Yeah, it's true. The pads on the other side of his legs. Here's Lloyd to Leaning well forward. I say to Blair Tickner, I've seen pictures of, I think it's Jack Hobbs's forward defensive from the early 1900s, and it's almost the splits going right forward. He's not quite there.
It's a lost art.
It's a great picture. But, that's how you play the forward defensive.
Yeah.
Just block it before it gets anywhere near the stumps, halfway down the pitch. So a ball to come then. Last ball of an eventful third day, blocked out by Jack Leaning. Kent are 157 for 3 overnight. Then on the third day, still trailing by 104 here at Derby. I say an eventful day, we weren't expecting it, to be fair, particularly not when Kent resumed at 210 for 3 this morning with Ben Compton on 105. And Mike Parkinson, the night watchman, lasted an hour. Then he went for 7. Jack Leaning, on his first time around, went just before lunch. And then there was a thought that maybe Derbyshire could make the breakthroughs, perhaps, that would put the cat amongst the pigeons. Compton on 156 went to an innocuous-looking dismissal just after lunch. Finch, Benjamin and Stewart followed fairly quickly after that, and Kent were all out for 326. A follow-on enforced by Wayne Madsen. Then, again, important wickets. Lewis Rees had Joe Denny for 32. Danny Bell Drummond went for 2 from the bowling of Zach Chappell, and Ben Compton, 49 second time around, caught by Caleb Jewell for the bowling of Pat Brown. That puts Derbyshire in a fantastic position going into the final day. Dave Fletcher.
It just depends on the weather now, really, doesn't it? Because we could get a thriller, but it could be spoiled, and we hope not. The forecast I've just refreshed, and around about 2 o'clock, 60% chance of rain. For 3 o'clock, 80% chance of rain, according to the Met Office, which rather suggests that Derbyshire will have, 32-50 overs, possibly maximum tomorrow. That would take them up to 95 overs in the innings. Oh dear. I'll just turn that off. That's the hover cover going down below us, which is quite noisy. But yeah, Derbyshire on top, did the aggressive thing. The supporters will appreciate that. But getting 20 wickets on this pitch is not going to be easy, or even 18 wickets, which is pretty much what they're going to need. 157 for 3. Then Kent will resume tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock, and we'll resume with them just before the start of play. I'd be disappointed if we didn't hear from Blair Tickner. Quite frankly, he'll be with us at some point for a brief stint. Hopefully he'll come when there are some quicker bowlers on and we can grill him further, but always good to hear from Blair. Thanks to Matt. And we will see you tomorrow morning, don't be late, just before 5 to 11, Bank Holiday Monday. If you're not going to listen to us, you might as well come, because it's going to be a great day's, well, it's going to be a great half day's cricket at the very minimum, and hopefully Derbyshire can, from a Derbyshire perspective, I know I'm speaking to both sides here, but Derbyshire looking for their second win of the season to keep pace now with Glamorgan and Leicestershire, who have both won today. We'll see you in the morning.